In 2013 Munich, at the Bayern Munich Youth Academy, Lu Xiao felt his body tense, his fists turning rock hard. It was only by clinging to the last remnants of rationality that he stopped himself from smashing them into the bald man's face. Who do you think you are? Just because you shave your head, do you imagine yourself to be the six-time title-winning mastermind and current Bayern Munich head coach Guardiola? No. You are merely Erik ten Hag, coach of Bayern Munich's reserve team. You achieved nothing remarkable in the Eredivisie, so what gives you the right to throw your weight around? This is downright insane. Asian boy, yes, your attitude in training is serious. You work hard every single day, you fight for every ball on the pitch. These are all commendable virtues. Erik ten Hag folded his arms and shook his head. However, football is ultimately a game of talent. Frankly speaking, you lack true talent and are not suited for professional football. Your physique is not strong enough and your technique is far from exquisite. So forgive me, but I cannot offer you a professional contract and I must ask you to vacate the dormitory by the end of today. Erik ten Hag laced praise with dismissal. His tone sounded courteous, yet every word dripped with disdain for Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao admitted that his talent could not compare to that of Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, Neymar, or Mario Götze. But as a role player, Lu Xiao believed he was more than qualified. He excelled at making runs from the number 10 position, pulling defenders out of shape, and through relentless off-the-ball movement, creating scoring chances for his teammates. In crucial moments of link-up play, passing, and finishing, Lu Xiao possessed solid ability. If he continued to train at Bayern, it was not impossible for him to grow into another Thomas Müller. Even if one took the most pessimistic view. Even if Lu Xiao truly possessed no talent at all, he still had the system. The system. A football system. It had been waiting nearly 3 years. He needed only 3 more days, and it would activate. Then whether it was Cristiano Ronaldo or Messi, Lu Xiao could become the new king of football, the one and only GOAT. The numbers before his eyes constantly reminded him. The path to the throne of football lay just within reach. Football GOAT system loading. 997-1000. Kind reminder, you are currently within the activation zone. To avoid unknown errors, please do not leave the activation zone for more than 12 hours. For this reason, Lu Xiao forced himself to swallow his anger toward ten Hag and tried his best to squeeze out a polite smile. Mr. ten Hag, could you possibly grant me 3 more days? Just 3 days and I'll leave immediately. No. Your apprentice contract expired yesterday. You must vacate the facility today. Also, the players' cafeteria is not open to outsiders. If you need food, I suggest you look outside the base. Good luck to you. Farewell. Ten Hag turned away without mercy, denying Lu Xiao even the slightest chance. That ten Hag, what a snake, Lu Xiao thought, utterly exasperated. Would he really lose the chance to become king of football just because of ten Hag? Absolutely not. Lu Xiao was from Huaxia, more precisely a Chinese Belgian. Both of his parents held Huaxia nationality and had come to Belgium in their youth to build a life, settling in the small Belgian town of Genk. Back then, everyone believed the moon shone brighter abroad. Once the couple had accumulated enough means, they acted on a sudden impulse and obtained Belgian citizenship. As a result, when Lu Xiao grew up and wanted to reclaim Huaxia nationality, the process proved almost impossibly difficult. Belgian citizenship did grant certain Western European welfare benefits, 12 years of free education, free healthcare, pensions, and so on. But the price of free medical care was waiting 2 months for an appointment, even for a minor illness. By the time it was Lu Xiao's turn, his illness would already have healed. These details aside, everyone has their own preferences. Such choices are matters of personal freedom. Lu Xiao simply harbored a pure love for his ancestral homeland. Of course, Belgium had one undeniable advantage: football pitches were everywhere. From the moment he could walk, Lu Xiao developed a deep fascination with football. At 5, he began formal training. At 8, he joined KRC Genk's football club. In the youth academy, he befriended a brother figure 5 years his senior, Kevin De Bruyne. Those years at Genk's youth academy were the happiest of Lu Xiao's life. When Lu Xiao turned 12, his family decided to invest in a Chinese restaurant, moving with their partners to Munich, Germany. Lu Xiao had no choice but to change schools and relocate, but he successfully joined Bayern Munich's youth academy to continue his training. The very moment he stepped onto Bayern Munich's training ground, a strange line of text suddenly appeared on his retina. Football GOAT system loading, 11,000. Kind reminder, you are currently within the activation zone. To avoid unknown errors, please do not leave the activation zone for more than 12 hours. Once activated, you may choose one superstar template. Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Kaká. Later, Lu Xiao finally understood that this thing was indeed a system. He was the chosen one. Every day, he spent 2 full hours at Bayern Munich's training camp. The loading progress increased by 1. In this way, once Lu Xiao's 16th birthday passed, the system could be activated. He would become the king of football. From that day onward, Lu Xiao almost never failed to appear at Bayern's training base. Even the most extreme vicious weather in Munich could not keep him from going out. If he could not train outside, he would run in the indoor gym. Every day, Lu Xiao imagined whether he would choose Ronaldo or Ronaldinho once the system activated. Kaka seemed a fine choice as well. With the system, he could even make up for the regrets in Kaka's career. One day he would lift the Champions League trophy, the World Cup, the Ballon d'Or. Standing atop the footballing world, draped in a black cloak bestowed by members of the Qatari royal family. Fueled by his visions of the future, Lu Xiao found joy in training no matter how grueling it became. His relentless work ethic even earned the admiration of Bayern's players. Thomas Müller, for instance. The first-team linchpin Thomas Müller reached out to befriend Lu Xiao, and the two became good friends. Unfortunately, all of this was about to turn into illusion. If Lu Xiao could not even enter the cafeteria, how could he possibly stay at the base? Ten Hag was truly ruthless. Wait. Lu Xiao quickly came to his senses. Who did Ten Hag think he was? All Lu Xiao needed was to endure 3 more days. He could find a temporary place near the training base to get by. He would sneak into the facility for 2 hours each day. As long as he could activate the system, even sleeping under a bridge would be worth it. His parents' Chinese restaurant was nearly 50 kilometers from Bayern's training base, far too distant and inconvenient, or he would at least have had somewhere to go. Grr. As he racked his brains for a solution, Lu Xiao's stomach growled loudly. He had barely eaten anything in the morning, and a full day of training had drained him. He urgently needed to refuel. What should I do now? He murmured. The area around the training base was desolate. There was nowhere nearby to get a proper meal. Just as Lu Xiao stood there at a loss, he heard a familiar bright voice behind him calling his name with cheerful enthusiasm. Lu. Hey brother, what are you doing standing out here? Sure enough, it was an old acquaintance, Thomas Müller. Lu Xiao's eyes instantly lit up. The solution had arrived right in front of him. Lu, why are you standing here? Come eat with us. Thomas Müller's Chinese nickname, Erwa, the goofy second kid, fits his personality perfectly. In Bayern Munich's first team, Thomas Müller is everyone's source of laughter, the man who keeps the locker room alive. Whenever Lu Xiao sees him, he always catches that simple, honest smile on his face. Thomas. Lu Xiao thinks over his words for a moment, then simply lays everything bare. With the relationship between them, Müller should be willing to help him. Sure enough, once he listens carefully to Lu Xiao's predicament, Thomas Müller's smile vanishes. Righteous anger burns across his features. How can he treat you like that? Even if your contract has expired, what's wrong with staying at the base for 3 more days? Right, but in the end it's my lack of talent to blame for not being able to stay. A contract is a contract. Lu Xiao deliberately lowers his head and sighs, feeling a bit like he is overplaying his misery. How could Müller tolerate seeing his little brother being bullied? This favor Protector Müller is determined to do for him. Come on, it's only the canteen. I'll take you in. Let's see who dares stop you. With first-team player Thomas Müller leading the way, Lu Xiao walks into the canteen without any obstruction and enjoys a hearty meal that finally fills his empty stomach. He even follows Müller to the first team's exclusive bathing facilities, soaking in the sauna pool, sweating in the steam room, and enjoying the relaxing massage from Bayern's first-team masseur. His fatigued muscles finally loosen, and when he steps outside, his whole body feels wonderfully refreshed. You don't have a place to stay, do you? That's right. No problem. My house is quite spacious. You can stay in my guest room for now. Tomorrow I'll bring you to the first-team pitch to train. Hearing the words, my house is quite spacious, Lu Xiao feels a faint, inexplicable shiver in his heart. Still, at least Müller isn't some creep. Whoever that creep might be is irrelevant. He has a place to live and can use the first team's facilities to cling on for 3 more days. What more could he possibly ask for? Thomas Müller's ride is an Audi RS5 coupe, a gift from the Audi group. Lu Xiao stares at it with undisguised envy. He has long imagined that once he became a professional superstar, he would buy a sports car and cruise around at will. Yet Lu Xiao's apprentice contract gives him only 500 euros per week. Over 3 years, his apprentice salary has risen from 100 to 500 euros per week. Under Germany's tax regulations, wages from apprentice contracts for those under 16 count as an education allowance and are exempt from tax. Thus, during his training period, he hasn't spent a cent of his family's money, earning about 45,000 euros in total. He still has a bit over 30,000 euros saved up. With that, he can only afford a second-hand sports car, which for now is far from his mind. When they arrive at the 2-story house Thomas Müller has bought, Lu Xiao finally has a temporary place to rest his head. Early the next morning, the two of them return together to Bayern's training base for another day of practice. Stepping out of Müller's Audi in the parking lot, they happen to run into Eric Ten Hag, who has just parked his own car. Lu, why are you still here? Didn't I say you're forbidden from entering the base? Your youth contract has already expired. Eric Ten Hag's expression turns unpleasant. Before Lu Xiao can respond, Thomas Müller speaks up first. Mr. Ten Hag, Lu Xiao is not a youth player. He is a trialist with the first team. You have no authority to expel him. Impossible. He's on trial with the first team. Eric Ten Hag is dumbstruck. If you don't believe me, you can confront first team head coach Pep Guardiola. Ten Hag's expression shifts uneasily. He has only been in the job for a month and is a nobody in the football world, merely a second-team coach. Pep Guardiola is a world-renowned tactician. How could he possibly go challenge him face to face? If this truly is Guardiola's decision, Eric Ten Hag wouldn't even dare utter a word of protest. My God, this is absurd. Shaking his head, he simply turns and leaves. In any case, with Lu Xiao's current level, there is no way he will stay long with the first team. In less than a week he will be gone, so Ten Hag doesn't need to trouble himself. Watching the bald man forced to back down, Lu Xiao finally vents some of his pent-up anger. Thanks, Thomas. It's nothing. Come on, let's get to training. Lu Xiao follows Thomas Muller into the first team's gym. Several first-team players are already inside. Among them Miroslav Klose, Arjen Robben, Frank Ribery, Manuel Neuer, and other giants of the football world. Just over a month ago this group had lifted the Champions League trophy and stood atop Europe. Training alongside the starting lineup of the European champions, even Lu Xiao feels an extra surge of strength as he lifts the weights. When Robben, Ribery, and the others notice a youthful Asian face among them, they cannot help feeling somewhat curious. But since he has been brought in by Thomas Muller and is wearing Bayern's training kit, they assume he is probably some youth team kid tagging along. The first team players essentially say nothing and silently acknowledge his presence. In this way, Lu Xiao spends these 3 days entirely within Bayern Munich's training base. Aside from first-team tactical drills, Lu Xiao is allowed to participate in all the strength and ball-related training. Even head coach Pep Guardiola starts to notice his presence. Thomas, who is he? I wasn't informed of any trial list. Here's the situation, Pep. With a friendly smile, Thomas Muller explains Lu Xiao's circumstances. He has no reason to hide anything from the coach. After all, it's only 3 days of training. Aside from the petty-minded Eric Ten Hag, who else would care? Pep Guardiola is busy every day preparing for the new season. Why would he concern himself with a 16-year-old kid? I see. That's fine. The lad is really working hard. Guardiola even offers Lu Xiao a word of praise. From his juggling first touch and other movements, it is clear that his fundamentals are solid. He is a product of proper football schooling. Yet with Guardiola's sharp eye, he still cannot discern any breathtaking talent in Lu Xiao. At best, the boy is ordinary by the book. Youth players like him are everywhere. In the end, almost none will remain at Bayern. The vast majority will be distributed to clubs in the second or third tiers of German football, relying on their own strength to fight for a future. Some will simply choose university and bid farewell to the game. For Guardiola, a week from now, he may not even remember that this boy ever appeared. For Lu Xiao, however, he does not need Guardiola to remember him, nor does he need to force a place at Bayern. As long as the system activates, he will be able to play anywhere. The Football GOAT system is currently loading. 998 out of 1000. Gentle reminder, you are now within the activation zone. To avoid unknown errors, please do not leave the activation zone for more than 12 consecutive hours. The Football GOAT system is loading. 999 out of 1000. The Football GOAT system is loading. 1000 out of 1000. Loading, please wait. The 3-day deadline has arrived. He has finally made it. On the last day at Bayern's base, after 2 hours of lifting weights and cardio in the gym, the system prompts appear before his eyes once more. The conditions have been met. The activation has begun. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Lu Xiao stands at the edge of Bayern's training ground waiting for the final activation result. Football GOAT system loading. Error. Error. Activation not fully successful. The Ronaldo template has been damaged. The CR7 template has been damaged. The Messi template has been damaged. The Kaká template has been damaged. What? No, don't. As Lu Xiao stares at the messages before him, his heart feels as though it is bleeding. Just as he is on the verge of tears, the system issues another notification. System repair protocol initiated, awarding initial template. Reference target scanning, reading data for Nagisa Shiro. Max level first touch template, successfully loaded. Leaving everything else aside, whatever this max level first touch template means can wait. First tell me, who is Nagisa Shiro? He has never even heard of him. Originally, Lu Xiao was filled with anticipation for the system. He believed he could summon templates of Kaká and Ronaldo dominating the football world. Who would have thought that the system could go awry, giving him an initial template of someone he had never heard of? Who exactly is Nagisa Shiro? Lu Xiao pulled out his phone and searched on Google, but found no relevant information. This player did not exist in reality, nor was he a Japanese citizen. He searched through gaming and anime as well, but found nothing. Works like Captain Tsubasa and Inazuma 11 did not feature this character. Lu Xiao even suspected that the system had randomly selected a template of an ordinary person for him. What good is this template to me? Given the situation, I should at least see what purpose it serves after waiting 1,000 days. Player Lu Xiao. Age 16. Height, weight 18,174 kilograms. Template 1, Nagisa Shiro's fusion value 50. Skill max level ball control. Template 2, unlocked. Template 3, unlocked. Player overall rating C. Anger value 0. After roughly studying the system, Lu Xiao noted that he mainly focused on a few key points. First of all, the evaluation of the Nagisa Shiro template is actually S rank, the highest level in the system's ratings. According to the system's hints, only the pinnacle players like peak Ronaldo, peak Ronaldinho, and peak Messi achieve S ratings. His own base strength is only D rank. It only becomes C rank after equipping the template. Just how formidable is the S rank Nagisa Zero? Lu Xiao can only continually experiment and explore. In official matches, he can accumulate anger value on the field. When the anger value reaches 100, he can summon the full power of the S rank template. However, Lu Xiao speculated that it should only last for a very short time. Most of the time, he only has one passive skill, max level ball control. While calculating the situation of the system in his mind, Lu Xiao subconsciously grabbed a football from the equipment basket nearby, juggling it to get a feel. After all, the Bayern Munich first team was conducting their routine tactical training, and Lu Xiao found himself a bit bored on the sidelines. This was his last day at the Bayern facility. Tomorrow he would have to leave and find his next club. Even if Guardiola didn't care, Lu Xiao felt awkward staying too long at the Bayern first team base. "Hey, after passing the ball, don't just stand there, run," shouted Jordi Rora, Guardiola's assistant coach, loudly at the training ground. He had once been an assistant coach during Barcelona's six-title-winning era and now followed Guardiola to Bayern, hoping to utilize Barcelona's successful experience to build an invincible team proficient in possession-based play in Germany. After yelling at the first team players, Jordi Rora inadvertently glanced towards the sidelines, suddenly snapping his focus back with wide eyes. "Hey Pep." "What?" Guardiola was focused on observing the first team players, trying to identify their issues with no time to attend to anything else. "Pep, look at that. What's there to look at?" "Huh." Guardiola followed the direction indicated by his assistant and saw a 16-year-old Asian boy juggling the ball. Juggling is quite commonplace. Juggling 1,000 or 800 times is not an issue. However, players like Lu Xiao who can juggle like this are rare. Lu Xiao alternated his feet, kicking the ball high enough to reach 3 to 4 stories, effortlessly stopping it at his ankles before continuing. Moreover, he sometimes played with some fancy footwork, juggling with the back of his heel and performing various freestyle football tricks. It's normal for a football to fall from a height and land steadily at one's feet, but continuously performing perfect stops like he did with zero mistakes and maintaining consistent heights with each kick is truly rare. Guardiola had certainly never seen anything like it. Upon further reflection, he felt a chill. What does this mean? It means that the Asian kid before him possesses a terrifying control over the football, his sense of the game nearly rivaling that of Ronaldinho. No, even if Ronaldinho were present, it would be hard to achieve the perfection that Lu Xiao displayed. Hiss. Guardiola took a sharp breath. Could it be that we overlooked something? Is he an extraordinary talent? I don't know. Jordi Rora was equally puzzled. If there were such a talent in youth training, they would have been noticed long ago, and they wouldn't be left in the dark. Let's investigate. Guardiola calmed down, pondering for a moment, and devised a plan. We can't overlook any genius, nor can we be easily deceived by appearances. The only way to verify value is through actual combat. Practice is the only standard for testing truth. Whether he is a mule or a horse, let's take him out for a walk. Understood. Assistant Jordi Rora nodded in agreement and immediately blew the whistle to gather the Bayern Munich first team members. At the same time, he waved towards Lu Xiao. "Huh, me." Lu Xiao pointed at himself, wondering if he had something to do. After confirming multiple times, Lu Xiao curiously ran over to stand with the Bayern players. "Alright, today's training ends here. Let's have a group match. Philip, you take care of the arrangements." "Alright." Bayern Munich captain Philipp Lahm nodded. He meticulously followed the customary procedures for group formation, taking out a stack of yellow vests from the sidelines to hand out to his teammates. Those wearing vests were players from the B team, consisting of substitutes and reserve players. The A team players were mainly starters. There was a significant skill gap between the two sides, with the A team typically able to easily crush the B team. Winning or losing was less important. What mattered was the level of teamwork. Lu Xiao was surprised he received a vest as well. "For me?" "Yes, the coach wants you to participate in the practice." "That's right." Assistant coach Jordi Rora said directly. "Lu, the B team is short a player. You will temporarily fill in at the number 10 position." "Understood." The coach's instruction was exactly what Lu Xiao wanted. He had long wanted to test how strong the Nagisa Zero template actually was. It might not be evident against a generally weak team, but what if the opponent is the core lineup of a treble-winning team? Looking at today's opponent, they were all the starting players from Bayern Munich's 2001-2013 season who helped the team secure the Bundesliga DFB Pokal and UEFA Champions League, winning 3 championship trophies. This lineup is definitely worthy. Goalkeeper Neuer. Defenders Philipp Lahm, Dante Boateng Alaba. Midfielders Javi Martinez, Schweinsteiger, Robin Ribery. Forwards Thomas Müller-Mandzukic. In contrast, the substitute lineup wearing vests is relatively weaker. Goalkeeper Tom Stark. Defenders Rafinha, Van Basten, Contento, Badstuber. Midfielders Toni Kroos, Thiago Mario Götze, Shaqiri. Forwards Lu Xiao, Gomez. There is a slight power gap between the two sides. Mario Gomez's form has long been past his peak, and this season is not as good as Mandzukic. Toni Kroos and Thiago are young midfielders with insufficient experience. Götze, just transferred from Dortmund, and has no chemistry with Bayern. With such a lineup, can we realistically compete against Bayern's A-team starters? Forget it, I didn't expect to win anyway. Hey East Asian kid. Huh, don't hog the ball later, pass it to me more. The tall and robust forward Gomez had a fierce. He was unyielding, relying on his past reputation as a top Bundesliga striker and a starting striker for the German national team, showing no courtesy to Lu Xiao. Pass you the ball. Lu Xiao was determined to test the strength of the template today and had no intention of listening to Gomez unless he was truly in a good position. After the warm-up, Lu Xiao stepped onto the pitch ready for battle. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him as a character with white hair from a manga appeared in his mind. That two-dimensional figure seemed to merge with his very soul. Lu Xiao suddenly felt a profound sense, as the treble-winning giant Bayern Munich naturally has no shortage of fans. Today during the media open day, a dense crowd gathered outside the training base. There are football media filming the training content, fans coming to support Bayern Munich, and several unique individuals standing aside, not resembling media or fans. They are all middle-aged men over 50, wearing fishermen's hats and tactical vests. From time to time they glance at the situation inside the training base, jotting down notes in their small notebooks. Some even hold handheld cameras to record the training session. These individuals are most likely scouts from other teams here to gather intelligence on the enemy or assess players. Ralf Rehn, a scout for Bayer Leverkusen, has two purposes for visiting Bayern's base today. First, to observe the changes Bayern Munich has undergone after the coaching change, and second, to assess the younger. With a bloated roster, Bayern Munich surely has some fringe players who do not receive much attention. If they encounter good talent, Leverkusen can definitely seize the opportunity. Ralf Rehn's gaze was not on the first-team stars, but rather on the youthful Asian face on the sidelines. Could he be a compatriot of Son Heung-min? The earlier flashy football performance by Lu Xiao left a deep impression on him. Ralf Rehn took out his DV preparing to record the upcoming training match. The surrounding fans were also discussing the earlier scene. Is that the new kid from Bayern? Wow, he looks kind of cool. More like a member of a K-pop idol group. Yeah, but he's too slender. His ball control is great. I think he has talent. But we need to see how he performs in a real match. Can he handle Bayern's main players? Uncertain, they decided to observe further. On the field, the team starters and team substitutes. Assistant coach Jordi Rora smiled happily. Pay attention, play seriously today. Whichever side loses will have to do 100 push-ups. The team starters were full of confidence. Do you think we will lose? Just dominate them, hurry up. Mandzukic looked down on the abilities of the substitutes, and Robin was utterly unconcerned. In his eyes, everyone present was, to put it bluntly, weak. Especially with a 16-year-old kid on the opposing side, it was just unfair. Thomas Muller chuckled. Let's take this seriously, they aren't completely weak. Unfortunately, no one took Muller's words to heart. The team substitutes looked distressed. They were certain they would be doing those 100 push-ups. Without giving them time to prepare mentally, the assistant coach blew the whistle to start the match. Bayern's team launched a fierce offensive against the team. After all, they are the treble winners, and with Robin and Ribery combining on the flanks, the team simply couldn't withstand it. Pass it over. Defend him. Watch out for the shot. This shot. Clang. Beautiful. A bit unfortunate. Robin's signature Kuden shot hit the post, sending a warning to the team players. Everyone in the world knows Robin is going to cut, and yet you just can't defend against it. Robin dealt a heavy blow, leaving the team players in despair. The rest of the match was basically a crushing defeat for the team, who managed only one shot on target from Toni Kroos' distant attempt. Pass it to me, why isn't anyone passing? Gomez was frustrated, he couldn't get a touch on the ball while on the field. Lu Xiao felt the same. He was unfamiliar in the first team, no one had played with him before, and naturally they didn't trust a 16-year-old. There was no other way. Lu Xiao could only increase his running range, actively tracking back on defense and applying pressure on opponents, while on offense he worked hard to find space and be available for support. Lu Xiao understood that in times like this, he couldn't be anxious. He had to be like a seasoned hunter, patiently waiting for his opportunity on the field. Little pig, Schweinsteiger was curious. Why did Guardiola allow a 16-year-old Asian to train with the first? At first glance, he seemed unremarkable. After a while of observation, Schweinsteiger finally understood. The Asian boy was the most active player on the field. When he had the ball, he would pressure opponents fiercely, creating a stark contrast with his handsome appearance. Despite lacking in defensive positioning, physicality, and experience, he compensated for many shortcomings with his attitude. Even the core midfielder of the treble-winning team, Little Pig, found it quite troublesome as he was forced to pass the ball back. Kid, you're too eager. Schweinsteiger quipped, but the boy had already run off without looking back, chasing after us. Training so hard means he must be a scrappy player on the pitch. However, as a forward, it remains to be seen how he performs on the offensive end. Bayern Munich's team's few attacks failed to yield results. Everyone played relatively relaxed, completely underestimating the team. This instead allowed the team to welcome a counterattack opportunity. Tony, The goalkeeper initiated a quick counterattack with a hand throw. Midfield core Toni Kroos controlled the ball with his chest, deftly dodging a tackle, and charged toward the opponent's half. Thiago Gotza and the Swiss Messi Shaqiri charged forward simultaneously. Toni Kroos and Thiago formed a wall pass in the middle, flowing smoothly through the midfield. Seeing space open on the left, Toni Kroos suddenly sent a long pass accurately, finding Mario Götze on the left. As a former core of Borussia Dortmund who defected to Bayern Munich amidst criticism from Dortmund fans, Götze felt immense pressure. He had to prove himself, to prove that his choice was correct. Götze, with delicate skills and nimble feet, faced Lahm without any hesitation. Get past him. Pass the ball. Over here, over here. Despite his teammates' chaotic shouts, Götze remained deaf to them. Passing was impossible. Instead, he feigned to the left, deceiving Lahm into shifting his weight, and suddenly cut the ball to the right, executing a feigned breakthrough. Oh no. Götze indeed had the skills, breaking past Lahm and charging into the penalty area. Kid, pass it to me. The tall center forward Gomez waved his hands, eagerly ready for a header. But Götze showed no intention of passing, aiming for the goal and lifting his foot to shoot. Let it in. Not a chance. The guardian at the goal, known as Spider-Man, was none other than the treble-winning team's main goalkeeper Neuer. Götze's shot posed a threat, but Neuer reacted swiftly, calmly, diving to parry the ball. Beautiful. Truly, Neuer is exceptional. Boateng arrived just in time to clear the ball. Götze couldn't believe it. How could his clever shot be saved? The tension in Bayern's team players eased, but unexpectedly a figure appeared at the edge of the penalty area. Block him. Watch out. The team players sensed danger and rushed to seal off the shot. Defensive midfielder Javi Martinez and center-back Dante teamed up to form a solid wall. Behind him, Schweinsteiger was also closing in. Faced with a three-player encirclement, even Messi would find it difficult to get through, let alone a 16-year-old kid. It's over. Quick, get back. The team players assumed the goal was certain to be conceded and had already started to retreat. At this moment, the Asian youth still attempted to shoot, lifting his right foot and preparing for a volley. Forget it. Javi Martinez turned his back to block the view while Dante extended his foot to intercept. A long-range shot would surely be blocked by the two, leading to a counterattack. Just when everyone thought Lu Xiao would inevitably concede, he executed an astonishing move. At this moment, Lu Xiao was unprecedentedly calm, as if the soul of a white-haired youth merged with him. Skill max level ball control. In the instant his right foot was about to strike, he surprisingly hooked the ball, stopping it perfectly. What? Javi Martinez missed the block, realizing something was wrong. In the next second, Lu Xiao actually scooped the ball behind him, allowing it to bounce off the ground. Immediately, just as the movements of the two defenders in front came to an end, a shooting space opened up. In the astonishment of all players on the field, Lu Xiao elegantly turned around and volleyed. Bang! This shot, piercing through the stars, transformed into a meteor that suddenly flashed into the goal's dead corner. Everyone on the training ground was left in shock. Thomas Muller was sweating profusely, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. Lu, seriously, you played exceptionally well. After a grueling 45-minute match, they still had to do 100 push-ups and Thomas Muller was on the verge of... Indeed, the main squad of Bayern Munich, the champions of 3 titles, actually lost to the Bayern substitute team. Accepting defeat, the members of the A-team could only grit their teeth and complete their 100 push-ups. Stars like Robin Ribery, Lahm, and Neuer trembled as they finished their 100 push-ups, collapsing onto the grass in exhaustion. Thomas Muller was still able to stand up and walk over to congratulate Lu Xiao. The most unexpected person behind the loss to the B team was Lu Xiao. Both goals were scored by Lu Xiao. For the first goal, he feigned a shot, controlled the ball with his back to the defenders, and turned to take a volley in one smooth motion. For the second goal, the B team launched a counterattack. Lu Xiao faced a long pass from 60 meters and managed to control and dribble the ball just outside the penalty area. He easily received the ball with his toes, skillfully nutmegged Boateng, and scored an unknown goal. To be honest, both goals were stunning. Thomas Muller could never have imagined that the somewhat green rookie from back then would grow so rapidly. It was simply astonishing. If Lu Xiao had such talent, Bayern Munich would have no reason to let him go. If Thomas Muller were in the higher echelons of Bayern, he would certainly spare no effort to keep Lu Xiao. You really played wonderfully. How about I talk to Guardiola again and see if I can get you to stay in the first team? Thomas Muller being a key player from Bayern's youth training system. Thank you, Thomas. However, I need to plan my future more carefully. Okay, if possible, I hope to be your teammate. It seems Lu Xiao had his own ideas and Thomas Muller didn't want to put. It was also essential to consider what Coach Guardiola thought. Did Guardiola want Lu Xiao to stay? What do you think? He really has talent. Oh, I feel we can offer him a professional contract. No rush. We'll discuss it further in the coaching staff. Alright. Lu Xiao's performance just now had impressed Guardiola. His ball control was simply extraordinary. A name suddenly flashed in Guardiola's mind. Ronaldinho. Lu Xiao's control and dribbling, his elegant handling of the ball resembled the football genius, the FIFA World Player of the Year and Ballon d'Or winner Ronaldinho. It was a pity that Ronaldinho's form declined rather quickly and his peak was fleeting. If Ronaldinho could have maintained his professionalism, stayed away from nightclubs, and kept training, perhaps the world would still belong to him and Messi and Ronaldo would have to wait a bit longer. Seeing Lu Xiao, Guardiola couldn't help but want to nurture him, hoping he could become the next Ronaldinho. However, one match was not enough to draw any conclusions. It required long-term observation to truly assess a player's potential. The transfer rights and personnel decisions at Bayern Munich were not entirely in Guardiola's hands. Final decisions required input from football director Matthias Sammer, who in turn answered to Rummenigge. The decision on a player's future required careful discussion between Guardiola and the management. According to the processes of a big club, it would take about a week to reach a conclusion. Guardiola thought to himself, since Lu Xiao had nowhere to go, he might as well let him stay at the first team base for a few more days to train with the team. It was unlikely that any other team would be after him, right? Just a 16-year-old Chinese player, how could that be? Guardiola shook his head and turned to leave the training ground. After the training session, Bayern Munich players returned to the locker room in small groups. The first team members had their own little cliques while Lu Xiao was left behind, temporarily ignored. During this time training at Bayern, Lu Xiao wasn't really familiar with the others, at most having a better relationship with Thomas Muller. "Hey, young man. Hey, over here, over here." At first Lu Xiao didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just fans outside the field calling out. Turning around, he was surprised to see someone waving at him. "Me, eh?" Lu Xiao pointed to himself. "Yes, it's you." This was strange. He was merely a youth training player. It couldn't be that a fan was looking out for him. As he approached, he realized it was a middle-aged man about 40, wearing a fisherman's vest and hat. A fisherman? No, it was a scout from another club. The DSLR camera slung around his neck, the notepad in his chest pocket, and the DV in his hand made it clear there was only one truth. Lu Xiao had watched enough Detective Conan over the years, so with a curious mindset, he went over to see what was up. "Sir, hello, I just saw you perform excellently and wanted to chat. Let me introduce myself. I am Jens Waller, a scout for Bayer Leverkusen." Bayer Leverkusen. Yes, the one you were thinking of. Wow. Lu Xiao guessed half of it correctly. This scout had a clear accent from Western Germany, North Rhine-Westphalia. Compared to the heavier Bavarian accent, the Rhine accent was relatively mild, closer to the standard German pronunciation. Having lived in Belgium and Germany for 16 years, Lu Xiao could hear it quite distinctly. Nearby the Rhine region, there were teams like Rot-Weiss Essen and Köln from the 2. Bundesliga and 3. Liga. Lu Xiao initially thought it was a lower-tier team, making it normal to scout a 16-year-old player. Bayer Leverkusen was beyond his expectations. They were a strong Bundesliga team. They consistently performed well, hovering in the upper half of the league, occasionally participating in the Champions League. Last season, Bayer Leverkusen ranked 3rd, securing a Champions League spot. This was undoubtedly attractive for players. "Excuse me, sir, how long is your training contract with Bayern still valid?" Scout Jens Waller instinctively assumed that Lu Xiao was part of Bayern's youth training. Seeing him interested, he planned to push a bit harder to entice him away. Based on Lu Xiao's earlier performance, there was no need for further words. Signing him for Bayer Leverkusen would be a sure win. "My contract has already expired, and I am now a free agent." "That's great. If time allows, I can take you back to the base this afternoon." "So soon?" Lu Xiao instinctively glanced at the business card in his hand, fearing the other party was a fraud trying to lure him to a remote place. "If you are uncertain, you can check with Bayer Leverkusen's official website. My information is displayed in the staff section." "I believe you. Let's head out in the afternoon." Lu Xiao was not one to hesitate. Since he had nowhere to go, he might as well check out Bayer Leverkusen. "Sounds good. My social media account and phone number are on the back. We can discuss further later." Jens Waller was very pleased, feeling this was like hitting the jackpot, comparable to the prizes of Messi and Ronaldo. Lu Xiao was equally excited. After being disgusted by Ten Hag, he had completely lost faith in Bayern. With Guardiola at Bayern, he estimated it would be difficult to get a chance to shine. Staying with the first team would likely result in just sitting on the bench. Better to go out and explore. Back in the locker room, Lu Xiao briefly mentioned this to Thomas Muller. The second child had helped him a lot, and Lu Xiao was genuinely grateful. "Huh, I thought you could stay in the first team. I want to venture out. If I get the opportunity, we would probably be right." Bayer Leverkusen is a good team. They don't have many forwards this season, so you do have enough opportunity. When we meet, I won't hold back. "Haha, then you must give it your all. We are the Bundesliga champions." The two shook hands, likely to meet again on the Bundesliga field. Bayer Leverkusen is a resonant name in the Bundesliga. Yet within Germany's broader geographical landscape, it remains unassuming. This modest city, born from the rise of the global pharmaceutical giant Bayer AG, nestles between metropolises like Cologne and Dusseldorf, its permanent population barely exceeding 200,000. Among Germany's many small towns, it is in essence a town within a town, the Bayer Leverkusen training base. In the president's office, Michael Schade, The club's current president sits alongside head coach Sasha Lewandowski and assistant coach Hank Ten-Kate, engaged in an intense discussion on the sofa. Sasha furrows his brow. Known for his fiery temperament, he speaks bluntly, even at the risk of offending his employer. Michael, is this really necessary? We already have an Asian player. Why sign a 16-year-old Chinese talent? What are you thinking? Indeed, South Korean star Son Heung-min has recently been in exceptional form, steadily ascending to a central role in the squad. Yet another South Korean prospect, Ryu Sung-woo, who underwent trials with the club, proved inadequate, both in ability and attitude. Sasha suspects the club's repeated signings of Asian players stem less from sporting ambition than from commercial strategy targeting Asian markets. You've truly misunderstood this time. Just watch. Michael Shade opens his laptop and plays a It is footage recorded by the scout at Bayern Munich's training ground. Uploaded immediately after parting ways with Lu Xiao scout, Jens Weller had rushed to transfer the clip. As Lu Xiao's flawless first touch and uncanny dribbling unfold on screen, his innate footballing intelligence shines unmistakably. What extraordinary ball control. Assistant coach Hank Ten-Kate murmurs sincerely, this delicate surgical first touch is the finest he has ever witnessed. It's merely a training clip. He's never played a competitive match. And at 16, shouldn't he join the youth academy, not the senior squad? He insisted explicitly he will join only the first team, not the academy. That defies logic. Even 18-year-olds remain in academies. It's perfectly normal. Why the rush at 16? Head coach Sasha remains uncompromising. Yet he single-handedly dismantled Bayern Munich's treble-winning lineup. I believe this young man possesses extraordinary potential. When selecting players, we must transcend rigid conventions. Age matters less than ability. Michael Shade continues his persuasive appeal. First, European clubs are fiercely competitive in recruitment. Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, FC Barcelona, AS Monaco. They routinely sign prodigious 16-year-olds for long-term development. If we wait until he turns 18 for cautious evaluation, true geniuses will already have been poached by rivals. We urgently need a creative number 10 forward, and Lu Xiao is precisely the right developmental asset. Second, he is of Chinese descent. Signing him would bolster Bayer AG's global influence and expand its market share across China. Why hesitate? There's no transfer fee involved, only a salary to be negotiated. Fine. You're the president, you decide. Sasha still remains unconvinced. Only first-hand observation will sway his judgment. Yet according to the president, the player is already en route. The scout's efficiency is genuinely astonishing. After all, as a tactical head coach, recruitment lies beyond his purview. How the player is deployed, that rests entirely in his hands. Let me be clear, whether or not he plays is my call. Of course, your authority as head coach is absolute. In contrast, assistant coach Hank Ten-Kate displays genuine curiosity about the young Asian prospect. Let me be clear, whether or not he plays is my call. Of course, your authority as head coach is absolute. In contrast, assistant coach Hank Ten-Kate displays genuine curiosity. Before departing Munich, he calls his parents. Upon learning their son will relocate to Leverkusen, they feel a pang of reluctance. At least in Munich, he could return home weekly. Now separated by distance, and with both parents immersed in running their Chinese restaurant, they'll scarcely see him at all. Where will you live? What about school? Can you truly manage alone? Mother Xiaoping grows increasingly. Father Liu Yongping remains unfazed. Let him carve his own path. He's 16 now, fully capable of independent living. Oh, so he's my son, not yours. So indifferent. I never said I'd abandon him. He has his own convictions, and the right to make his own decisions. Hold on, both of you stop. Lu Xiao interrupts their familiar banter. For decades their sparring has been routine and harmless. Reconciliation invariably follows within 2 hours. But this time Lu Xiao hasn't finished speaking. First, this is merely a trial. There's no guarantee I'll stay at Leverkusen. Second, should a contract materialize, the club will arrange accommodation and enroll me in a local high school. I can transfer and attend supplementary classes weekly. Lastly, father is right, at 16, I'm legally eligible to sign a professional contract, which means future relocations, even across continents, are inevitable. It's time I stood on my own. After leaving Bayern's campus, Lu Xiao packs his entire life at Thomas Muller's home. Just one backpack and one suitcase. Boarding scout Jens Weller's car, he departs decisively for Leverkusen, a pace that surprises even himself. En route, Jens offers detailed insights into club operations. For instance, the housing and high school enrollment concerns Lu Xiao raised. Both will be seamlessly resolved. During these years as a professional, Lu Xiao can earn his German high school diploma and qualify for university admission, becoming not just an athlete, but a scholar athlete. Backed by a world-renowned corporation, Bayer Leverkusen enjoys financial stability. Its training complex houses ample dormitory space. No more fear of eviction. Once he secures consistent first-team minutes, and his contract escalates, he may rent a luxury apartment, or even purchase a villa. By the way, Jens suddenly recalls something. Son Heung-min, your teammate in the senior squad, you'll likely find much common ground. Sun Heung-min. Lu Xiao pauses slightly startled. Of course he knows the name. The South Korean phenom who has risen swiftly in the Bundesliga over the past 2 seasons. A future successor to Park Ji-sung and Shinji Kagawa, potentially Asia's foremost footballer. To hold a starting role at a top-tier Bundesliga club demands rare exceptional talent. Yet he is Korean. Shared language or understanding seems unlikely. Actually, never mind. Lu Xiao finds no easy way to explain to the scout the deep-seated rivalry between China's national team and South Korea's, and the weight of historical tensions between the two nations. To Jens Weller, South Korea is simply part of the broader Eastern world. Westerners, after all, possess limited awareness of East Asian complexities. Their light conversation continues as dusk descends, and the car draws near Leverkusen. Lu Xiao gazes out the window studying this unfamiliar town. If he earns his place here, it will become the stage for his ascent. The birthplace of dreams. Will he stay? A day ago he lacked confidence in becoming a professional. But after facing Bayern's first-team lineup today, his self-assurance surges, unshakable. Perfect first touch, mastered from the template of Shunichiro Nagi. If Leverkusen rejects him, it will be their irreparable loss. Well. Lu, I initially thought you were quite frail, but it seems you are somewhat sturdy after all. Leverkusen Health Check Center. Coach Hapia accompanied the new player throughout the routine medical examination prior to signing the contract. Actually, the club didn't need the coach to be present, as staff could have handled it. However, Hapia was very interested in Lu Xiao and wanted to personally observe his various qualities. The medical examination for football players is not like a regular employee's that involves more than just a blood test and height measurement. Lu Xiao's evaluation was comprehensive. First, there were basic checks on height, weight, muscle structure, blood biochemistry, and genetic diseases. Next, he needed to wear a breathing mask and heart rate monitor to undergo high-intensity tests on a treadmill and stairs, assessing maximum oxygen uptake, lactate threshold, and anaerobic capacity. Following that, there were balance tests, muscle strength assessments, cognitive reactions, agility, and explosive power, all essential for professional athletes. Almost every inch of him was examined from head to toe, leaving no room for potential issues. Lu Xiao's appearance was somewhat akin to that of idols from Korean and Japanese boy bands. Except his skin was tanned from sun exposure, and his physique seemed rather delicate. In terms of actual fitness, Lu Xiao's physical attributes were considerably superior to those of his peers aged 16, almost comparable to players aged 18-22. His long-standing habit of hitting the gym has endowed him with a physique rivaling that of young Europeans. Of course, age is still a disadvantage. Lu Xiao still couldn't compete physically with the strong 25-year-olds, whether they were robust midfielders or solid defenders. On the professional stage, such technically skilled players can easily be overwhelmed. In football, there are only 3 crucial words. Physicality, physicality, and again, physicality. That said, Lu Xiao's innate talent for the game is top-notch. Once his body fully matures, the future holds great promise. He is a promising talent worth nurturing. Hapia felt completely reassured. Have you ever trained your muscles before? Yes, at Bayern Munich's second team, the fitness coach customized a training plan for me. I practiced diligently every day. Lu Xiao waited for the system for a full 3 years. Do you know how I spent those 3 years? Such a professionally minded and passionate young player for football. Hapia appreciated him even more. Generally, European and South American players around the age of 16, even with a bit of talent, tend to be rather arrogant. They often indulge in nightlife, spending their youth in hedonism. Lu Xiao's dedication as a professional player is indeed rare. Not bad, you can head to the spa first, let the masseurs help you relax your muscles, and then take a cold bath to relieve fatigue. Sir, can I go now? Of course, even though you haven't signed the contract yet, you are already a part of Leverkusen. Welcome aboard in advance. Hapia took the initiative to shake hands with Lu Xiao. By the way, do you have an agent? It would be best to have one to help you when signing the contract. No. Lu Xiao shook his head. If he had an agent, he wouldn't have been kicked out of Bayern by Ten Hag. I have connections with Mendes. If you don't mind, I can recommend you to his team. Is it that Mendes? Hey. Exactly the very one you were thinking of. They will likely contact you today. Thank you very much, Mr. Hapia. Oh, it's nothing. As long as you play well and seize the opportunity, that's all that matters. Hapia had a hunch that this young man with an Eastern face might become a shining star in Europe. The intensity of the medical examination is indeed high. Lu Xiao, feeling exhausted, walked into the Leverkusen spa, just about to enter the ice bath to stimulate blood circulation and relieve muscle fatigue. Suddenly, he bumped into a blonde, handsome guy who quickly sat up from the lounge chair. Upon realizing it was Lu Xiao, the blonde guy sighed in relief. You scared me. I thought you were the coach. By the way, bro, are you from the youth training? You're lost. This is the first team area. I am from the first team. Just try it out. Lu Xiao felt a bit guilty since he hadn't signed the contract yet. Oh, are you a compatriot of Sun Heung-min? No, we have different nationalities. I don't understand, you all look quite similar, but you are much more handsome than him. By the way, I am Julian Brandt, the core of Leverkusen, the strongest player on the team. Julian Brandt stood tall, with an imposing demeanor. Before he could finish showing off, a South American player walked by, casually glancing at him, while wrapped in a towel. Don't believe him, he is just my backup. Guardado. Julian Brandt fumed with embarrassment. Unfortunately, he was powerless against Leverkusen's starting left-winger Guardado. Lu Xiao had already seen through it, which main player would laze around in the spa, while avoiding the coach. He just couldn't be bothered to expose him. Julian Brandt was unfazed, thick-skinned, and continued to chat casually with Lu Xiao while sitting in the lounge. Lu, even though we are backups, it doesn't matter. With our strengths, we are sure to earn a starting spot, and ultimately stand on the Champions League final stage, shining on the world. Let's go, Lu. Julian Brandt was quite friendly. And Lu Xiao never expected that his first friend at Leverkusen would be a backup. Julian Brandt. Julian. Wait. Lu Xiao couldn't help but take a look at him. In fact, Lu Xiao had a secret he had never shared with anyone. He often dreams of predicting the future, anything related to football could be foreseen in his dreams. For example, Lu Xiao predicted 2 years in advance that Spain would win the 2010 World Cup. Predicted a year ahead that Bayern Munich would win the 2001-2013 Champions League. And foresaw that Mario Götze would leave Dortmund for Bayern. Recently, he had another dream foreseeing that Germany would win the 2014 World Cup in Brazil, with Germany facing Argentina in the final. And the person scoring the winning goal was none other than Mario Götze. No one would believe him if he said it now, but Lu Xiao firmly believed it. At this moment, facing Julian Brandt, Lu Xiao suddenly recalled the dream from last night. It seemed he dreamt of this guy wearing a Dortmund jersey standing on the stage of the Champions League final. He appeared to have some talent. You will, brother, you will. What? You will stand on the stage of the Champions League final. Ha, you really have. From now on I will have your back in the team. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's prediction, Julian Brandt didn't doubt it at all. Instead, he began to fantasize happily. Seeing such a teammate, Lu Xiao felt a bit anxious about his future at Leverkusen. He wondered how long it would take to earn a chance to play. Only by participating in matches can he accumulate the fusion degree of the Nagi-Siri template. I hope it will be soon. After finishing his cold bath and receiving a massage from the club's physiotherapist, Lu Xiao felt refreshed. Just as he was about to return to the dormitory to rest and prepare for the trial tomorrow, he suddenly received a phone call. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Xiao? Yes, it is me. Nice to meet you. I heard you are looking for an agent. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jorge Mendes. Jorge Mendes, a titan of European sports management. His most famous clients include Cristiano Ronaldo and Jose Mourinho, along with other top stars such as Angel Di Maria, Radamel Falcao, and David De Gea. Some say Mendes is a pure capitalist lacking any sense of human compassion, treating players merely as tools for profit. Others argue that compared to other blood-sucking agents, Mendes is indeed professional enough to help his clients secure greater benefits. Those who dislike him are usually the clubs. From Lu Xiao's perspective, Mendes' reputation is of no concern, as long as he can help secure the rightful earnings, whether from club salaries or commercial operations. Lu Xiao cares little for human sentiments. Its business and professionalism is all that matters. He initially expected Mendes' team to send a representative to communicate with him, but to his surprise, Mendes himself called. Hello, Mr. Mendes. I watched your footage and my intuition tells me that you are a genius like Ronaldo and Messi, destined to make waves in the world. Therefore, I sincerely invite you to sign with my agency. We will definitely use the most professional and mature strategies to help you manage your assets, secure the most reasonable salary, and find the most suitable commercial collaborations for you. If you are unable to make decisions on your own, we can also discuss it with your family. Mendes, as a giant in the agency world, did not adopt a condescending attitude, but communicated with Lu Xiao on equal terms. Even though he knew the person on the other end was just a 16-year-old kid. No need, we can sign directly, and I look forward to our cooperation, Mr. Mendes. I look forward to our collaboration. Ooh, I believe you won't regret it. My assistant will go to Bayer Leverkusen tomorrow to sign the agency contract with you and accompany you in discussions with the club regarding the contract. If you are satisfied, he will be your exclusive agent from now on. Rest assured, he graduated from law school, has a lawyer's license and agent qualification, and can assist you with legal matters. So soon. I just inquired about intentions today, and you're sending someone to sign tomorrow. Mendes' team is quite efficient. The next day, Lu Xiao walked out of the gym at the Bayer Leverkusen training base early in the morning. Upon arriving at the agreed cafe, Mendes' assistant had been waiting for a long time. At first glance, Lu Xiao had only 2 words to describe him: professional. He completely embodied the image of an elite lawyer and elite businessman in Lu Xiao's stereotypical view. A white man in his 30s with a slender face, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and impeccably dressed in a suit. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am the economic agent from Mendes' team, and I will be your exclusive assistant from now on. Here is my business card. Any issues including contract and daily life matters I can help you resolve. I will try to be on standby 24 hours. You are too polite, there's no need for that. Lu Xiao chuckled awkwardly. He glanced at the agent's business card. Oh, Harry Kane, sharing a name with the future England superstar. Hopefully his name won't hinder his chances of winning championships in the future. If he can officially sign with Bayer Leverkusen, he could focus on training and after training catch up on culture classes in high school. With the training-based school and dormitory forming a triangle, there generally wouldn't be much opportunity to ask the agent for help. No, this is part of our service philosophy. Taking care of players' daily lives is included in the agent's services. Alright, I will reach out if I need anything. Now let's first handle the professional contract with Bayer Leverkusen. Lu Xiao carefully considered his demands. Daily training, inter-team matches, reserve team, youth training matches cannot increase the template fusion value. Only regular professional matches in the Bundesliga, German Cup, and Champions League can do so. Lu Xiao hoped to integrate quickly into the first team and seize the opportunity to prove himself. Thus there would be limitations on the contract he was about to sign. As Lu Xiao stated his conditions, Harry Kane diligently recorded them using a tablet and made audio recordings with a voice recorder. First and foremost, it must be a first-team contract, not for the youth or reserve team. It would be best to stipulate a minimum number of appearances in the contract for a single season. For a 16-year-old player with no historical performance to prove himself, requesting a first-team contract with specified playing time was an unreasonable demand, quite challenging. Yet Harry Kane still patted his chest and guaranteed, "I understand and I will resolve it." The conversation continued. With Lu's talent, is he only worth 1,000 euros? That's already quite high. Currently 16-year-old youth players only have apprentice contracts with weekly salaries of less than 1,000 euros. A heated argument broke out in the Bayer Leverkusen conference room. On one side was the president of Bayer Leverkusen, Michael Schade, and on the other was Lu Xiao's agent, Harry Kane. Both sides engaged in a heated debate over contract details. Typically 16-year-old players similar in age to Lu Xiao earn around 850 euros per week. Across Bayer Leverkusen's youth and reserve teams, this is the standard rate. In the past, Lu Xiao would have been satisfied with this. Earning 1,000 euros a week amounts to 300 euros a month. To Lu Xiao, this was already a substantial sum. His weekly salary at Bayern's youth training was only 500 euros. However, agent Harry Kane was furious. In that case, I believe there's no need to continue discussions. I trust other clubs will recognize Lu Xiao's talent. Harry Kane used a provoking tactic, making the other party hesitant. Wait. This can still be negotiated. So how much do you want? At least meet the minimum salary standard of the first team. That's impossible. President Schade argued firmly. Currently, the lowest salary tier for first-team players labeled as substitute rotation is 1,450 euros per week. Does 16-year-old Lu Xiao expect to earn over 1,000 euros? Without assessing Lu Xiao's true abilities and potential, the club would not pay high salaries to idle players. Then I'm afraid we will have to part ways. Harry Kane stood up with Lu Xiao preparing to leave. Lu Xiao couldn't help but smirk. This was clearly the same bargaining tactic seen in domestic night markets. Indeed, President Schade of Bayer Leverkusen seemed to be backing down. Don't be hasty, how about this? We first sign a contract at the 5,000 euro level, categorizing you as a hopeful star. If Lu can meet the appearance standards and play at least 10 times in the new season, the contract will automatically upgrade to 150 euros per week. How does that sound? Additionally, appearance fees and goal bonuses will be calculated according to first-team standards. The club has offered this condition with great sincerity. It was evident that President Schade genuinely valued Lu Xiao and did not wish to let this future talent slip away. A weekly salary of 1,500 euros is still a small sum. What if Lu Xiao truly possesses the potential of a world-class player, as stated by Heiko Herrlich? Letting him go would surely lead to regret. Harry Kane cast a glance at Lu Xiao, gauging his intentions. Lu Xiao felt that the contract was decent, at least proving his value in the first team, which was enough. Thus, after Harry Kane assisted with the legal issues, both parties completed the signing. Lu Xiao officially became a player of Bayer Leverkusen's first team. Weekly salary 5,000 euros if over 10 appearances in the season, automatically upgraded to 150 euros appearance fee, 3,000 euros, goal assist bonus, 3,000 euros. Each season salary automatically increases by 25 and can be evaluated based on seasonal performance. Both parties have the right to propose priority resigning. Come on, smile. Click. Lu Xiao held up Bayer Leverkusen's number 39 jersey, standing together with the club's head coach Heiko Herrlich and President Schade for a photo. Bayer Leverkusen's official website utilized this photo to publicly announce the signing of the new player. Meanwhile, far in the eastern country, Xiao Lu, an editor for the Sina Weibo Sports self-media account, was browsing foreign news. It was July 2013, during the peak transfer period for various leagues. He wanted to organize the transfer operations of each club and uncover some explosive news, such as the defector Mario Götze leaving Dortmund for Bayern. German media erupted. It was undoubtedly an exciting transfer story. Wait, a Chinese player. Xiao Lu was dumbfounded as he read the announcement on Bayer Leverkusen's official website. He was astonished to see a standard East Asian face and a typical Chinese name appearing in the team's recruitment and Lu Xiao, a player going abroad. Could it be that another Chinese player is set to enter the Bundesliga? Son, is he your teammate? I recall hearing about a Korean forward joining us. And he's so slender. How could he play professionally? And could he possibly be underage? Oh, was he truly underage? And when Lu Xiao first stepped onto the first-team training ground as a signed player, Nay was met not with welcome nor outright skepticism, only with murmurs and curious glances from his new teammates. Lu Xiao had long prepared for this moment. How could an unproven newcomer possibly receive a hero's welcome? Ni's mindset remained calm and grounded. He was ready to bide his time. Given the chance, Lu Xiao would undoubtedly prove himself to all. And beside him, head coach Sasha Lewandowski wore a faintly troubled expression. He genuinely held little faith in Lu Xiao. Yet assistant coach Hypatia had championed him so insistently that Sasha had no choice but to acquiesce. And still, to preserve harmony in the dressing room, and Sasha knew he must help Lu Xiao integrate swiftly. Everyone, this is your new teammate. From in Belgium, Lu Xiao interjected promptly. And oh, very well. Lu Xiao, a Chinese-Belgian forward aged 16 capable of playing as striker, winger, or he is now officially one of you. Please welcome and support our new teammate. We'll strive together for success in the new season. And after this brief introduction, Lu Xiao stepped forward, meeting the gaze of his new Bayer Leverkusen teammates. I've lived in both Belgium and Germany, and am fluent in German, French, and English. I hope to integrate seamlessly into this team and contribute meaningfully to our collective achievements. Lu Xiao's first impression on the Leverkusen squad bore little resemblance to that of a footballer. And he appeared too polished, more like a runway model or K-pop idol than an athlete. Yet he possessed remarkable warmth and approachability. His smile was radiant, defying the stereotype of the taciturn East Asian player. Ni's fluency in German and English conferred an undeniable advantage. The player's initial wariness gradually softened into tentative goodwill. Hello, I'm Simon Rolfs, captain of Bayer Leverkusen. Welcome to the team. Today we'll run some adaptation drills. Just follow along with us. Thank you. Simon Rolfs, Leverkusen's defensive midfielder, took the initiative to engage Lu Xiao in conversation and guided him into the training session. Other teammates gathered curiously, firing off an array of unusual questions. Seeing how swiftly Lu Xiao was integrating in, head coach Sasha Lewandowski breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Regardless of Lu Xiao's raw ability, rapid assimilation would foster vital cohesion. Even as a utility player, he'd still hold space to make an impact on match day. Yet within the squad, one man remained distinctly unimpressed. Sun Xingmin, also of East Asian descent, did not readily trust this new arrival. It wasn't personal animosity toward Lu Xiao himself, and rather it stemmed from deep-seated skepticism rooted in the historically poor performance of football in a certain Eastern nation, not prejudice that cast doubt upon Lu Xiao's potential value. And at just 16 years old, was he truly mature enough to hold his own among senior professionals? Not only concrete on-field excellence could dismantle Sun's reservations. Until then, doubt would remain his default stance. After a light warm-up, jogging assistant coach Hypatia blew his whistle once more to regroup the squad. An important announcement for everyone. Starting tomorrow, we begin full squad physical conditioning, a 2-week preseason camp focused entirely on building endurance. Be prepared. In no way. Groans erupted across the pitch. And the conditioning camp was legendary for its brutality, each day pushing players to the very edge of exhaustion. Every drill was designed to strain human limits, relentless exertion forcing the body to adapt to extreme physical demand. Only through such rigor could players cultivate both enduring stamina and swift recovery capacity, essential assets for sustaining peak performance throughout the entire 2013-2014 season. The players clearly struggled to readjust, like students reluctant to return from summer break, brimming with resistance. And after warm-ups and a round of neuromuscular coordination drills, they finally transitioned to ball-based work. The Leverkusen squad was eager to see why, and what justified a 16-year-old standing shoulder-to-shoulder with seasoned professionals. Only when they witnessed Lu Xiao's mastery of the ball, his flawless juggling, his instinctive first touch, did the players begin to grasp the coaching staff's judgment. The football seemed an extension of his body, his loyal companion obeying his will without hesitation. And most striking was his utter composure. Even the most intricate flourishes flowed with effortless grace, as natural as drawing breath. To the uninitiated, he might have been mistaken for Ronaldinho himself. Oh my God, can he really do that? I couldn't pull off moves like that. He's truly impressive. The Asian teenager has extraordinary talent. Which Asian teenager do you mean? Lu, of course. Sun is exceptional, but in sheer ball control and innate feel, Lu surpasses him. On the far side of the pitch, Lu Xiao was lost in joyful improvisation, juggling flicking threading passes with uncanny precision. And no matter how awkward or unexpected the pass thrown his way, he received it with seamless fluid control. This unwavering confidence sprang from his inherited skill template, Nagi Saishiro's master-level first touch. On-the-pitch first touch remains among the most decisive fundamentals. It is a litmus test for elite forwards. Imagine two players of otherwise equal caliber. None inside the penalty area takes a full second, or more, to settle a ball that lands a meter away, and other amid a thicket of defenders consistently receives and controls with perfect economy and intelligence. In every scenario, whether setting up a shot or delivering a key pass, the latter holds clear superiority. And indeed, such poise may well decide a match in its final crucial moments. NAS professionals, the Leverkusen squad, needed no further evidence. In Lu Xiao's training ground mastery spoke volumes. While teammates exchanged hushed admiration, Sun Xingmin listened intently and silently seethed. And he refused to yield. And he was Leverkusen's established attacking linchpin, the undisputed offensive engine for the new season. Did this boy truly deserve to share that spotlight? And still watching Lu Xiao's touch, Sun begrudgingly acknowledged his rare natural gift. And impressive in training, but can he translate it into real matches? By the end of his first day at Leverkusen, and Lu Xiao had already earned the respect of most teammates, with one notable exception, Sun Xingmin. It was an auspicious beginning. And throughout the preseason build-up, in Lu Xiao's days were rich with purpose. Even the grueling, hellish conditioning camp failed to draw so much as a frown from him. Compared to slogging through university exams only to drift into an unremarkable career, in Lu Xiao chose instead to pour his sweat, passion, and soul onto the football pitch. The emerald grass was his true stage. And time flowed steadily. The Leverkusen July passed swiftly. And before anyone noticed, August had arrived. The first round of the opening match will kick off on August 10th, featuring Bayern Munich versus Borussia Mönchengladbach. Bayer Leverkusen's opponent will be Freiburg. Lu Xiao glanced at his system. Although there were no tasks issued, he had already set a main mission for himself. Mission 1: make it to the match roster. Is there a chance for the opening match? Lu Xiao was not very sure. There are still 3 warm-up matches before the league starts, with tomorrow's opponent being Freiburg, the same as the first round in the Bundesliga. If he performs excellently tomorrow, there might be a chance to be included in the roster. The night before the warm-up match, Lu Xiao was already prepared for battle. Labored breathing, a chest on the verge of bursting. This was Lu Xiao's first ever match with the senior team, a real competitive fixture, albeit only a friendly. Until now, whether at Genk or Bayern U18, Lu Xiao had faced only academy players. All 22 men on the pitch were underdeveloped adolescents. The pressure, he felt, was minimal. Only today did he grasp a fundamental truth. Why do most players debut with senior squads only after turning 18? And why, even when technical and tactical proficiency is comparable, do so few under-17s ever appear in top-tier league matches? Whenever a player under 17 does appear, he is invariably a prodigy, destined to shake European football. Today's friendly pitted Bayer Leverkusen against SC Freiburg. Preseason friendlies impose no substitution limits. Usually starters play 45 minutes in the first half, then the entire 11 rotates at halftime, giving reserves vital minutes to find rhythm. Lu Xiao entered the match in the 68th minute. By then, Leverkusen and Freiburg were locked in a tense 20. The result of a friendly bears no weight. Its purpose lies in evaluating players and testing tactics. Yet defeat still stings. The moment Lu Xiao stepped onto the pitch, he felt the sheer intensity of elite senior football. Just as he prepared to receive the ball, a burly black defender from Freiburg charged into him, nearly sending him flying. At 16, his physique was hopelessly overmatched. After muscling past Lu Xiao to clear the ball, the defender sneered contemptuously, only for the referee's whistle to cut short his triumph, a clear push foul. Leverkusen teammates surged forward instantly to back Lu Xiao. What's going on? Looking for a fight? You bastard. Hey, you piece of trash. Seeing so many opponents rush toward him, the defender instantly backed down, muttering curses as he retreated. Lu, okay. That guy deserved a beating. Next time he touches you, we'll handle him. Simon Rolfs, the dependable elder brother of the squad, made it his mission to shield the team's sole underage player. Thanks, Simon. I'm fine. Keep going. Trust your technique. You've got this. After over a month of intensive training, Simon Rolfs found himself increasingly awestruck by Lu Xiao's uncanny touch. He could control the ball in ways that defied physics, executing unexpected shots or decisive passes with eerie precision. Rolfs sensed that this young man with East Asian features was unquestionably Leverkusen's greatest discovery of the season. Perhaps he would one day become the cornerstone upon which Leverkusen rose anew. Rolfs was more than willing to support him, yet Lu Xiao was no timid boy hiding behind teammates. He was a razor-sharp blade ready to pierce any defense. In the 77th minute, Lu Xiao finally seized his chance. Freiburg's attack was smothered by Leverkusen's goalkeeper Bernd Leno, who launched a booming clearance toward the opposition's half. But the pass was too powerful, threatening to sail harmlessly over the opponent's box and waste possession entirely. Almost the entire Leverkusen side abandoned the attack, retreating to regroup defensively. Yet a lone figure in black sprinted fearlessly into Freiburg's penalty area. Lu, what's he doing? Is he insane? Was Lu Xiao truly attempting to breach an entire defensive line, solo? It seemed impossible. Freiburg dismissed the challenge. Their 15-year-old opponent barely registered in their minds. Earlier Freiburg's No. 5, a towering black center-back, had contested the aerial ball. The rest of the defense had already begun spreading wide, preparing for the next phase of attack. Complacent, the center-back delayed his header, opting instead to let the ball drop for a quick controlled pass to a teammate. That way they could launch their counterattack faster. As the ball bounced up from the turf, he moved to cushion it, when suddenly a foot darted in, delicately hooking the ball away. What? He'd actually stolen it. And from that same 16-year-old kid who'd nearly been bowled over moments earlier. Instantly the center-back lunged to block Lu Xiao's turn and breakthrough. In the next breath, Lu Xiao flicked the ball upward with his heel, ducked low, and slipped past on the opposite side. A perfect give-and-go with the ball itself. The center-back hadn't even seen the ball leave his feet, completely outwitted, utterly humiliated. Damn it, that brat. Stop him. Freiburg's defenders panicked. Another center-back, white, 195 centimeters tall, charged forward, intending to overpower Lu Xiao with brute strength. Against such a frame, Lu Xiao stood no chance. Freiburg's defenders panicked. Another center-back, white, 195 centimeters tall, charged forward, intending to overpower Lu Xiao with brute strength. He never intended to battle physically. His mastery was pure, unassailable technique. Brilliant. Unbelievable. OMG. Substitutes and spectators alike erupted in exhilaration. Lu Xiao's performance was nothing short of dazzling. His composure burned hotter with every second. Damn it. Stop showing off. Enraged, Freiburg's last remaining fullback lunged recklessly, determined to bring Lu Xiao down outside the box. Ball or body, you must choose one. Watch out. Be careful. Teammates cried out in alarm. If Lu Xiao went down, injury was almost certain. A 16-year-old sustaining injury in a meaningless friendly would be a devastating loss. Not just physically, but symbolically. Every teammate held their breath. Head coach Sasha Lewandowski and assistant coach Henning Berg watched, hearts lodged in their throats. At that critical instant, Lu Xiao registered the tackle from his flank and slipped effortlessly into a transcendent state. Time dilated, his breath and pulse steadied with preternatural calm. Under the influence of the Nagi Saishiro template, Lu Xiao attained unprecedented lucidity. The ferocious slide tackle unfolded in slow motion. He halted sharply, pulled the ball wide, evaded the lunge entirely, and gently lifted the ball between his feet. The entire stadium ignited in that single heartbeat. Lu Xiao had executed a rainbow flick, arching the ball over the defender's head to evade a potentially career-threatening tackle. His fury peaked at 100%. The moment his boots struck earth again, he coiled like a bow and unleashed a thunderous airborne strike. No way. What? His teammates stood frozen, stunned beyond words. Had he really done it? Solo, he dribbled past 3 defenders, shredding Freiburg's entire backline. Lu Xiao even struck midair, a blistering, perfectly placed shot. Thwomp. The ball blazed like a meteor into the net. Bayer Leverkusen completes the turnaround. Oich. Gal. So impressive. Leverkusen's teammates excitedly ran over to Lu Xiao, surrounding him in a jubilant embrace. It felt less like a friendly match and more like a Champions League final. Lu Xiao himself felt nothing unusual, but his teammates went wild, completely hyped up. Only from an observer's perspective could one truly sense the tension and thrill brought by that goal. At first, everyone was worried about Lu Xiao, but who would have thought this kid would actually break through the entire opposing defense? Incredible. On the bench, Sun Heung-min, who had just been substituted, was drinking water. Lu Xiao's stunning performance nearly made cough. Is he really that strong? Looks like I underestimated him before. Sun Heung-min was feeling a bit doubtful about life. The two coaches were also discussing Lu Xiao's earlier display. See, I wasn't wrong about my judgment, was I? Hypia said proudly. Head coach Sasha Lewandowski had to admit that this kid indeed had talent. But he couldn't let his pride down, so he tilted his head arrogantly. It's just a friendly match, it doesn't count. But you still have to give him a chance. Final, give him playing time later, as long as he can maintain this form. Sasha Lewandowski was also quite curious. When it comes to the official matches, can Lu Xiao still be so astonishing? Thousands of miles away across the great ocean, in the capital of an eastern nation, inside the East Second Ring at the junction of East Flower Market Street and South Flower Market Street. Inside the headquarters of Titan Sports Weekly in the office tower of Titan Media Group. Xiao Lu, an editor who wore glasses, was pleading desperately in the editor-in-chief's office. Boss, this story really matters. It should go on Weibo, the overseas football page of the paper, and on our public account. We need to let more people know. The bespectacled 40-something editor-in-chief raised a hand to stop the zealous younger editor. Stories about overseas transfers. Do you honestly think they're reliable? Xiao Lu found himself at a loss for words. Since the golden generation of the national team, Sun Jihai Tizi fan Zi Zhengji and others, retired, the idea of Chinese players going abroad had become something of a joke. Whether it was King Dong at Manchester United, Xiao Jiai, Hao Juanmin, all those ventures overseas ended in failure. Each time fans were raised to hope, every time hope dissolved into disappointment. The boy who cried wolf is a tale everyone knows. After being fooled so many times, the fans' enthusiasm was exhausted. Whenever news of a young talent going abroad or a European club signing a Chinese-born player appears, now people dismiss it as nonsense. How could these players possibly be fit to play? Even if they joined the first team, could they start? No, there simply isn't the ability. What purpose would running such a story serve? It only leaves fans disappointed and brings no positive sentiment. Even attracting abuse would be better. At least that would mean there's interest. Now that even abusive comment has faded, why publish it at all? Don't a paper's pages, a public account's resources, and a Weibo post all cost something? Xiao Lu, I advise you to be pragmatic. First, get clear on the basic tenets of journalism. Götze's betrayal, David Moyes succeeding Ferguson, Arsenal buying Ozil, Real Madrid spending 100 million on Bale. These are the big stories you should chase. Why are you wasting time on a Chinese player? The editor-in-chief's words were harsh, but not without reason. Xiao Lu understood his duty was to cover European transfers and let domestic fans feast on the transfer drama. Overseas players weren't important. Besides, the player in question didn't hold Chinese nationality. He was Belgian, which made people care even less. Alright. I'll focus on European transfer coverage. That's better. Go do in-depth analysis, distinguish yourself from other outlets, add your own insight and predictions. Understood. Dejected, Xiao Lu turned to leave, yet a small spark in his heart refused to die. After all, Lu Xiao, far away in Europe, was ultimately one of their own. A descendant of the Yin and Huang, black hair, yellow skin. He had signed with Bayer Leverkusen's first team at just 16, and that alone was highly unusual. Xiao Lu's instincts told him Lu Xiao was not so simple. When Diao played for the Houston Rockets, he ignited the nation's interest in the NBA. How many people first encountered the NBA in Diao's era? How many adopted the Rockets as their team? Last year, Lin Xiao's brief surge with the Knicks, averaging near double-doubles, once again ignited domestic discussion. Lu Xiao's overseas path bore a faint resemblance to Lin Xiao's. Just suppose, Lu Xiao were to produce eye-catching performances and prove himself in the Bundesliga. Lu Xiao's overseas path bore a faint resemblance to Lin Xiao's. Just suppose, Lu Xiao were to produce eye-catching performances and prove himself in the Bundesliga. He didn't have to become a deity like Cristiano Ronaldo or Messi. He only needed to score a few goals, earn regular playing time, and give fans something to hope for. He could become the next generation football star. Like Kagawa and the rising sun Xingmin, the lingering dissatisfaction in Xiao Lu's chest and the faint ember he still held for domestic football made it impossible for him to let this chance go. Editor-in-chief, at least let me post one Weibo. It's not too much, is it? Sigh. Fine, go ahead, post it. You're the best. Xiao Lu's eyes lit up again. He scampered back to his desk to edit a Weibo, paying no heed to the fact that it was already 2135 in the evening. If he lingered over this post, he very well might miss the last train on Metro Line 6 and lose the chance to get back to his rented room in Tongzhou. But he didn't care. If more people could notice Lu Xiao and care about this lonely 16-year-old striving abroad, that would be enough. With boundless enthusiasm, he drafted a Weibo that was destined to be seen by few. Titan Sports Weekly. Weibo flash Bundesliga, rising star 16-year-old Belgian-Chinese prodigy, Lu Xiao bursts onto the scene. According to Bayer Leverkusen's official announcement, the former Bayern youth was formally signed to the first team, becoming the youngest player ever to sign with the club. In yesterday's friendly against Freiburg, Lu Xiao entered as a substitute in the 68th minute and produced a solo wonder. He dribbled past three players, executed a rainbow flick, and struck a volley into the net, sealing a 32 winner. Sources say the deal was arranged personally by the football agent Mendes team, and the contract contains appearance-based salary increase clauses. His silky control and composed decision-making have already won over the coaching staff. He has been likened to a small Ronaldinho of the East. Titan Sports Weekly's correspondent in Europe will continue to track this rising star. Belgian-born Chinese prodigy and Leverkusen wonderkid. 20 minutes after posting, 12 likes, 3 bot-like comments, 5 reposts. Xiao Lu sighed as he stared out into the night. When will I finally break through? 2013 was not a great year for football. There were no compelling tournaments. Transfer season gossip had left fans eager. At last, the Bundesliga was igniting again. Among Europe's major leagues, the Bundesliga traditionally starts earliest. Others usually kick off at the end of August. The Bundesliga had already opened with its curtain raiser on August 10th. The most excited, of course, were Bayern supporters. They had just achieved the treble last season, League, DFB Pokal, and Champions League. In the UEFA Super Cup, Bayern faced Chelsea and drew 22. then prevailed on penalties to claim a fourth crown. The only blemish was the German Super Cup, where Bayern lost 24 to Borussia Dortmund. So the sixth title dream remained one short. But Bayern fans were untroubled. Their new coach was Pep Guardiola, the first to steer a team to 6 trophies. Under his guidance, the already glorious Bayern Munich seemed destined for even greater triumphs. The Bayern dynasty had been established. In the opener against Borussia Mönchengladbach, Bayern won 3-1 to claim a winning start. Guardiola's Bayern had set sail. At this moment, Bayer Leverkusen's home ground sat comparatively low-key. Against Bayern's halo, Leverkusen seemed modest. They hadn't done much in the transfer market. The only official signing on their website was the 16-year-old Lu Xiao. Leverkusen had completed the move as early as June. Son signed from Hamburg for 10 million. Emre Can was picked up from Bayern for 5.3 million. A Robin Cruz arrived from Hoffenheim for 1.5 million. A Lu Xiao joined for free at 16, and that was all. Leverkusen did sell their attacking linchpin Skirl for 22 million. These moves left Leverkusen fans skeptical about the team's prospects for the new season. In the opening round, Leverkusen faced Freiburg. Lu Xiao was not on the squad list. The team narrowly won 21 to begin their Bundesliga campaign. It seemed unlikely he would see any playing time until the second round away at Stuttgart, when Lu Xiao suddenly found his name on the team sheet. So soon, have I finally broken through? The young man's heart raced with restless excitement. In the second round of the Bundesliga, Stuttgart faces Bayer Leverkusen. Lu Xiao rides on Bayer Leverkusen's black bus for the first time, heading to another city. For some reason, a sudden feeling of a picnic arises. When he was in elementary school in Belgium, the school organized outdoor scientific exploration activities every year. It was essentially a group outing said to be similar to the spring outings organized by schools in China. Every time he sat on the bus listening to the noisy chatter of his classmates, Lu Xiao's heart would fill with anticipation. In a daze, Lu Xiao seemed to return to his 80-year-old self. Julian Brandt, sitting next to him, interrupted Lu Xiao's memories. Lu, how do you feel about being in the starting lineup for the first time? I don't have any special feelings. After all, it's not certain that I will play. Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe we will both play and crush Stuttgart together. Julian Brandt has a habit of throwing out some German swear words, which Lu Xiao habitually filters out. You are the coach, or will you let me play? Julian Brandt chuckled awkwardly. Of course, you're so strong that you will definitely be fielded. Lu Xiao's performance in the warm-up match against Freiburg indeed overturned Julian's perception. He initially thought the 16-year-old Asian kid was just filling in. As it turned out, holy shit, he is really strong. Not to mention his physique and speed. Purely in terms of technical finesse, Julian Brandt felt inferior. Fortunately, football emphasizes all-around ability with higher demands on physical fitness. In a 1v1 situation, Julian is confident he can easily dominate Lu Xiao. Of course, this is specifically before the age of 18. After Lu Xiao turns 18, Julian Brandt no longer has that confidence. How can you be sure you'll get to play? Lu Xiao posed a soul-searching question. Well, I'm so handsome I will definitely get a chance, Julian Brandt said loudly. However, the coach in the front row overheard him. Sasha Lewandowski turned around and shot him a glare. With your training attitude, do you still expect to play, eh? No, coach, I will definitely train seriously. The blonde guy quickly backtracked. You better do so, the head coach Sasha warned menacingly. On the other side of the aisle, the starting left-winger Mexican international Guardado cast a disdainful glance at him and commented, "What a moron." Phew. A word starting with F was on the tip of Julian Brandt's tongue, but he decided against saying it. After all, he is a starter while he is a substitute, so it's best to be a bit more humble. Lu Xiao, sitting nearby, felt that his Bayer Leverkusen teammates were quite the characters. Previously, when watching matches, he always thought that the stars of top European clubs were aloof, shining like celebrities. However, upon closer contact, he found there were many people in the locker room who were not quite normal. Everyone has their moments of foolishness in private, no different from ordinary people. Most players are dropouts who play football lacking education, and in aspects other than football, they are not even as capable as ordinary people. This shattered Lu Xiao's illusions. He only hopes that he can seize the opportunity to play in the match tomorrow, even if it's just for 1 minute. If he plays for 1 minute, it would increase the template fusion rate. Lu Xiao is filled with anticipation. 2 days later, at Stuttgart's home ground Mercedes-Benz Arena, Lu Xiao looked at the numbers on the scoreboard and let out a soft sigh. 9-0 VfB 0-1 SVB 33 Stefan Kiesling. Bayer Leverkusen's leading striker, 191 centimeters tall Stefan Kiesling, scored the only goal of the match with a header in the 33rd minute. He scored the only goal of the match. With Leverkusen in the lead, their solid defense left Stuttgart with no chances. Naturally, there was no talk of substituting forwards to fight hard. In the second half, they substituted 3 defensive players, and Bayer Leverkusen secured their second consecutive victory in the new season. Julian Brandt and Lu Xiao sat on the bench for 93 minutes until the end of the match. Son Heung-min has already become a starter for Bayer Leverkusen, playing for 68 minutes before being substituted, creating 3 goal-scoring opportunities without scoring. It must be said that the performance of the Korean brother was commendable, and even Lu Xiao couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. In his prophetic dream, he saw that Son Heung-min would become the top Asian player, later transferring to Spurs in the Premier League, seemingly winning a trophy. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao easily forgets after waking up from his dream and cannot recall what trophy After being substituted, Son Heung-min politely fist-bumped every teammate on the bench. When it was Lu Xiao's turn, Son Heung-min also nodded and fist-bumped Lu Xiao. "You played well. Kamsahamnida. Odanki." Seeing Lu Xiao, Son Heung-min instinctively wanted to speak in Korean, but switched to German to say thank you. Ever since Lu Xiao proved himself last time, Son Heung-min no longer harbored any resistance toward him. On the contrary, he was a bit curious about how strong this East Asian youth really is. However, due to his pride, Son Heung-min had to maintain his cool persona as a skilled player trying to appear aloof. Faced with the Chinese, the deep-seated inferiority in the heart of the Korean has long penetrated into his subconscious. "Hey, Lu, you're back. It's a pity you didn't get to play yesterday." "Thank you, but it's okay. I just joined the team and need to settle in." Right, having that mindset is good. You will definitely shine. After returning victorious, the club had half a day off. Lu Xiao took the opportunity to hit the gym at the training facility for 2 hours. Afterward, he returned to his apartment feeling slightly fatigued. Originally, the club had arranged for Lu Xiao to stay at the Youth Training Academy dormitory, where he had lived for nearly a month. However, due to the influx of youth training residential players, there was no longer enough dormitory space available. Lu Xiao faced the prospect of moving out of the dormitory again. Unlike last time, this time the club took care of Lu Xiao's accommodation, finding him a high-end apartment about 5 kilometers away from the training base. Most of the apartments are occupied by faculty and staff from the nearby school, Theodore Hughes Schule. This happened to be the same school where Lu Xiao attended high school tutoring, making it convenient for him to catch up on his studies on non-training days and obtain his high school diploma sooner. Bayer Leverkusen indeed pays great attention to the humanistic care of its players. The dormitory rooms are all over 40 square meters with independent bathrooms and fully equipped with water heaters, microwaves, air conditioners, refrigerators, TVs, and other appliances. The club covers the water and electricity bills as well as rent, allowing Lu Xiao to comfortably live until he buys his own house. The apartment also features a professional front desk and security. Lu Xiao has become familiar with Uncle Hans, the security guard, over these days. Uncle Hans and his family have been die-hard Bayer Leverkusen fans for 4 generations, regulars in the South Stand and long-time season ticket holders. Uncle Hans is very enthusiastic about the new young players signed by the team. By the way, the DFB Pokal is in 4 days. You might have a chance to play. Really? Of course. Uncle Hans is very familiar with the club's habits. Typically, they may be conservative in league matches, but in the first round of the DFB Pokal, the opponents are from the 2. Bundesliga or 3. Liga, so they will definitely field a rotated squad. At that time, you will have at least a 90% chance of playing. How long specifically depends on the coach's arrangements. Lu Xiao's hopes were reignited. For days will pass quickly. Could his debut be so close? Lu Xiao still held a bit of concern. In the first round of the German Cup, Bayer Leverkusen faces off against SV Lippstadt at their home ground. "Lu, what kind of team did you say this is? A team from the German Regional Liga." "No way, are you kidding me?" Lu Xiao was speechless. It had been clearly stated in the tactical meeting a week ago. Based on the scouting reports, the coaching staff devised a simple tactical plan, briefly introducing the characteristics of each opponent player. Moreover, they conducted targeted drills on the training ground. SV Lippstadt is indeed a team from the German Regionalliga, but Bayer Leverkusen still needed to be prepared. After all, with no chance of contending for the league title, and even less hope in the Champions League, the German Cup was the only trophy they could strive for. Even in the first round, they had to perform well with a substitute lineup. Despite emphasizing this repeatedly, Julian Brandt seemed to take it lightly, letting it go in one ear and out the other. I fell asleep during the tactical meeting and didn't hear anything. It's just a team from the German Regional Liga. I could beat them with 1 foot. You think you can start with that attitude? It shows the head coach trusts me. I am the only core of Bayer Leverkusen's future. Julian Brandt exuded an inexplicable confidence. In today's match, both Lu Xiao and Julian were included in the squad. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao was still on the bench while Julian was in the starting lineup. 2 hours before the match, the starting lineups were announced. The names of SV Lippstadt were all unfamiliar and not worth mentioning. Bayer Leverkusen set up in a 4,231 formation. Goalkeeper no. 2 substitute goalkeeper Andreas Palop. Defenders Hilbert Kakuta, Luo Woolshide Stafilidis. Midfielders Emre Can, Hegeler Sidney Sam, Gonzalo Castro, Julian Brandt. Forward Swiss international Dirdiak. Overall, the entire defensive line was made up of substitutes. Only the attacking midfielder Gonzalo Castro and forward Dirdiak were starters. The intention was clear: to withstand the opponent's assault as much as possible, while two experienced attackers would seize opportunities to score and secure the match. It was a good plan, but execution faltered. Lu Xiao arrived at the bench from the changing room, and before he could even warm the seat, cheers erupted from the stands. Huh? What just happened? What's going on? The substitutes and the two coaches were all stunned. In less than 3 minutes from the start, the player from the Regional Liga was already celebrating in an embrace. The entire Bayer Leverkusen squad was filled with frustration, the goalkeeper lamenting in the net. Through the replay on the big screen, Lu Xiao finally saw the goal that had just been scored. It was a simple mistake. The opponent didn't execute any impressive combination play. What kind of coordination could a team from the Regional Liga have? A long ball was sent from the midfield directly into the penalty area, and out of nowhere a tall striker standing at 190 centimeters emerged, easily heading the ball into the net. Bayer Leverkusen is trailing against a team from the Regional Liga. What is the name of this team again? Lippstadt. The teammates have almost forgotten who their opponents are, but that is not important. What matters is that Leverkusen is behind. The Bundesliga team has been upset by the Regional Liga team. Next, the Regional Liga team does something very simple: defend in numbers. When a weaker team faces a stronger one, the optimal strategy is to focus on defense and counterattacks. As long as the opposing team does not possess the level of peak Barcelona, it is generally very difficult to break through a tightly packed defense. From the 3rd minute after the goal was scored until the 30th minute, Leverkusen had no good opportunities. With a possession rate of 75, they managed only one shot on target, spending the rest of the time passing the ball back and forth on the flanks. Lu Xiao was feeling anxious watching Julian Brandt. He has excellent skills and speed, adept at breaking through during counterattacks and creating threats using the space in the attacking area. Today the penalty area is crowded and Julian Brandt has no chance to break through. He can only mechanically receive the ball, turn back pass, receive again pass. From the perspective of the substitute bench, Lu Xiao could calmly analyze the situation. The best current strategy is to mindlessly send high balls into the area, but both central defenders of SV Lippstadt are tall and robust, firmly controlling aerial duels. Leverkusen has only one forward, Dirtiak, who cannot compete against two opponents. This leaves them completely at a loss. In Lu Xiao's view, only Messi on the field could solve this problem. They need a player who can break through single-handedly using individual skill to tear apart the defense. Lu Xiao was carefully analyzing the match when he was suddenly called by Coach Hippia. "Coach, you called for me." Lu Xiao thought an opportunity had come and was preparing to feel excited. "Go warm up, stretch every 15 minutes. Okay." To avoid unexpected situations, substitute players regularly warm up. Lu Xiao could only jog along the sidelines with the others stretching his legs. European football stadiums are generally professional, with the front row of stands closely touching the green grass, without a track in between. Thus Lu Xiao could clearly hear the discussions of the fans in the front row. What is this? Why is it so difficult to play against a Regional Liga team? There's no choice, it's all substitutes. Substitutes shouldn't perform like this. Is there truly no one available from the first team? At least from what we can see now, we only have a makeshift starting lineup and the bench is too thin. Struggling against a Regional Liga team is unreasonable. It is unreasonable. Lu Xiao watched the match from the sidelines, already simulating many scenarios in his mind. Using the full-level ball control skill from the Nagisiru template, he could at least find more than 3 shooting opportunities. Unfortunately, being 16 years old has become the biggest obstacle. Unless in a desperate situation, the coach is unlikely to substitute him in. However, in the 71st minute of the second half, something amusing happened. The score displayed on the scoreboard is quite ironic. Bayer Leverkusen 0-2 Lippstadt. The opponent's ironclad defense leaves Leverkusen helpless. Instead, they manage to penetrate Leverkusen's defense with a quick counterattack after just 2 passes. Faced with a 2-on-1 situation, the goalkeeper is left with no choice. The Regional Liga team has breached the goal, leading Leverkusen by 2 goals. The victory is secured. In Bayer Leverkusen's home ground, the Bay Arena, the 3-0 fans in the stands are now dead silent. Only the 100 away fans are cheering, wildly happier than Christmas. The Regional Liga team has pulled off an upset, defeating a Bundesliga team, giving them bragging rights for a year. Even the journalists in the press box are typing furiously on their laptops, already drafting post-match headlines. The Giant Slayer arrives. Lippstadt's 2 heavy punches crush Bayer Bundesliga powerhouse, shocking upset in the DFB Pokal. Leverkusen swept away by Regional Liga team, humiliated in the first round. Bad news, Leverkusen has less than 20 minutes left. Good news, since no one expected much from Leverkusen, it is not like Bayern being upset. Leverkusen's goal each season is to compete for a top 4 finish, which aligns with the team's identity. The greatest significance is merely to serve as a backdrop for Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund's championship battles. Besides their own fans who would pay attention to a marginal team, Lu Xiao feels that the teammates on the substitute bench are indifferent, even laughing and chatting. The players on the field seemed to lack a belief in victory, treating the starting opportunity merely as a job, completely slacking off. How can it be like this? Lu Xiao is very perplexed. If I could get a chance to play, I would definitely. Lu, come here for a moment. Hippia's call interrupts Lu Xiao, and he quickly runs over. Coach, change your clothes, get ready to come in. Really? Lu Xiao thinks he misheard. He really has a chance. No nonsense, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up. Hippia jokingly scolds, and Lu Xiao almost drops his jaw in surprise. Lu Xiao quickly pulls off his jacket and swiftly removes his training pants, performing a 1-second outfit change. Coach, I'm ready. All right. Hippia chuckles. The coaching staff communicates with the fourth official, while Lu Xiao completes his pre-substitution checks, confirming his name and identity, ensuring eligibility to play, checking for any prohibited jewelry. Everything is ready, and Lu Xiao is already eagerly waiting at the sidelines, just waiting for the dead ball on the field the moment the fourth official raises the substitution board. Number 27, Gonzalo Castro off. Number 39, Lu Xiao on. Substitution in progress. Yardi German Television, Channel 1, Sport 1. Bayer Leverkusen was playing against a third-division team, normally not broadcast-worthy. Yet with no other matches scheduled at that time, the broadcaster opted for live coverage. Unsurprisingly, viewership was low. Only Leverkusen's most devoted fans tuned in. Commentator Mehmet Scholl, a former German international, now works as a pundit after retirement. It seems Leverkusen is concealing something in this first-round DFB Pokal match, saving their trump cards for later. Against a third-division side, they're deliberately underperforming to mislead Bundesliga rivals. Oh, my apologies. They won't get the chance. With this loss, they might as well begin preparing for next season's cup. Wait, Leverkusen hasn't given up yet. They've finally made a substitution, sending on a secret weapon from the bench, 16-year-old Lu Xiao. He may yet turn the tide. Scholl burst into laughter at his own remark. This match is utterly absurd. I'll be frank with you, dear viewers. Leverkusen fans, please look away. Your composure may shatter. Let me ask plainly, does Leverkusen's current squad possess title-contending strength? Can they reach the Champions League quarterfinals? No. Bold prediction, even securing fourth place will prove arduous this season. Their midfield and defense are formidable, but what of their attack? There's no one. In their entire rotation, they field only one backup striker, and he's 16 years old. It defies reason. If they still harbor hopes of finishing fourth, they'd best sign a proven striker before the transfer window closes. Right? Play is temporarily halted. The fourth official has raised the board. Off comes number 27, Gonzalo Castro, the starting attacking midfielder. On comes our 16-year-old sensation Lu Xiao, a Belgian-Chinese player. He has just broken the DFB Pokal record for youngest appearance, 16 years and 75 days. Go on, young man, savor the moment. Gonzalo Castro had labored for over 70 minutes, frustrated, uninvolved, opportunities scarce. Spotting Lu Xiao warming up, he already knew. The coaching staff had abandoned the cup. This was merely a baptism by fire, a chance for the boy to absorb the atmosphere. As Castro exchanged a light high-five with the exuberant Lu Xiao, the teenager transformed into a whirlwind, dashing past him toward the pitch. What boundless energy youth possesses, Castro murmured wryly. Template now, Saishiro's fusion rate 51, skill perfect, ball control, rage gauge 0, it moved. The instant Lu Xiao's foot crossed the touchline, his fusion rate rose by 1. A modest gain, yet undeniably auspicious. To the opposition, a 16-year-old was negligible, a mere afterthought. Their crude attack culminated in a careless shot easily gathered by the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper Andres Palop intended a routine long kick to relieve pressure, then paused. Hey! An Asian lad stood near the center circle, gesturing eagerly toward him. Truly, youth knows no fear. With a 0-2 deficit already humiliating enough, how much worse could it? Palop switched to a powerful throw, launching the ball toward the center circle. Here it comes. Lu Xiao adjusted his stride with rapid, precise steps. Just as he settled into position, the opponent's hulking defensive midfielder charged forward. No warning, no hesitation, clearly targeting his slender frame. Leverkusen, throw-in. Ah, there goes the ball. Scholl had foreseen the outcome. A 16-year-old simply couldn't withstand the brute force collision of a seasoned African midfield enforcer. Spectators in the stands sighed in despair. What could a 16-year-old possibly achieve? With 15 minutes remaining, perhaps it was best to let this farce conclude swiftly. Yet precisely when all hope had vanished, Lu Xiao remained unshaken, poised, and utterly focused. Now Saishiro template fusion rate 51, its passive ability unwavering calm. Lu Xiao instantly anticipated the impact, stepping forward one stride, gently lifting his chest to absorb and redirect the ball's momentum. At the very instant the defender lunged, Lu Xiao flicked the ball upward with his toe, spinning fluidly aside as the ball arced gracefully over both players' heads, landing perfectly at his feet. Already turned, he surged forward, dribbling straight into the opponent's half. Wait, what a... This pass, exquisite. Scholl slammed his desk in astonishment. Lu Xiao's instinctive, elegant control had electrified the match, his sole moment of brilliance in an otherwise dismal contest. Leverkusen launches a counterattack. Lu, can he seize it? In a heartbeat, Lu Xiao had breached the halfway line. Only then did the opposition react, two midfielders converging from left and right. Fuck. Lu, hold on. Julian Brandt, the left winger, hadn't expected the breakthrough. He'd launched a fraction. Now, gritting his teeth, he accelerated along the flank, racing full throttle toward the final third to support Lu Xiao. Only two Leverkusen attackers were involved. Few teammates scrambled belatedly. The pitch erupted in sudden volatile energy. Lu, still dribbling, double-teamed. He's about to be tackled. The opponent's robust white midfielder lunged recklessly, his sliding challenge imminent. One misstep would send Lu Xiao sprawling. Even compassionate fans averted their eyes. Yet the fearless novice, undaunted, boldly trapped the ball between his feet. OHHH, the rainbow flick. My God, he's done it. Leapt cleanly over the tackle. Retained possession, magnificent. Through ball to the left. Leverkusen's counterattack persists. Having executed the rainbow flick, Lu Xiao broke free once more. Then, sensing pressure closing in from the right, swiftly shifted the ball to the left flank. Julian Brandt found himself unimpeded. Brilliant pass, Lu. The blonde youth beamed, accelerating onto the ball, bursting inward with explosive pace toward the penalty area. He overwhelmed the opponent's right back with sheer speed. The Bay Arena erupted, roaring cheers and thunderous applause. Yet Brandt, carried away by elation, over-dribbled, losing marginal control. As the central defender rushed to intercept, Brandt hissed shit. His face contorted. He poured every ounce of will into a final sprint, barely nudging the ball past the defender's outstretched leg. But the center-back had sealed the inside lane. He had no path forward except down the line. This ball. Julian Brandt mishandles it. He's still driving toward the goal line. Scholl shook his head, resigned. No teammate awaited in the box. The towering striker Deli Djokovic remained miles away. Opponents swarmed him, tight, suffocating, inescapable. His sole outlet was 16-year-old Lu Xiao. Yet at 181 centimeters, Lu stood dwarfed amid defenders averaging over 190 centimeters. This lightning-fast break had collapsed into a dead end. The optimal choice was clear, slow play, shield the ball, wait for reinforcements, reset into a structured attack. A pity, the waste of Lu Xiao's dazzling run. Damn it. Brandt cursed himself. Overexcitement had squandered opportunity. Now he was cornered, trapped. Out of the corner of his eye, only Lu Xiao angled toward the far post. Enough. I'm passing. Blame falls elsewhere. How you handle it is your affair. Brandt committed. His left foot curled the ball into a graceful arc toward the far post. That idiot. Head coach Tsubasa slapped his thigh in fury. A golden chance, utterly wasted. Who on earth is he? 90% probability the ball sails wide. No one. Wait, what? Tsubasa assumed the cross was lost, until he watched stunned as Lu Xiao sprinted toward the far post outside the 6-yard box. The boy leapt, midair, and with his outer instep arrested the ball's momentum with impossible precision. Unmoglich. Impossible. Coach Tsubasa, opponents, everyone, froze in collective disbelief. Lu Xiao had performed the improbable, halting the ball without letting it cross the line. Yet what next? A near 0-degree angle. Defenders clogged the inside. At best a safe return pass. Regroup, restart. Rage gauge 65. Watching the defender shift his weight, preparing to rush back and cover his teammate, Lu Xiao glanced at his rage gauge. Not yet full, but sufficient for a shot. Before the stadium's stunned silence, Lu Xiao landed, spun, impossibly, lifted his left foot, and struck. A volley from 0 degrees. A streak of light. Gone, rocketing into the upper corner. Unbelievable. Lu Xiao. When all seemed lost, the 16-year-old substitute emerged from the shadows, scoring his first professional goal on debut. A 0-degree midair volley, pulling Leverkusen back into contention. The match reignites with new suspense. Bayer Leverkusen, Bay Arena. The team was trailing 0-2 against a semi-professional team, and the fans in the stands felt quite embarrassed. With over 3,000 spectators in the stands, the 100 away fans cheered madly, while the rest of the area was eerily silent. Eventually, some Leverkusen fans began to shake their heads and sigh, preparing to leave. Had the first team starters been on the field, their fighting spirit would have made a 0-2 deficit feel far from hopeless. As long as they wanted to fight, they could make a comeback by scoring 3 goals in the last 10 minutes. Unfortunately, the young substitutes on the field clearly lacked match experience. After falling behind, their movements became clumsy, and they similarly lacked the determination to win. Some were weak in their legs, terrified and giving up, while others had red eyes, ignoring their teammates who were struggling with the ball. The latter was typified by Julian Brandt. He was one of the few players on the field with a fighting spirit, actively seeking ways to attack despite the score. Unfortunately, his teammates looked dazed, and no one was cooperating with him. That changed when Lu Xiao came on the field. In the very first minute after his arrival, Lu Xiao teamed up with Julian Brandt to launch a counterattack. Julian Brandt passed the ball feeling he had overhit it and was quite apologetic. But Lu Xiao was truly brave. He actually scored. The fans who were about to leave the stands were stunned. They turned around in shock, witnessing a jaw-dropping moment. After 75 minutes of tension at Bay Arena, the pent-up frustration transformed into waves of cheers. Hope was rekindled. The 16-year-old Chinese youth Lu Xiao was undoubtedly the savior that 3-0 fans had been longing for. The spectators who hadn't left rushed back to their seats, filled with anticipation to continue watching the match. Alter. Das war krass. Dude. That was insane. Wow. That was so intense. OMG. Krass. Awesome. Awesome. After the goal, Lu Xiao was surrounded by teammates who celebrated with ecstatic shouts in his ears. Originally, Lu Xiao had designed a celebration routine and even envisioned several different options. There were passionate slides on his knees, elegant flips, and even imitations of Cristiano Ronaldo's overly common celebration. Those who have scored in professional matches know that when scoring the first goal of one's career, the brain goes completely blank, and all one can do is run and shout in excitement, celebrating in the most primitive way. Those meticulously planned celebration routines are often executed by experienced players who are quite adept at it. Halfway through the celebration, Lu Xiao suddenly realized one thing. Guys, we are behind, but what are we celebrating for? Oh right, let's kick off quickly, we need to hurry. We don't have much time. Having been delayed like this, it was almost the 77th minute and Leverkusen had little time left. Julian Brandt hurried into the goal, retrieved the ball, and walked briskly to the center circle. Once the opponents returned to their positions, the game finally resumed. The emerald grass was his true stage. In time flowed steadily. The Leverkusen July passed swiftly. For a moment, Bayer Leverkusen found themselves unable to break through, as if the entire match repeated itself, with Leverkusen players passing the ball around the perimeter unable to penetrate. Julian Brandt was feeling frustrated. Whenever he received the ball, at least 2 defenders would surround him. I'm not Messi, come on. Damn it. On the surface he seemed fierce, but Julian did not dare to act recklessly. The opportunities for attack were already limited, and any waste on his part could end it all. He could only calmly pass back and regroup the attack. During this time, Lu Xiao lingered around the edge of the penalty area, collaborating with Dele Alli to create movement opportunities. However, his teammates were not familiar with him, and very few passed him the ball immediately. Over here. After running to a good position, Lu Xiao anxiously glanced at the time. It was already the 84th minute. He had to do something. Anger level 79, this was Lu Xiao's first time raising his hand for the ball in the entire match. The person controlling the ball was the substitute defensive midfielder Emre Can. To be fair, Emre Can had been Lu Xiao's teammate. Just a few months prior, Lu Xiao was only 15 years old and played in the U16 team. Emre Can was 18, playing in the U21 team. They had only met a few times, merely nodding acquaintances. Lu Xiao's arrival at Bayer Leverkusen surprised Emre Can. Later, the young boy's outstanding performance finally made people understand why he remained in the first team. Lu Xiao raised his hand for the ball, but Emre Can instinctively did not pass it to him. But who else could he pass it to? At least Lu Xiao had skills and intelligence. What if? Damn it, it's up to you now. Asian kid. Emre Can attempted a lofted pass towards the top of the arc, but the best opportunity had already been missed. The 2 opposing players had already closed in surrounding Lu Xiao. Sorry, I messed up. Emre Can stuck out his tongue, realizing he had presented Lu Xiao with a difficult situation. It was his own fault. He should have trusted his teammate more. As the ball was passed, Lu Xiao found himself surrounded by 2 muscular defenders with even more players closing in. This ball. His teammates also shook their heads, secretly cursing Emre Can for not passing earlier. What a pity. Lu just found a great position, but Emre Can didn't pass it right away. Sport 1 commentator Scholl lamented, and his eyes widened again. Hey, this ball. The soccer ball bounced toward Lu Xiao, but he was blocked from turning by a strong center back. Another player was planning to intercept from the front, waiting for Lu Xiao to control the ball. Surprisingly, Lu Xiao had no intention of controlling the ball hidden. The full-level control provided by the template of Nagi Saishiro filled him with a moment of inspiration. The ball zipped past quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Xiao slightly let the ball go, causing the defender to hesitate momentarily. Now's the time. Just as the ball was about to pass, Lu Xiao extended his right foot to flick the ball with his heel, changing its direction. The defender behind had already shifted his weight, perfectly caught off guard. Lu Xiao successfully turned around from the other side. He split the ball from the defender. Wow. So cool. Huh. He can do that. The effortless dribbling left the fans in the stands in awe. Amidst the cheers, Lu Xiao had already crossed the penalty area, lifting his foot for a feigned shot before getting past another defender. He faced the goalkeeper. Lu. He scores. It's him again. Can he be a hero? The entire Bayer Leverkusen team collaborated as Dele Alli made a diagonal run to draw away the last center back, leaving Lu Xiao with a perfect shooting space. In front of more than 3,000 spectators' anticipation under the gaze of his teammates, Lu Xiao lifted his right foot. The amateur league is just that the goalkeeper's positioning is too poor. Bang! He aimed for the corner from the penalty spot. A powerful shot rocketed into the net. Bayer Leverkusen equalizes the score. What a powerful strike. Substitute hero Lu Xiao scores twice in his debut, rescuing the team from the brink of disaster. As for how this situation arose, let's not ask for now. The Bayer arena is practically shaking and the camera is trembling. Trailing by 2 goals, they managed to score 2 in the final moments, regaining all their momentum. The roar of the fans in the stands reaches the heavens. Viewers in front of the television are equally exhilarated. A cup match against a lower-tier team can be this thrilling. It's quite something. The director is replaying Lu Xiao's brilliant goal in slow motion, showing how he executed a clever scorpion kick at the edge of the penalty area, skillfully dancing past 2 defenders before blasting the ball into the net. With his flamboyant and graceful moves combined with Lu Xiao's Eastern charm and handsome looks, he utterly captivates the female fans in front of the television. Just as the camera switches angles for the replay, it suddenly cuts back to the field. Bayer Leverkusen players are celebrating together for the 3rd time. Huh, what's going on? Wait a minute. Fans in front of the television are bewildered, having missed the on-field situation. The scoreboard clearly shows 32. Has Bayer Leverkusen turned the game around? 2 goals in just 12 hours. Rewind in time before the first round of the German Cup. Late at night, Lu Xiao was quite excited to be selected for the roster, rarely experiencing insomnia. According to team discipline, all players on the pre-match roster must stay in the same accommodation and be managed uniformly. Even at Bayer Leverkusen's home ground, the club booked a 5-star hotel. The two shared a standard room, with coaches checking in at night to prevent any sneaky trips to nightclubs. Lu Xiao's roommate was undoubtedly Julian Brandt. Brandt was sleeping soundly, occasionally snoring. Lu Xiao, annoyed by the noise, simply lay there playing on his phone. Originally, he was browsing Kicker, Germany's largest football forum similar to domestic communities like Tiebahupu and Dubon. Fans of various Bundesliga teams were engaging in banter, roasting each other daily. Lu Xiao registered an anonymous account to enjoy the gossip, and unexpectedly received an iMessage. Lu, how have you been? Are you adapting to Leverkusen? Kevin De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne, his good friend from the time in Genk, Belgium. The two were neighbors, with De Bruyne 6 years older than Lu Xiao, having played together since childhood. De Bruyne joined the Genk club, and Lu Xiao followed suit. Unfortunately, while Lu Xiao remained in the youth training team, De Bruyne had already been promoted to the first team and became a key player. They never got to play side by side until De Bruyne left Genk. For some reason, Lu Xiao had a premonition. De Bruyne would undoubtedly become a world-class midfielder in the future. Later, De Bruyne was signed by Chelsea and moved to England. Chelsea, with the aura of Champions League champions, seemed to be a good home for his good friend, and Lu Xiao felt it. Little did he know De Bruyne was not happy at Chelsea, having just joined only to be loaned out to Bundesliga side Werder Bremen. This year he was supposed to return to Chelsea and secure a place in the starting lineup. The new coach returning to Chelsea, the special one Mourinho, publicly stated that De Bruyne was not part of his plans. Since the start of the Premier League, Kevin De Bruyne was destined to sit on the bench. The frustrated De Bruyne was also suffering from insomnia, wanting to vent to his brother. I think I might get to play tomorrow. That's great. How about you? Still unable to take the field. No chance, the coach hates me. De Bruyne sighed deeply. Mourinho constantly criticized him, saying he was frail, lacking physical advantages, had average shooting skills, poor defense, decent passing, and insufficient speed and dribbling to survive in the Premier League. De Bruyne had long lost his confidence. Kevin, I told you you are the second best midfielder in the world. Thanks, but who is the first? Of course it's me. You punk, you're clearly a forward. Why compete with me? I can play midfield too. With Lu Xiao's playful interjection, De Bruyne's mood lifted considerably. He was 6 years older than Lu Xiao, yet they felt like peers, brothers of the same family. Lu Xiao joined Bayer's first team at 16. He was so optimistic and hardworking. He, as the older brother, couldn't fall behind. Thanks, Lu. I really want to play a match with you someday. Sure, I'll crush you when we meet. Fuck off. Are you trying to show off? After exchanging a few barbs, De Bruyne put down his phone, feeling much better. After chatting with his brother, Lu Xiao started to feel a bit sleepy and drifted off. Now, at the Bay Arena, Lu Xiao was so excited after scoring his first 2 goals that he didn't have time to celebrate. For the 3rd goal, he finally thought of a celebration. But unfortunately, his shot was too straight and was saved by the opposing goalkeeper, who fumbled it. Swiss international Dirtiak rushed in and scored on the rebound. While the celebration I just thought of will have to wait for next time. In stoppage time, Leverkusen turned the game around to 32. Let's take a look at the slow-motion replay to see how the goal was scored. The viewers in front of the television were eager to find out how the ball went in. It turned out that the regional Liga team Lipstad was stunned as Leverkusen scored 2 quick goals, greatly demoralizing their opponents. According to the German Cup rules, a single match determines the winner with extra time if tied after 90 minutes and penalties if tied after extra time. The regional Liga team's physical fitness and experience were relatively weak, so they were definitely going to struggle in extra time. Thus the Lipstad players appeared anxious, preparing for a quick counterattack right after conceding. Unexpectedly, their passing intent was too obvious, easily intercepted by Emre Can. Emre Can looked up and saw someone sprinting ahead. With the success of the first 2 goals, Emre Can had infinite trust in Lu Xiao. It's up to you. Bang! A long pass from the back mindlessly aimed at Lu Xiao. The strong black defensive midfielder from Lipstad closely followed, attempting to use his muscle power to collide with Lu Xiao. Just as the opponent was about to slam into Lu Xiao, he suddenly stopped, turned, and controlled the ball with his chest. What? The black midfielder quickly rushed in, but Lu Xiao had already lifted the ball with his ankle and flicked it outward. You think you can stop me? The opponent thought Lu Xiao was planning to break through to the right, and hurriedly followed. In an instant, the opponent was dazzled as Lu Xiao's feet danced nimbly, completing a breakthrough to the left. A flick in the air. This seamless control and dribble caught everyone by surprise. At the edge of the penalty area, Lu Xiao found himself unmarked. Anger level 88. Unfortunately, he had been on the pitch for too short a time to accumulate 100 anger and unleash his template's level peak power. Given the circumstances, Lu Xiao had no choice but to attempt a long-range shot. The training and sweat of these past few years were not for nothing. Ultimate move. A regular long-range shot. Bang. The ball quality was decent heading toward the goal, but the angle was slightly too straight, and it was blocked by the goalkeeper. The audience knew what happened next. Dirty Ox scored on the rebound, and Leverkusen secured a thrilling last-minute victory. The Lipstad players were almost kneeling on the ground. After the goal, everyone collapsed. Why? We worked so hard. Why couldn't we defeat Leverkusen? The hero who turned the tide, the savior of the Bay Arena, Lu Xiao, looked down at the fallen opponents, feeling no pity, only an obsession with victory and advancement. Assuming it would be difficult for him to take the field in the league. Leverkusen was facing a 3-front battle: Bundesliga, Champions League, and German Cup. He was most likely to gain more opportunities in the German Cup. Thus, the further Leverkusen advanced in the German Cup, the more chances Lu Xiao would have to play. Sorry, I have to win this match. Lu, can we have an interview? Lu, could you come over here? Thank you. After the match, Lu Xiao was utterly exhausted. Even though he only played for 15 minutes, the high-intensity competition drained his energy. Carrying the team was no small feat. He followed the team to express gratitude to the fans, raising his hands to thank the more than 3,000 spectators enjoying their cheers and applause. He wanted to quickly return to the locker room for a shower and some rest. However, he was surrounded by the media, drenched in sweat. Me? Yes, Lu, you are today's player of the match and need to do a quick interview. All right. Guided by the staff, Lu Xiao approached a backdrop plastered with advertisements. The camera lenses completely surrounded him. Microphones of all sizes were almost shoved into his mouth. Lu, today marks your professional debut. As the youngest player in the history of the German Cup, what are your thoughts? How did you feel coming onto the pitch when the team was down by 2 goals to a regional Liga team? The journalist, worried Lu Xiao wouldn't understand German, instinctively asked in English. However, Lu Xiao surprised the journalists present with his fluent North Rhine accent German. I didn't feel much. I just wanted to help the team win. The coach needed me, so I just focused on playing. A formulaic response that lacked any excitement. The journalists couldn't help but feel mischievous. You came on after the team was trailing by 2 goals to a regional Liga team. After your appearance, the team scored 3 goals to complete the comeback. You also scored twice and orchestrated 1 threatening attack. How do you evaluate your performance and that of your teammates? The journalists were waiting for the 16-year-old to speak candidly, hoping he would say something negative about his teammates, which would certainly lead to a journalism lesson. Surprisingly, Lu Xiao didn't give them the chance. My teammates performed excellently, showing tremendous resilience. In the final stages, I collaborated with my teammates to score and secured the victory. This victory wouldn't have been possible without every teammate and the coach's outstanding decisions and reactions. We were fortunate to achieve this. Next, it was the journalists who felt awkward. You're just a 16-year-old kid, do you really have to be this articulate? Lu Xiao merely smiled, slightly remaining calm. In the end, the journalists asked him a few generic questions, and the Football Association awarded Lu Xiao his first MVP trophy. Even playing as a substitute for 15 minutes, he still earned a perfect score. In Germany, the standard is a score of 5 for the worst and 1 for the best. Lu Xiao's debut left a stunning impression on the media, fans, coaching staff, and teammates in an unexpected manner. While this trophy is quite heavy, Lu Xiao looked down at the German Cup MVP trophy. A silver and gold metallic plate the size of an iPad mini with a silver base, feeling cold and heavy to the touch. Come on, smile for the camera. Click. Lu Xiao's professional debut was immortalized in this MVP commemorative photo. No one would have expected that the sunny, youthful boy smiling in the photo would stir up such a storm in the upcoming cheering, screaming, whistling, and thunderous applause. The spotlight shines above, all eyes in the venue are focused on me. On the green field, Lu Xiao is surrounded by cameras. Golden light splashes around blurred teammates are celebrating wildly, and Lu Xiao is lifted and thrown into the air by them. Lu Xiao, Lu Xiao, Lu Xiao. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. The sensation of becoming a superstar. Suddenly a harsh sound interrupts the dream. Drowsily opening my eyes, I find myself in a dim bedroom. Groggily, Lu Xiao reaches for the bedside table, picks up his phone, and squints to see. 2013. 08. 21 Wed 600 am. Time to get up and train. The dream hasn't faded yet, there's still a lingering excitement. Lu Xiao's brain is booting up, and for a moment he still thinks it's all a dream. He is not an ordinary person, but a professional player. No way. Lu Xiao quickly wakes up, realizing he is indeed a professional player. Sitting up and looking at the bedside table, last night's German Cup MVP medal is still there. Grabbing at the cool heavy medal brings Lu Xiao back to reality. It's not a dream. It's real. Although he is still far from being a world-class superstar, at least he has a good start. In his professional debut, coming off the bench for 15 minutes to earn MVP, contributing 2 goals and 1 key assist, he performed brilliantly. After the game, teammates and coaches praised him, and the sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. The more Lu Xiao thought about it, the more excited he became. Like a carp leaping out of the water, he sprang up with energy and went to wash up. As he stepped outside, he ran into Uncle Hans, the apartment security guard. "Good morning, Mr. Hans." "Lu, you're out so early, shouldn't you have a day off?" "I want to go to the training facility gym for a workout." All right, you're so diligent, you'll definitely start soon. You were amazing yesterday, we won thanks to you." The rotation squad that won the German Cup yesterday has a day off today, while the other players not on the roster continue training to prepare for this weekend's Bundesliga Round 3. Lu Xiao plans to hit the training facility gym early and catch up on classes in the afternoon. The content of German high school is relatively simple. Lu Xiao can glance at the textbooks and casually solve exercises, making exams a breeze. If Lu Xiao weren't playing football, he might have gone on to attend a world-renowned university and contribute to academia. Later, he could return home with innovative research results to start a business, helping his country and becoming a young entrepreneur, reported by the media. However, compared to that, Lu Xiao prefers playing football. Football is his life. Riding his bike to the training facility, Lu Xiao grabbed a simple breakfast in the club cafeteria. After eating, he bumped into head coach Sasha Lewandowski at the cafeteria entrance. "Lu, aren't you on break today?" "Coach, I want to work out in the gym. I'm used to exercising every morning." "Oh, okay." Sasha didn't say much more. Lu Xiao nodded and turned to leave. "Wait a minute. Coach, well, you played quite well yesterday. Keep it up." "I will." Lu Xiao headed for the gym, while Sasha Lewandowski observed him thoughtfully for a moment. Turning around, he found Coach Hypatia looking at him with a smirk. "What are you laughing at? If you want to care about the players, just say it directly. No need to be so awkward about it." "Who's being awkward? I just don't want him to get too proud." All right, you're the head coach." Hypatia smiled. Sasha is clearly at Sundara. He previously criticized Lu Xiao for being weak, and for being young, and for being an Asian player. Yesterday, Lu Xiao descended like a deity to save the team. Sasha was obviously delighted, bragging to everyone about their talented young player. Yet in front of Lu Xiao, he couldn't bring himself to praise him. Hypatia quietly mocked the tough coach. "By the way, based on Lu's performance, he might become our solution." Bayer Leverkusen hasn't made many signings this season, especially in the forward line, where they are shorthanded. They originally wanted to buy Lu Chengyu, but ultimately couldn't finalize the deal. Kiesling and Dirtiak as their main strikers are obviously not enough. Including Sun Heung-min, they barely have 3 forwards. For now, it's sufficient for rotation, but over time problems will inevitably arise. Moreover, Dirtiak and Kiesling are both poacher-type forwards, and their positions conflict. Sun Heung-min occasionally plays as a shadow striker, but he always drifts to the wings to break through. It always feels like they are missing someone in the number 10 position to link play and assist in finishing. Lu Xiao's excellent performance yesterday garnered widespread praise from the media and fans, and he can definitely be given more opportunities in the league to help relieve the attacking pressure on the team. "I think so too." Head coach Sasha pondered. He proved his ball handling ability on the field yesterday and is very adept at seizing opportunities. However, the intensity of the league is certainly greater than that of the cup. We don't need to rush. This kid needs to progress gradually. Sasha Lewandowski's considerations are reasonable. Young players' mentalities can be easily influenced. If they are rashly placed in important matches and don't perform well, it might damage their confidence and lead to collapse. Sasha doesn't dislike Lu Xiao, he just hopes he can grow smoothly. Huff huff. Come on, push a little. On the treadmill, Lu Xiao is sweating profusely, sprinting madly. He is working out according to the maximum training volume set by the fitness coach, pushing himself to the limit. Looking down at the system, Lu Xiao's evaluation is still the most ordinary level player. Player Lu Xiao, age 16, physical 18,175 kilograms, template 1, Igisasiros fusion value 51. Skills maximum level ball control template 2, unlock template 3, unlock player overall rating C, rage value 0. The 51 soul fusion value may be completed by the end of this season. With the initial template, at 100 fusion Lu Xiao should be able to draw new templates. As long as he continues to draw templates, Lu Xiao can become the undisputed king of hexagonal football. He knows that the abilities brought by the external system are all illusory. Only by strengthening through hard training can he be truly powerful. Only by strengthening through training can he be truly strong. If it were other players of Lu Xiao's age, they would have long gone out to clubs to enjoy life after becoming famous, knowing how to party and flirt at a young age. Hugging world-class models and driving convertible supercars, that's what professional stars do. Players like Lu Xiao who are focused on training and self-discipline are quite rare. He doesn't want to follow the path of stars like Ronaldinho, Adriano, or Pato, who became obsessed with nightlife and ultimately lost their form, fading into obscurity like a meteor across the football sky. Lu Xiao wants to become a shining sun, forever suspended in the sky, always standing at the pinnacle of European football. Just like Messi and Ronaldo, he wants to be forever known as the brightest, peerless duo in world football. No, he wants to surpass them. With this thought, Lu Xiao increases his speed and sprints madly on the treadmill. His teammates who walked into the gym notice Lu Xiao, and they are all taken aback. He should be off today. The young man is really hardworking. But he looks really fired up. Oh, I wonder what he's fired up about. Finishing his daily workout in the morning, Lu Xiao rides his bike to school with satisfaction. Passing by a newsstand, Lu Xiao suddenly hits the brakes and stops. In the open newspapers at the newsstand, he accidentally catches a glimpse of his own photo. He has unexpectedly appeared on the front page of the sports section of Bild. This is the largest circulating newspaper in Germany. Lu Xiao quickly gets off his bike and approaches the newsstand, grabbing a copy of the paper. The photographer captured a stunning shot. It just so happens to be the moment of his first goal, the stunning 0-degree angle volley from the baseline. 16-year-old Chinese rising star scores in debut-breaking German Cup history. A stunning double to secure the comeback. In yesterday's first round of the German Cup, Bayer Leverkusen almost got overturned by a third-division team. Facing a 0-2 deficit, the young Chinese player Lu Xiao came off the bench, setting the record for the youngest player to appear in the German Cup, 16 years and 75 days. In just 1 minute on the field, Lu Xiao's 0-degree angle volley helped the team pull one back, restoring hope. The second goal was an excellent showcase of his individual ability, confidently taking the ball in the box, maneuvering through the enemy ranks, and scoring a double. Before the match ended, it was Lu Xiao's breakthrough shot that provided the team with a chance for a last-minute goal. Thanks to Lu's performance, Bayer Leverkusen advanced to the next round of the German Cup without much trouble. Bayer Leverkusen's head coach Sasha stated that Lu Xiao directly changed the game and is a naturally big heart. It is reported that after the match, Bayer Leverkusen's official statistics showed a surge in sales of the number 39 jersey. Lu Xiao quietly reads the reports about himself, interrupted by the newsstand owner. "Hey, this is Bild's weekend edition, €2. If you're not buying, I'll buy it." Lu Xiao happily takes out a €2 coin and tosses it on the newsstand, taking the newspaper and leaving. The newsstand owner mutters a complaint, just about to take back the coin, when he sees the photo on the front page of Bild. "Wait, is that the kid, eh? He's actually Lu?" The newsstand owner regrets not asking Lu Xiao for an autograph. He has a premonition that this kid's signature will definitely be worth a lot in the future. In the third round of the Bundesliga, Bayer Leverkusen faced Borussia Mönchengladbach. Lu Xiao still had not been given the chance to play, not even making it to the squad. He could understand that he had just participated in the DFB Pokal 4 days ago, so it was unlikely for him to have a midweek match. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao hoped he could play and that the coach would notice him. From the stands, Lu Xiao grew increasingly anxious. "Oh no, what kind of kicking is that? That ball!" The surrounding fans sighed in unison. At the Bay Arena, Bayer Leverkusen was temporarily trailing 0-1 to Borussia Mönchengladbach. In this match, the forward partnership was Son Heung-min and Kiesling. The opponent, Mönchengladbach, employed a defensive counterattack, and the dense presence of players in the penalty area prevented Son Heung-min from showcasing his abilities. He was better suited for counterattacks, utilizing his speed and explosiveness to break through opponents and advance the ball rapidly. Whether passing or shooting, he was adept at finding opportunities. However, in a positional battle, Son Heung-min was not an organizer like Iniesta or Xavi, nor was he a player with strong static breakthrough abilities like Messi. Son Heung-min was quite lost in controlling the ball in front of the penalty area, lacking space to break through, and could only pass back and forth with his teammates. Despite Leverkusen holding a 70 possession rate, they managed only 3 shots with none on target. In contrast, Mönchengladbach's quick counterattacks were sharp, resulting in a goal from just 1 shot in the first half, putting them ahead by a goal. The second half did not see much improvement, and the team still struggled to break through. Ultimately, with the only goal of the match, the away team, Mönchengladbach, handed Leverkusen their first defeat of the season. Lu Xiao wished he could jump in and play himself, as he felt he could handle many of the opportunities he saw, making delicate stops and attempting to break through 1 or 2 defenders before decisively shooting. If he were on the field, perhaps he could have leveled the score. If the team continued to lose like this, Lu Xiao would really have to recommend himself. The next day, despite the loss, the team did not have a day off and Bayer Leverkusen trained as usual. Lu Xiao sensed that the atmosphere in the locker room was relatively somber. As he prepared to change into training gear before heading to the training ground, a commotion suddenly broke out in the locker room. Hey you idiot. Who are you talking about? I'm talking about you yellow-skinned monkey. Fuck, say that again. What? You played so poorly yesterday and still aren't convinced. I fucking... Sun Heungmin's face turned red with anger. The one insulting him was the 194 centimeters tall Vestergaard, a local German center-back and former Nuremberg defensive mainstay. His towering physique made Sun Heungmin appear frail in comparison. This white man had a hint of racial prejudice in him. After the loss yesterday, he had criticized and complained about Sun Heungmin, claiming he wasted opportunities in the front. Indeed, Sun Heungmin believed he did not perform well yesterday. He was better at breaking through when he had space with the ball and had strong 1v1 explosive capabilities with balanced shooting from both feet. However, facing a dense defense, Sun Heungmin felt he was the weak link, performing inefficiently. His crossing ability was also quite poor. There was a golden opportunity yesterday where he could have shot after receiving the ball, but he hesitated and chose to break through. Unfortunately, the ball was intercepted by the opponent, leading to a counterattack and a conceded goal. If blamed, Sun Heungmin had a significant share of the responsibility for yesterday's match. Yes, I played poorly, and I publicly apologized afterward. The head coach and the captain had already moved on from this matter. Who did he think he was to keep bringing it up? From yesterday's criticism to now even resorting to racial insults in person. Sun Heungmin wished he could charge at him, but he dared not strike. Seeing Sun Heungmin's cowardice, Vestergaard pressed even further. He had an unwarranted dislike for all Asian and black players, a typical white supremacist. Previously, Sun Heungmin was an important signing for the team, purchased for 10 million euros, and he was hesitant to start trouble. Finally, he had found a chance yesterday and wished to take full advantage of it. Yellow-skinned monkey trash. Go back to Asia, you people, all of you are XXXX. Hiss. The surrounding teammates sensed something was off. This guy's insults were too harsh, it was excessive, bro. Captain Rolfs frowned and was about to step in. Sun Heungmin's hands trembled from being insulted, yet he did not dare to confront. Bang! A figure flashed by delivering a fierce uppercut to Vestergaard's abdomen. Before Vestergaard could react, the 194 centimeters behemoth collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen and curled up like a shrimp. A stunning KO. Everyone in the locker room turned to look at the attacker, who turned out to be Lu Xiao, typically optimistic and well-liked. Holy shit. So this is what they mean by a decisive action without many words. Vestergaard's mouth was too loose. I wanted to hit him too. It felt good to hit him, he deserved it. But Lu's physical prowess is quite impressive. In an instant, the entire Bayer Leverkusen locker room had a newfound respect for Lu Xiao. Lu, thank you. Seeing Lu Xiao stand up for him like this, Sun Heungmin was immensely grateful. A 16-year-old kid was braver than himself. Sun Heungmin genuinely felt ashamed. I didn't help you, I just wanted to deal with him. Lu Xiao rolled his wrist and cast a cold glance at the man on the ground. Lu, come with me, let's go talk to the head coach about this. Captain Rolf sighed. As a recently discovered potential star, Lu Xiao must not let this incident affect him. Fortunately, after hearing about the incident, head coach Sasha and coach Hepia showed no intention of blaming Lu. Don't worry, Lu. I hope this guy Vestergaard didn't offend you. His behavior has seriously violated club discipline. We will punish him. But Lu, please don't be so impulsive. Next time you can leave things to the coaching staff to handle. Hepia patiently explained. He was worried that Lu Xiao, being young and impulsive, would suffer if he got into a fight with veteran players. Thank you, coach, I won't do it again. Lu Xiao indeed felt a bit impulsive. Although his nationality was Belgian, he had always considered himself to be of the Yanhuang bloodline. Being insulted was one thing, but for that idiot to insult his own people was something Lu Xiao could not tolerate. After the incident, the club acted swiftly. The instigator Vestergaard was suspended and fined by the club, and they requested to keep the locker room's information confidential to avoid spilling the internal conflict. The club even apologized to Sun Heungmin and Lu Xiao, requiring Vestergaard to bow to both of them in person. The act of violence was minor, but spreading issues of discrimination would have a severely negative impact on the club. Vestergaard completely shrank back, and from now on, when he saw Lu Xiao, he would likely avoid him at all costs. He was just a cowardly bully, only picking on the weak. That day after training ended, Lu Xiao felt a bit anxious. He couldn't help but approach the head coach Sasha before he left. Lu, what's wrong? Is there anything else? I just wanted to know if this incident would affect my chances of playing. Sasha had always been serious. Seeing Lu Xiao's expression today almost made him lose his composure. What? Are you so eager to play? You should know that you would have spent 2 years in a youth training camp with other teams before you could play in the first team at 18. We kept you in the first team as a special privilege. Oh, aren't you satisfied? Lu Xiao shook his head, his gaze. I believe I have the ability to help the team. No matter what match, my presence might create more opportunities. So confident. Not confidence, them just stating facts. Wow. Goodness. This was the first time Sasha had met. You think you have an impact just because you say so? Where does that courage come from? Sasha Lewandowski laughed. Fine, since you've said it like that. In the next league match away against Schalke 04, let's see what use you have. Coach. Wait. No. Lu Xiao wanted to argue further, but suddenly realized that the head coach was agreeing to give him a chance. The shadow of losing to Borussia Mönchengladbach in the third round of the Bundesliga did not trouble Bayer Leverkusen. The squad mostly consists of young players. Bayer Leverkusen can be considered one of the teams with the youngest average age in the Bundesliga, comparable to Borussia Dortmund's yellow and black youth storm during the same period. Especially with the addition of the young talent Lu Xiao, Bayer Leverkusen's average age might even be younger than. Young people are easily deceived. With the cunning of veterans Sasha and Hapaya, the training ground of Bayer Leverkusen has once again returned to its former joy and laughter. The team's morale was not significantly affected except for the suspended substitute center-back Wershade, who is temporarily unable to participate in matches and has little opportunity to showcase his abilities. Therefore his feelings were not a priority for the club. Wershade himself accepted the suspension without complaint. Regardless of any grievances towards Lu Xiao and Sun Heung-min, he continued to treat them as strangers with no further contact. After a day's training, a drenched Lu Xiao chatted with Julian Brandt about Bayer Leverkusen's nightlife. To be precise, it was Julian Brandt who was rambling on, boasting to Lu Xiao about how he seduced a beautiful young model and the passionate moments they shared. Exhausted, Lu Xiao could only endure his bragging. Just halfway through forward, Kiesling couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu don't believe him. In reality, when he tries to get other people's phone numbers, they ignore him. Oh, that shouldn't be the case. Lu Xiao thought that Julian Brandt, fitting the standard of Western aesthetics, should have no trouble getting a phone number. There's no helping it, this guy is too abnormal, exposing his perverse nature in just a few words. Bastard. You're talking nonsense. They just can't handle my fiery passion. Ha ha, Lu, you mustn't learn from this guy. Laughter echoed in the corridor of the locker room as teammates teased Julian Brandt, reminding Lu Xiao of Lu Sun's Kong Yiji. I must say this guy is indeed a live wire, the atmosphere maker of the locker room. Just as everyone passed the bulletin board, Lu Xiao casually glanced and immediately froze in place. I've made the squad again. Really? Brother, that's awesome. The coaching staff truly recognized that only you. Julian Brandt once again took credit for it. Lu Xiao couldn't be bothered with him. The name 39. Lu Xiao on the squad list filled Lu Xiao with confidence. The team they face the day after tomorrow, Schalke 04, is Bayer Leverkusen's direct competitor. In the 2011-2012 season, Bayer Leverkusen suffered a double defeat at the hands of Schalke 04, bitterly missing out on Champions League qualification and being forced to compete in the Europa League. Schalke 04 secured a spot in the Champions League group stage by finishing in third place. By stepping on the head of Schalke 04 to secure third place in the league, they forced Schalke 04 to compete in the Champions League qualification. This season, both teams remained direct competitors for a top four finish. The match between Schalke 04 and Bayer Leverkusen, while not as explosive as the Ruhr Derby, at least reached a high level of tension, showcasing a fierce battle with little difference in strength. Head coach Sasha has repeatedly emphasized, this is a 6-point match. You must give everything to fight. If we win, we can take the initiative. Whether you want to play in the Champions League or the Europa League next season depends on this match, do you understand? Under such pressure from the coaching staff, the entire Bayer Leverkusen team dared not slack off. This week's training intensity and attitude were maintained at a high level, preparing wholeheartedly. As for the competition for the Bundesliga championship, neither Schalke 04 nor Bayer Leverkusen has such aspirations. Teams like Borussia Mönchengladbach and Wolfsburg should not even think about it. For many years now, it has been difficult for any team to shake Bayern Munich's dominance, with only Borussia Dortmund able to challenge Bayern Munich's strength. However, just after Dortmund won the championship, the trophy had not even warmed up. Their star player Mario Götze was poached by Bayern, and Bayern is even eyeing Dortmund's striker Robert Lewandowski. It can only be said that whoever dares to compete with Bayern for the title should be prepared to enjoy it. If you can't beat them, buy them. This has been Bayern's mantra for years in dominating the Bundesliga. Bayer Leverkusen is better off keeping a low profile and honestly aiming for the top four. Thus, Lu Xiao was quite surprised. In the upcoming crucial battle, the coaching staff was willing to put him on the roster. The next day, Lu Xiao arrived at the training base and boarded the bus with his teammates, heading to the Ruhr area of Germany, the home of Schalke 04, in Gelsenkirchen. On the bus, Lu Xiao felt a bit excited about the match tomorrow. He couldn't help but take out his phone to browse match-related content, checking various media experts' interpretations before the game. Schalke 04 boasts many top Bundesliga talents, including Farfan Huntelaar, Kevin Prince Boateng, and Draxler. All of them are formidable players in the world football arena. When it comes to pure paper strength, Bayer Leverkusen and Schalke 04 are indeed evenly matched. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao noticed another issue. It seems that this match has formed a so-called East Asian derby. Players from China, Japan, and South Korea have inadvertently gathered on the Bundesliga stage. Schalke 04's defender Atsuto Uchida, a Japanese player, is a starting right-back who once had a competitive relationship with Hao Junmin. He possesses certain abilities for wing breaks and crossing, and his defense is relatively stable. The South Korean player is of course Bayer Leverkusen's starting forward Son Heung-min. As for the Chinese player, that's Lu Xiao himself, but whether he can play is still uncertain. I hope so. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, the bus traveled along the highway, getting closer to. Bundesliga matches are usually broadcast live on CCTV5, which has acquired the exclusive broadcasting rights for the mainland region. However, due to concerns about return on investment, only top Bundesliga teams receive attention, while matches involving mid to lower tier teams are rarely viewed. Acquiring Bundesliga broadcasting rights is relatively unprofitable. CCTV5 focuses more on the clashes between Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund, only occasionally airing matches from other teams. To alleviate some financial pressure, CCTV5 has simply distributed some broadcasting rights to online platforms. On the day of the Bundesliga match, CCTV5 has already arranged a match for Bayern Munich and one for Borussia Dortmund. Therefore, the clash between Schalke 04 and Bayer Leverkusen for a top 4 finish was arranged to be broadcast on Sina Sports. As Lu Xiao is heading to Gelsenkirchen with his team in the capital of the motherland, the Sina Sports Event Live Broadcast Center. Sina Sports chief editor Chun Tong hurriedly arrived at the broadcast recording hall. How is it? Not ready yet. Teacher Jean is still recording inside. Oh, he's come out. The commentator Jean Jun looked haggard, holding a thick stack of manuscripts as he walked out of the recording studio. After leaving ESPN, Jean Jun returned to the capital to develop his career. After joining Sina Sports, he mainly handles English Premier League commentary. Jean Jun is well liked by fans due to his clear delivery, passionate commentary, and deep understanding of player and match information. He had just finished commenting on an Arsenal match and was now rushing to prepare for the Premier League highlights program. He had been working non-stop for many days and just wanted to get home for some sleep. Stepping out of the recording studio and looking up, wow. Chief Editor Chen was looking at him with anticipation, and Jean Jun's heart skipped a beat. Chief, Chen, what's the matter? I'm sorry, Teacher Jean, but there may be an important task I need to trouble you with. Of course, this is just a suggestion. If you really refuse, we can understand. Jean Jun sighed. With the chief editor saying that Jean Jun's escape route was completely blocked, and he could only force a smile. No problem, leave it to me. The Premier League matches are all over. It's the Bundesliga, right? That's right, as expected of Teacher Jean. It's Schalke against Leverkusen. Oh, mentioning Leverkusen, Jean Jun suddenly remembered a young player. Not long ago, the Sports Weekly's Weibo account posted a signing news. The 16-year-old Chinese player Lu Xiao officially signed with Bayer Leverkusen's first team. 16 years old. Chinese. First team. These words combined made Jean Jun smell something unusual. So during his spare time, he collected a lot of information and roughly understood Lu Xiao's background. Additionally, in the first round of the DFB Pokal, Jean Jun specifically watched the match live online. Lu Xiao came on as a substitute and scored twice, almost making Jean Jun drop his jaw. No way. There's such a talented Chinese player. Jean Jun felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. He thought that being 16 in the first team was still a bit young, and the coaching staff might not arrange for him to participate in Bundesliga matches. Perhaps in the short term, he could only be seen in the DFB Pokal. With this thought, Jean Jun quickly snatched the materials from chief editor Chen Tong, leaving the editor looking bewildered. Jean Jun couldn't care less, quickly flipping open the roster for the upcoming match against Schalke 04. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's name appeared prominently. No problem, I'll take this one. Leave it to me to comment on this match. Jean Jun was excited, taking the materials and striding away, leaving the stunned chief editor Chen Tong behind. Huh, so easy. He had originally prepared a lot of persuasive speeches, but now it seemed unnecessary. At the home ground of Schalke 04, the Veltins Arena, the pivotal match of the Bundesliga's fourth round is underway, with Schalke 04 facing Bayer Leverkusen. The game has reached the 31st minute, and the score remains 0-0. With both teams aware that this is a crucial 6-point match, neither dares to make a mistake, focusing more on defense, while the offense appears relatively lackluster. This dull match, combined with the limited fan support for both teams and the awkward timing of the game. It's Sunday night at 0030, technically already Monday morning. Everyone has work or school tomorrow. Who wants to watch such a miserable game? Originally, there were over 8,000 viewers in the live stream, but the uninspiring match has driven many away, leaving fewer than 3,000 now. The audience composition is quite complex, including Bundesliga fans, Bayern Munich supporters scouting the opponent, Dortmund fans also observing, a few Schalke fans, a few Leverkusen fans, bored general fans, and casual viewers who stumbled upon the stream. The live stream just enabled the comment feature, but very few are participating. Jean Jun is somewhat regretting his decision to commentate today. How could it be so easy for a 16-year-old to come off the bench in such an important match? What am I thinking? Jean Jun self-deprecatingly chuckled. Yet out of professional duty, he maintains enough enthusiasm for his solo commentary. Son Heung-min, bringing the ball forward, trying to break through. The Schalke 04 defense is quite solid, not giving him any space to maneuver. He opens up the angle. He takes a shot. Oh, that was a fairly threatening attempt, just slightly off the... Having joined Leverkusen for 10 million euros from Hamburg, Son Heung-min has earned the trust of head coach Tsubasa, starting as a forward in 4 consecutive league matches. However, his on-field performance tends to favor attacking along the flanks. Son Heung-min's technical style also leans towards cutting in from the wings. In the densely populated area in front of the penalty box, it seems difficult for him to make an impact. Jeonjun still holds a hint of sour grapes regarding this Korean star. Why do the neighboring countries produce so many talents? Park Ji-sung's Son Heung-min. Honda Keisuke Kagawa Shinji Hasebi Makoto Uchida at Sudo. While our national team can't even get Hao Junmin a spot. Looking on the field, Son Heung-min and Uchida at Sudo are locked in a fierce 1v1 battle, showcasing a brilliant exchange of offense and defense. Jeonjun can't help but sigh. At this moment, the camera happened to sweep over the Leverkusen bench, lingering for a few seconds on a handsome, yet slightly youthful face. One might mistake him for a boy band idol. Oh, we see that this young talent Lu Xiao on the Leverkusen bench is not a player from Japan or South Korea, but a Belgian born of Chinese descent. Lu Xiao's parents and grandparents are from Fujian province, but he was born in Belgium. After leaving Bayern Munich's youth training, he was signed by Leverkusen this summer. Since the match is quite dull, Jeonjun decides to talk more about Lu Xiao, mixing in some personal insights. Last week in the first round of the DFB Pokal, Lu Xiao came off the bench, setting the record as the youngest player in DFB Pokal history, at 16 years and 75 days. Moreover, Lu Xiao scored twice after coming on and created multiple threatening attacks, helping Leverkusen turn the tide and advance to the next round of the DFB Pokal. This young forward excels at using his outstanding footwork to find shooting opportunities in tight spaces. He is full of spirit and possesses immense potential. Keeping him on the bench for such an important match shows that the coaching staff is paying close attention to Lu Xiao. Jeonjun shared this information with great enthusiasm. After hearing that a Chinese talent has emerged on the Bundesliga stage, the number of viewers in the livestream has slightly increased, now approaching 4,000. Lu Xiao has been praised by the German media, who say he is the next Marco van Basten, the next Ronaldinho. I hope to see Lu Xiao get a chance to play today, showcasing himself in the Bundesliga. Jeonjun spoke for quite a while, but the first half ended 0-0. Finally, someone started commenting in the live stream. Where is he? Didn't they say there's a Chinese player? Just joking, he's only a substitute. He's not going to come on. Don't wait, just turn it off and go to sleep. The remaining fans in the live stream had long given up hope. The situation regarding Chinese players playing abroad is like a giant wolf is coming story. After repeated disappointments, who can still believe it? From the fans' perspective, Leverkusen signing Lu Xiao is merely Bayer's strategy to advertise and increase their market share in China. If they truly wanted results, who would send a Chinese player? Are they trying to lose faster? Whether abroad or domestically, Chinese players have been equated with incompetence. There's simply no trust at all. During halftime, several viewers turned off the live stream and left. Only a little over 1,000 remained. Jeonjun looked at the numbers in disbelief. While there are still 1,000, our fan base is indeed quite large. Teacher Jean, you've worked hard. I feel a bit bad about today. Chief editor Chen Tong is beside him, reassuring Jeonjun. After today's commentary, he'll give you a week off. It's fine, Chief. Chen, I'm quite happy to commentate this match. At least seeing a Chinese face gives some hope. Jeonjun really hopes Lu Xiao can get on the field. What a goal! In the 71st minute, former Real Madrid striker Huntelaar scores with a low shot from outside the box. Schalke 04 takes the lead, leading 10 against Bayer Leverkusen. In Jeonjun's passionate commentary, the Schalke 04 players embraced in wild celebration, while Leverkusen looked devastated. The previously balanced match has suddenly tilted in favor of Schalke 04. Leverkusen's offense was already struggling, and if Schalke 04 decides to defend resolutely, they will find it extremely difficult to create chances. Fuck! Head coach Tsubasa angrily kicked a water bottle. Are all the players useless? Are they all? I emphasized marking so many times, and yet there's no one to protect the area in front of the penalty box. Tsubasa was nearly furious, overwhelmed by frustration. Hypatia quickly tried to comfort him. It's okay, it's just one goal, we still have a chance. No, it's going to be difficult, though we can't break through them. Should we try adjusting the lineup? Hypatia suggested. Tsubasa shook his head. Let's wait a bit longer. After another 10 minutes, the score still stood at 10, with the home team in the lead. Tsubasa finally couldn't sit still any longer. He looked towards the bench, his gaze scanning over Julian Brandt. The current issue for the team is their lack of offensive power, especially on the left flank, which has been completely shut down by Uchida at Sudo. This guy is in great form, yet they can't break through him. The left winger, the veteran Mexican Guardado, is in poor condition. He's neither attacking, nor passing, nor shooting. What good is he? Sasha instinctively wanted to send in substitute left-winger Julian, hoping to use speed to create some impact. However, the moment his gaze fell on Lu Xiao, an idea struck him. Lu, coach. After sitting on the bench for 80 minutes, Lu Xiao finally heard his name. Could it be? Lu Xiao approached with a hint of excitement in his expression. Change your clothes, get ready to come on. No problem. Finally, it was his turn. His league debut. And he was called upon in this crucial match. Despite his nerves, Lu Xiao's chest was already ablaze with fiery passion. In the Sina Sports livestream, Zhang Jun was equally excited. Oh, we see. The Chinese young talent Lu Xiao is standing at the sidelines. He is about to come on as a substitute, making his Bundesliga debut. The last time a Chinese player appeared in the Bundesliga was on April 23, 2011, when Hao Junmin represented Schalke 04. At that time, Hao Junmin's teammate was none other than Lu Xiao's opponent today. After 2.5 years, a Chinese player has finally returned to the Bundesliga. Of course, Zhang Jun chose to overlook the issue of Lu Xiao's nationality. What does it matter that he is Belgian? He is still a descendant of Yin and Huang. It is already quite rare to see a non-Japanese, non-Korean player with black hair and yellow skin in the Bundesliga. What more could one ask for? A week ago, Lu Xiao made a substitute appearance in the DFB Pokal, breaking the record for the youngest player in the history of the tournament. Today, Lu Xiao has once again set the record for the youngest player to appear in the Bundesliga. However, Schalke 04 is currently leading and time is running out. I hope Lu Xiao doesn't feel too much pressure. He just needs to showcase his own characteristics. Zhang Jun didn't expect Lu Xiao to turn the game around single-handedly. After all, football is a team sport. Currently, the entire Bayer Leverkusen team is being suppressed, and Schalke 04's home advantage is overwhelming, leaving little room for any opportunities. No matter how strong Lu Xiao is, what can a 16-year-old boy do? Fans watching on Sina Sports and local German television were not overly excited. Sending a 16-year-old player in the final moments is basically a sign of giving up purely a training exercise to experience the atmosphere of the match. Almost no one had high expectations of him. Lu Xiao performed well in the DFB Pokal, but who was his opponent? It was a team from the regional Liga. How could it compare to the powerful Schalke 04, ranked in the top 4 of the Bundesliga? In any case, the fans in the away stands cheering for the team had lost their enthusiasm. Huff, huff, huff. Standing at the edge of the field, Lu Xiao closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. He wasn't this nervous during his last appearance in the DFB Pokal. Today, as he entered the actual Bundesliga match, Lu Xiao's hands trembled uncontrollably. Especially when he saw Guardado walking off the field with a dark expression, Lu Xiao's heart nearly leaped to his throat. Puta! As he left the field, Guardado let out a curse in Spanish. Damn it! It was unclear whether he was complaining about the coach substituting him or the team's current losing situation. Seeing the enthusiastic and youthful Lu Xiao, Guardado high-fived him. Lu, don't feel pressured, just gracias. Regardless of whether Guardado's encouragement resonated, Lu Xiao thanked him in Spanish for his kindness. He then stepped forward with his left foot, officially entering the Bundesliga field. The young man burst forth like a wild horse, joyfully racing towards the center of the field. With each step he took, the tension in his heart eased a little. Nagi Saishiru template fusion value 52, the tension rose. Influenced by a hidden passive skill, Lu Xiao's mind regained clarity and calmness. Like a seasoned veteran who has roamed the football field for years, his sharp gaze locked onto the opposing players. Beep. The match resumed as Schalke 04 kicked off from the back, maintaining possession. For now, Lu Xiao needed to help Bayer Leverkusen defend. He followed the defensive tactics practiced over the past 2 months, pressing Schalke's center back, Hauds, according to the coach's instructions. We see that after Lu Xiao's substitution, he did not position himself as a left winger, but partnered with Dirtiak in the front line. Originally, Sun Heung-min, who was in the forward position, moved to the left flank. In Zhang Jun's understanding of football, Bayer Leverkusen's adjustment had its reasoning. Sun Heung-min had space to move on the left and could utilize Lu Xiao's delicate ball handling skills. Could it be? Soon Schalke 04's attack faltered. Lu Xiao charged forward to defend against Hauds, forcing the opponent to hastily clear the ball. After a midfield tussle, the possession returned to Bayer Leverkusen. It's my turn now. Anger value 25. After colliding heavily with Hauds, my anger spiked significantly. Meanwhile, Bayer Leverkusen pushed forward with their attack, and Rolfs passed the ball to Sun Heung-min on the wing. Operating along the flank, Sun Heung-min thrived constantly, using changes in rhythm to deceive defenders, shifting the ball to the left. Sun Heung-min breaks through. Bayer Leverkusen. The left flank has opened up a gap. Sun Heung-min accelerated, pushing past Uchida, forcefully penetrating the penalty area. After being bypassed, Uchida didn't just stand by, he frantically rushed back to defend the penalty area, teaming up with his teammates to block Sun Heung-min. Damn it! In his excitement, Sun Heung-min accidentally took a heavy touch and found himself near the goal line, completely cornered by the opponent. Sigh. The Bayer Leverkusen fans collectively sighed. This chance was likely gone. It was clearly a great opportunity to equalize. Son Heung-min's touch was too heavy, tangled at the goal line, attempting to shield the ball. In despair, Son Heung-min caught a glimpse of a black figure making a rapid run forward. "No matter who you are, I'll pass it to you." Son Heung-min, with his back to the defender, swept the ball, with his right foot delivering a back pass. Kikexia. Uchida's heart tightened as he stepped forward to block. The ball hit the tip of his foot, bouncing across to form a half-high ball. Although it couldn't be completely intercepted, it at least created some obstruction for the opponent. Had he taken just 1 second longer to control the ball, he would definitely have been surrounded by teammates. It shouldn't cause any problems, right? Uchida thought anxiously. A back pass. But this ball. Zhang Jun clicked his tongue. This half-high ball that bounced up was right at waist height, and Son Heung-min had passed it a beat too slowly, causing Lu Xiao to run past it. The only thing Lu Xiao could do was to stop the ball, and pass it back to reorganize the attack, slowing down the tempo. But this was Lu Xiao. Facing the difficult ball, he did not stop to control it, and maintained his high-speed run forward. His body remained ahead of the incoming ball. My. Everyone was puzzled. Was Lu Xiao not going to receive the ball? In a critical moment, Lu Xiao surprisingly executed a backheel flick with his left foot. With a scorpion kick motion, he lightly flicked. The ball cleverly curved over his head to the other side and inadvertently bypassed Howda's interception. With a touch and a pass, he created space for the shot. Lu Xiao. Beautiful. Amidst Zhang Jun's roar, Lu Xiao, having created an angle, was in the penalty area, raising his right foot. A volley. Anger value 56. Bang. The Schalke 04 goalkeeper, German national keeper Hildebrand, had no reaction. He watched helplessly as the ball whistled past and forcefully crashed into the net. The ball is in. Lu Xiao. On the edge of the penalty area, with a light touch and a pass, he toyed with the defender and completed the volley to score. Just 1 minute after coming on, the substitute hero, Lu Xiao has helped Bayer Leverkusen equalize the score. 11. The youngest player to appear has also become the youngest goalscorer in Bundesliga history. The 16-year-old Chinese prodigy is full of ambition, with a bright future ahead. Zhang Jun almost shouted with fervor. All the repressed feelings of the national team vanished at this moment, transformed into passion. The domestic fans still in the livestream were thrilled. Watching the young genius Lu Xiao's incredible play, they were nearly in tears. In the close-up shot, the handsome and youthful Chinese player was surrounded by Bayer Leverkusen stars. At this moment, he was the brightest figure under the spotlight. Lu Xiao had long since prepared his celebratory gesture. As he struck the ball into the net, he immediately rushed towards the corner area of the away team's stand and slid to celebrate, accepting the cheers of his home fans. In contrast to the passionate slides of other players, a blue-clad Italian player suddenly flashed through Lu Xiao's mind as he slid. He replicated the player's movement on the spot, smoothly extending one arm during his slide. It felt like playing a violin. What he glided over was not grass, but a piece of melodious and enchanting string music. Coupled with Lu Xiao's looks, it exuded an innate sense of artistry. Sky Sports commentator Jim Beglin couldn't help but exclaim at this scene, "Wow, that's pure elegance. Graceful slide. What an elegant sliding celebration, so artistic." Every female fan who witnessed Lu Xiao's display couldn't help but scream in delight. "Wow, so cool. He's so handsome. What should I do if my heart races?" Especially the Bayer Leverkusen supporters instantly fell in love with this charming young Chinese boy. Setting aside the German Cup match, in this critical battle for the top, for Lu Xiao's equalizing goal was crucial. Even if they couldn't secure a win today, Bayer Leverkusen had effectively completed their mission by leaving the away game with a draw. Lu Xiao was the great contributor for Bayer Leverkusen. Sometimes fans fall in love with a new player not because of a spectacular performance. A single key goal, or even a fierce slide tackle, is enough to ignite thunderous applause from the fans. Surrounded by excited teammates as he returned to his half, Lu Xiao's emotions calmed considerably. The only downside was that his Bundesliga debut was away and he couldn't enjoy the cheers of more fans. "Lu, how did you come up with that celebration? It was cooler than your goal." "No, I still think the goal was cooler." If the prophetic dream was correct, the blue-clad Italian in his mind should be the young Federico Chiesa, who would debut many years later. "Sorry kiddo, your celebration move is mine now. You might need to come up with a new one by then." However, Lu Xiao recalled his earlier strike. Schalke 04's goalkeeper Hildebrand reacted too slowly. If it had been another keeper with quicker reflexes, the ball could have been saved. After all, he only had a 52 fusion rate and a 56 anger level. The template of Nagisiru could fuse a maximum of 52 of abilities, and with insufficient anger, he couldn't trigger the complete embodiment state to simulate Nagisiru. That volley was basically Lu Xiao's performance with just the right angle but insufficient speed. He could only give himself a score of 80 for that shot, leaving plenty of room for improvement. Pulling back a goal temporarily boosted Bayer Leverkusen's morale. The initiative was now in their hands. Having equalized at 11 away, they could look for counterattacking opportunities or defend to secure a point. Next, it was Schalke 04's turn to feel anxious. Turning 3 points into 1, who could tolerate that? Head coach Jens Keller signaled for an all-out attack. Schalke 04 made their last 2 substitutions. The 17-year-old talent Sane came on for the underperforming Draxler. The 18-year-old prospect Goretzka replaced Kevin Prince Boateng. Both substitutions showed boldness and aggression, hoping to rely on the speed and impact of their young players to secure a last-minute winner in the final 5 minutes. To be fair, regardless of Jens Keller's coaching ability, these 2 substitutions had indeed made an impact. Especially the 17-year-old Sane, who impressed with his speed and skills, constantly creating threats down the left flank. In no time, Bayer Leverkusen's defense felt the pressure. Sane tried to find a gap down the wing. Beautiful change of pace to get past the defender and burst into the box. Take a shot yourself. That shot was a bit rushed. There were teammates making runs in the middle. He should have been more patient. Of course, as a young player, being bold and taking shots is commendable. Sane again trying to cut inside. Take a shot yourself. Bernd Leno diving to make the save. Schalke 04's corner. The corner is taken to the back post. Haud's header. Bayer Leverkusen's defense needs to be careful. Schalke 04's continuous attacks made Jean June sweat. During this period, Bayer Leverkusen had no possession and Lu Xiao couldn't touch the ball at all, naturally leaving no room for performance. Schalke 04 applied relentless pressure. Even Dirtiak had to drop back to participate in defense, contesting headers in the box. Lu Xiao searched for opportunities outside the box, but a clearance was easily headed away by Haud's, maintaining Schalke 04's possession. Damn it. Lu Xiao was quite annoyed. The opposing center-back Haud's kept using his body to disrupt him. If it weren't for his ball control, he wouldn't stand a chance against the opponent's strong center-back. He was easily pushed aside during aerial duels. Only his anger level continued to rise. Anger level 75 before the match ended. If he could accumulate 100 anger, he would be able to activate Nagi Siru 100 simulation for a period. All attributes would be significantly boosted, temporarily reaching its level player standard. Therefore, Lu Xiao consciously clashed with Haud's, trying to accumulate anger. You again. Fuck off. You fuck off. Asshole. Lu Xiao responded directly in English without hesitation. Seeing this, Haud's cursed back in German. Du Schwein. You pig. He thought he was bullying Lu Xiao for not understanding German, but little did he know that Lu Xiao disdainfully glanced at him and fluently replied in German. Schweig. Mensch diskutiert nicht mit Tieren. Shut up. I won't lower myself to argue with animals. Haud's was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a sharp retort. For a moment, Haud's was left speechless, unable to respond. Just then, Bayer Leverkusen's goalkeeper Leno caught the ball, and seeing Lu Xiao up front, unhesitatingly kicked it long. Only a minute and a half of stoppage time, left time was running out. Perfect timing. Lu Xiao had no time to engage with the opponent, and quickly made his run toward the drop point. Haud's was a moment slow to react, cursing sly under his breath and sprinting. In an instant, the ball soared through the air, crossing half the field toward the front. Lu Xiao and Haud's had already crossed the halfway line, rushing toward the drop point. Schalke 04's goalkeeper Hildebrand instinctively thought to charge out, but halfway realized it was too far, and his teammates were all closing in. This ball should be fine. Right? A 16-year-old kid facing 4 opponents, what could he do? If he even attempted to control the ball, he would surely be tangled up by Haud's, with support arriving to swarm him. The theory was correct, but reality defied everyone's expectations. As he raced and contested with Haud's, his anger level skyrocketed. Anger level 75, anger level 82, anger level 95, anger level 99. Anger level 100. Nagi Siru S. Complete form, limited time 0:10 seconds. That's enough. With a powerful push off the ground, Lu Xiao sprung forward, instantly shaking off Haud's. Haud's was dumbfounded. He watched helplessly as the Chinese kid pulled ahead by 2 body lengths, and he couldn't hold him back. The 6,000 spectators at Velten's arena gasped in unison, seeing Lu Xiao leap into the air, stopping the ball with his foot in the style of the Bundesliga logo. A long ball from the back, such a high difficulty to control, yet he managed to do it in midair. His right foot steadied the ball. Goalkeeper Hildebrand couldn't remain still, just preparing to sprint out of the box to intercept Lu Xiao. However, Lu Xiao made a crazy move. His eyes were colder than a killer's as he glanced at the goal position, and at the moment of landing lifted his foot and shot. Bang! Lu Xiao. A long-range shot. Jean June, like all domestic fans, felt his heart in his throat, holding his breath as he watched Lu Xiao complete his shooting motion. From a distance of 26 meters, the cannon fired. The projectile traced a perfect parabolic trajectory, curling around the goalkeeper's desperate hands, and crashing into the net just below the crossbar. The stands of Velten's arena fell into silence. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground, collectively petrified. A last-minute winner. The ball is in. What a world-class goal. In stoppage time, Lu Xiao flawlessly controlled the ball and executed a stunning volley. He completed the stunning comeback. The substitute hero scores again. Lu Xiao nets a brace, helping Bayer Leverkusen achieve an incredible turnaround. Zhang Jun witnessed this moment excitedly pounding his fist on the table, causing his hand to hurt. But he didn't care. Nothing made him happier than discovering a treasure in a Chinese player. Originally Zhang Jun was physically and mentally exhausted, forced to take on this commentary job. But now he was full of energy. Lu Xiao's presence filled the gap of having no Chinese players in European matches. Now domestic fans would no longer have to watch 22 foreigners play. Lu Xiao was one of their own. The most crucial part was that even if he performed only decently, Lu Xiao's display was simply astonishing. Among top Bundesliga players like Huntelaar Farfan Kiesling and Sun Heung-min, Lu Xiao shone alone. He stole the spotlight. At just 16 years old, the future looked promising. Both Bayer Leverkusen fans and domestic fans wished they could fast forward to see Lu Xiao's future performances. Watching his games was truly a delight. In the Sina Sports live broadcast room, Lu Xiao's brilliant performance attracted a large number of fans. Initially there were less than 1,000 online viewers, but it quickly surged past 1,000. Everyone was spreading the word. Wait, what? A Chinese player? Unbelievable. He is so handsome. Is he showing off? Lu God is amazing. Many fans casually opened the live stream looking for any match to watch. Who could have expected such a surprise? They really hit the jackpot. After the match, the camera focused on today's hero, the substitute star Lu Xiao. He came on as a substitute in the 81st minute, took 2 shots, and scored 2 goals to complete the comeback. In just 10 minutes on the field, Lu Xiao was once again awarded the official man of the match title. The Bundesliga MVP trophy is slightly more aesthetically pleasing than the DFB Pokal trophy, featuring a silver elongated form with irregular curves at the top, representing the flames of a player's passion, and a solid square base. The center is adorned with golden accents depicting the Bundesliga signature logo. Holding the trophy, Lu Xiao felt a satisfying weight in his hands. Lu, first of all, congratulations. You came off the bench to score twice again, helping the team turn the game around. How do you feel right now? How would you evaluate your performance? The reporters present were mostly familiar faces from the last interview, knowing Lu Xiao was fluent in German, so they asked in German. Of course I feel great. We gained a valuable 3 points, which might be very helpful for our season goals. I feel my performance was pretty standard. Lu Xiao's choice of words, solide Leistung, left the reporters stunned. Solide Leistung implies a steady, solid performance, but not particularly impressive. You scored 2 world-class goals. The average person would be praised for scoring with the simplest of actions. Lu Xiao's performance today was the most splendid and skillful, perfectly deserving of the official highlights. Are you telling me this is standard? He got away with this one. So what are your goals for this season? Is it okay to share? What goals does Bayer Leverkusen? Facing a 16-year-old kid, the reporter didn't press him hard, only asking standardized questions. Players typically respond with the goal for the season is to perform well in every match and achieve good results, or Bayer Leverkusen hopes to compete for the top 4 and secure Champions League qualification. Other Bayer players say the same things. Today Lu Xiao played in the Bundesliga, scoring twice and achieving the turnaround, and he felt a bit passionate. I hope to get more playing opportunities to help the team win every match. As for the season's goal, I hope to win the championship. Gasped. The reporters were stunned, questioning if they heard wrong. Wait, win the championship? Bayer Leverkusen. If you were a Bayern or Dortmund player, it would make sense to talk about winning the championship. But what gives Bayer Leverkusen the right? However, the reporter didn't show much reaction at the moment, simply thanking Lu Xiao for the interview and letting him go. Privately, they were already drafting today's explosive news. As Lu Xiao was being interviewed, head coach Sasha Lewandowski passed by just after his own interview and heard Lu Xiao's shocking remarks. Lu, coach, do you think we can win the championship? The head coach had a half smile, which made Lu Xiao feel a bit uneasy. He calmed down, realizing that such statements were indeed inappropriate, giving off an arrogant impression that might not reflect well on the club's image. Moreover, it could easily backfire and create pressure on his teammates. Lu Xiao was just a 16-year-old kid who, when not playing football, was still in high school. It was normal for a teenager in a rebellious phase to say such things. However, Sasha Lewandowski did not say much, simply nodding and smiling with satisfaction. Good, you have ambition. Players need to have a fighting spirit, and you played well today. I will consider giving you more opportunities. I hope you can seize them. Thank you, coach. Lu Xiao's fist trembled slightly. It seemed that his performances as a substitute were enough to prove he was not inferior to the starting lineup. Bayer Leverkusen indeed had problems in their front line this season. He often played surprisingly well. However, Lu Xiao was also very aware of his disadvantages. In terms of physicality, stamina, and speed, he did not have an advantage. At 16, still growing, it was hard to physically confront the robust Bundesliga players. Professional football emphasizes 3 things: body, and more body. Once other Bundesliga teams notice him, they will consciously emphasize physical confrontation to limit his performance. Lu Xiao could foresee that when that happens, it would be challenging to utilize the skills modeled after Nagisiru. Want to control the ball and dribble. I will just shove you out of the way, and no matter how skilled you are, it won't matter. This is just Bundesliga. If he were to enter the more rugged and fast-paced Premier League, Lu Xiao would find it even more difficult to find space to perform. I still need to keep training hard and strive to improve quickly. Lu Xiao was not complacent due to his MVP performance today. His determination to become stronger was even more intense. Currently, there are only two paths to improvement. 1. Quickly reach 100 fusion, aiming to unlock a new template. If he could unlock a power-type player template like Adriano or Vieri, it would maximize his ability to compensate for his shortcomings. Or a speed-type template like Gareth Bale would work too. 2. Train seriously, improve his physique, and home. As expected, the media exploded after the match. Schalke 04 was overturned 12 at home, with a 16-year-old Chinese boy coming off the bench to score twice and secure the victory. This news was already explosive enough. Even more explosive were Lu Xiao's statements. I hope to get more playing opportunities to help the team win every match. As for the season's goal, I hope to win the championship. On television, Lu Xiao's interview was replayed everywhere. The video of Lu Xiao's statements on YouTube has surpassed 1 million views. Lu Xiao knew that his rhythm would be quite bold. The German media and the English media are alike, and they would surely seize upon his statements to promote them, widely labeling him as a young man who is unaware of the world's gravity. It's similar to the World Cup Asian qualifiers where the national team was just caught by Indonesia. During a media interview, a national team player openly stated, "We aim to defeat Japan and South Korea to qualify as the top seed in Asia." It seems equally ridiculous. As expected, the media frenzy was even more intense than Lu Xiao had imagined. Bayern Munich sat firmly on the throne of the Bundesliga, bolstered by the renowned six-time champion coach Pep Guardiola. Klopp's Borussia Dortmund was also thriving, creating a significant gap between them and other Bundesliga teams. What does a little kid mean by talking about winning the championship? The pharmaceutical factory turns the game around and claims victory over the minors. The miracle boy sets his sights on the Bundesliga championship. Image report: last night in a key match of the Bundesliga's fourth round, 16-year-old Chinese talent Lu Xiao came off the bench and scored twice within 10 minutes, sealing the victory against Schalke 04 with a stunning long-range volley from 25 meters in stoppage time. This young Chinese player amazed everyone with two extraordinary goals, breaking the records for the youngest appearance, the youngest goal scorer, and the fastest 2 goals by a substitute in Bundesliga history. After the match, the miracle boy publicly stated that Bayer Leverkusen's goal this season is the Bundesliga championship. Lu's performance was indeed stunning, leading to his fame. He was the biggest surprise in Bayer Leverkusen's recruitment this season. However, his post-match remarks sparked a certain controversy. Winning the championship. We need to focus on the next match. The head coach Sasha's awkward smile at the post-match press conference said it all. The last time Bayer Leverkusen won a championship dates back to the 1987-88 season, when they claimed the UEFA Cup. Their last league title was also from the 1987-88 season in the 2. Bundesliga. Since the inception of the Bundesliga, Bayer Leverkusen's best achievement was the runner-up in the 1999-899 season, where they unfortunately fell short of the championship, earning the title of 3-time runners-up. Since then, Bayer Leverkusen has mostly hovered in the upper mid-table of the league. Legendary German footballer Matthias wrote in his column, "It is good for a young player to have ambition, but I hope Lu's intention is merely to inspire the team to strive for progress rather than genuinely targeting the Bundesliga championship, as that would bring unnecessary pressure." Currently, Bayer Leverkusen has started the season with 3 wins and 1 loss, showing promise to maintain their position in the top 4 and strive for qualification for next season's Champions League. Traditional newspapers and official media support Lu Xiao, praising his on-field performance, his ability to seize opportunities, and his courage to take risks. Most comments are positive. Young players saying bold things is not harmful. However, on the internet, German netizens are not so kind. On Twitter, the comments in the official media's comment section were filled with ridicule. South Stand Beer Belly Bayer's last championship was when his parents were still in diapers. A little kid scores 2 goals and dreams of the salad bowl. Let's talk about it after Neuer retires. Jason 7799, the youngest goal scorer record in the Bundesliga. Sorry, but you've already caught the eye of Bayern scouts. Beastjack 522, the last one who said he would overturn Bayern Gotza, is now looking at the water cooler. This kid from Bayer is faster in his head than with his feet. BV Forever, the way he scored 2 goals against Schalke was really cool, but unfortunately the kid is too young and a bit carried away. Soul of the Miners, it's true we lost to a high school student, but at least we know how bad we are. Does Bayer really think they can do it? Keep dreaming, kid. The next day, Lu Xiao rode his bicycle to the training base, and when he walked into the cafeteria, he found his teammates looking back at him. What's wrong? Our hero has arrived. Lu, the way you talked about winning the championship was so cool. Exactly, why can't we win the championship? It's only 3 points away from Bayern, maybe we can do it. Alright, stop messing around, let Lu eat quickly, don't. Team captain Simon Relfs dispelled the ruckus among the teammates. Lu, don't take the media's words to heart. They will say anything to create news. I hope it won't affect you. Lu Xiao was still confused, wondering what was going on until Julian Brandt showed him his phone, and after seeing the comments from Twitter users, Lu Xiao realized he had gone viral. Is it because of this? I just said it casually, and this can be counted as news. That's how journalism works, there's nothing you can do. Besides, I'm in at least to win a championship. Ooh, I never said it was the Bundesliga. The DFB Pokal Championship is also a championship. Lu Xiao discovered that reporters had misinterpreted his intention as declaring a guaranteed Bundesliga title. The subtle differences in wording lead to different perceptions. Bayer Leverkusen competing for the DFB Pokal Championship is not news. Bayer Leverkusen aiming to overthrow Bayern Munich's dominance, that is news. Sigh. It feels a bit unfair. It's nothing. Professional players inevitably make the news. Just get used to it. Keep up the good work and strive harder next time. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lu Xiao was determined to sign with Bayer Leverkusen because he felt the atmosphere within the team was quite good during the week of his trial. Although there was a guy named Woolshide who was racially discriminatory, most of his teammates were friendly and supportive and relatively united. When Sun Heung-min started, everyone tried their best to help him get the ball, leveraging his attacking strengths. When he came on as a substitute, none of his teammates intentionally isolated him. As soon as Lu Xiao entered the field and made a run into space, the ball was passed to him without any hesitation. While they might not be the best of friends off the pitch, once on the training ground and the match field, they fought side by side as comrades, and the team cohesion in the locker room was undeniable. Simon Relfs also hoped to help Lu Xiao grow as much as possible through his captaincy. After training, Lu Xiao sighed deeply in the cold water bath. Diving into the icy waters was a bit torturous at first, but as his leg muscles gradually relaxed, Lu Xiao felt quite refreshed. Lu, training is over. Do you want to go have some fun? Julian Brandt said with a playful grin. Have fun. That's right, I know a place. Alright, don't lead the kids astray. Julian Brandt's words were interrupted by the main striker Kiesling. Seeing their expressions, Lu Xiao could tell they were definitely going to a nightclub. No, I have to catch up on my studies today and write homework at night. Homework? What does that matter after playing football? Julian Brandt couldn't understand. Anyway, after becoming a professional player, he just coasted through high school without ever studying. Forget it, it's pointless to explain to this typical brainless athlete. Lu Xiao left the cold water pool, took a shower, changed into casual clothes, and rode his bike to his school. Halfway there, he suddenly sensed a new change in his mind system and quickly focused his attention to check. Template Nagi Seishi S, fusion value 52, skills max level, ball control skills unlockable at fusion value 55, rage value 0. Ha. If I can get a few more appearances, wouldn't I have the chance to unlock new skills? Lu Xiao hadn't even had time to feel excited. Screech. A loud sound of tire friction. Feeling a tremendous impact, Lu Xiao was sent flying into the air. In that moment, he felt despair. Could it be that my football dream is just beginning, and now it's about to end? Who can withstand a road killer on the way? Sorry. I truly apologize, sir. A soft voice emerged as a fair jade-like arm reached over to lift the bicycle. A graceful young girl resembling a fairy quickly squatted beside Lu Xiao, her face filled with remorse as she leaned in to check. He preferred girls like Lu Tianxian, Sophie Marceau, and Jennifer Connelly, who carried an Eastern aesthetic. Throughout his years in elementary school and now high school, different girls had always approached him, but Lu Xiao had mostly. After living in Germany and Belgium for so many years, it was rare for a girl to touch his heart at first glance. The girl before him seemed to have walked out of an anime, exuding both an ethereal detachment and an adorable. Moreover, her voice was much gentler than that of a typical German speaker. It was surprising how the rigid sounds of German could form such a lazy, soft effect. Getting knocked down by a bicycle in such a dramatic way felt a bit cliché, but Lu Xiao felt he had struck gold by having a chance to talk to this girl. Sir, are you okay? Sir. The girl spoke with a quivering voice, her eyes reddening as Lu Xiao lay on the ground, appearing quite serious. In reality, Lu Xiao was fine. The car had been moving slowly, and he had merely scraped his knee on the ground. Leverkusen was a quiet small town, and this road was empty, so the incident did not obstruct traffic. I am fine. It wasn't your fault, it was my my own negligence while crossing the road. Lu Xiao deliberately coughed twice. You should hurry and leave. Let's just forget about this. How can that be? Hold on, I'll call an ambulance for you. Lu Xiao quickly grabbed the girl's soft, delicate hand. Sir, no need for an ambulance. Oh, I can go back on my own, it's nothing. But Lu Xiao struggled to stand up, nearly toppling over. The girl was quite considerate, wrapping her arms around Lu Xiao's waist while he gently placed his hands on her slender shoulders. So fragrant. Lu Xiao didn't mean to. He had indeed lost his balance due to the pain in his knee. Stopping her from calling an ambulance was both to avoid revealing the truth, and because ambulances were quite expensive in Germany. Calling out medical personnel costs 400 euros, and for minor accidents or ailments, public medical insurance requires full payment out of pocket. Those with private insurance must pay up front and then get reimbursed based on valid receipts. Leverkusen Club provides commercial insurance to all staff, which can be fully reimbursed. However, it's unnecessary to make things so complicated. Are you really okay? Sir, how about I give you a ride home? My place is just ahead, thank you. Don't worry, it's a minor issue. Despite wanting to hop into the girl's Porsche 911 for a breeze, he needed to return to school for makeup classes. He had already taken quite a few days off this month, and he couldn't afford to miss today's lesson. Alright, I'm really sorry. The girl bowed deeply in apology, her face full of guilt. I just got my provisional driver's license, and if I get caught by the police it might affect my future driving tests. So I really appreciate you not pursuing this. Here, let me give you my number. If there are any related medical expenses, I will cover everything. It turned out she was the same age as him, no wonder she was so flustered. In Germany, the driving test has a 2-year provisional period during which regulations are relatively strict and serious situations might require retaking the test. That's fine. The girl's number was in hand. Wait, you are. She had been too nervous earlier to look into Lu Xiao's eyes. Now feeling a bit more at ease, she suddenly realized Lu Xiao looked increasingly familiar. Her sapphire-like eyes lit up, and she almost gasped in surprise. You are Lu. It's really you. Do you know me? Of course. I'm your fan. The girl excitedly unbuttoned her denim jacket, revealing a white-away jersey underneath. Though still in the process of developing, she already had enticing curves, and to show Lu Xiao her back number, she even took off her jacket, exposing her slender waist. Not bad. Lu Xiao secretly admired her, then noticed the number on the jersey. Is this mine? Yeah, I bought it during your first match in the cup. You were so cool yesterday against Schalke. Originally the girl had a fairy-like calm demeanor, but speaking about football seemed to ignite a fiery passion within her. It's my honor. Lu Xiao didn't expect that the first fan he encountered offline would turn out to be his accident's perpetrator. What a strange turn of events. The girl appeared a bit embarrassed, her face flushed as she cautiously asked, "Can I have your autograph?" Of course. Where would you like me to sign? Lu Xiao swiftly pulled out a fine marker from his bag. Since the day he became a professional player, he had almost always carried a pen with him, and now it finally came in handy. Here, please. After a long moment of indecision, the girl pointed to the hem of her jersey. As Lu Xiao leaned in to sign, they inevitably ended up quite close, making both of them a bit nervous. After elegantly signing with Chinese cursive, Lu Xiao looked up at her. What's your name? Chloe. That's Denki. Being so close to her favorite player, and having had an accident no less, Chloe was already in a daze. To Chloe, wishing you all the best. Thank you so much today. It's just a small matter, remember to have a guardian with you when driving next time. Got it, I will. Chloe cutely stuck out her tongue, waving goodbye to Lu Xiao as he pushed his bicycle away. She stood there dazed for a moment before climbing into the car, her heart racing audibly. Lu Xiao was just 2 steps away from his apartment, and it was unnecessary to ride his bike for now. He pushed the bike, while taking out his phone, first saving the number the girl had left him. Then he copied the number to search for friends on Facebook. Chloe was quite confident in her looks, using her own selfie as her profile picture. Clicking on her homepage album. Wow, is she a model? The album dazzled Lu Xiao, as it seemed she had already signed with an agency and had shot numerous magazine ads. He was so engrossed that he nearly bumped into a fire hydrant. He quickly put away his phone and focused on walking. Whether walking, biking, or driving using a phone was very dangerous. The events of the day were merely a small episode in the monotonous routine of training. Lu Xiao still followed his daily routine. It was early September 2013, and the weather in Germany was gradually turning to autumn. Leverkusen was about to face the challenge from Wolfsburg at their home ground. Thanks to his excellent performance as a substitute in the previous round, Lu Xiao had earned a spot on the squad list. However, securing a starting position was still quite difficult. Sitting on the substitute bench, Lu Xiao was not anxious. Being consistently included in the squad was already a successful first step. Welcome to the focus match of the 5th round of the Bundesliga, where Bayer Leverkusen, who pulled off a thrilling comeback last round, faces the formidable Wolfsburg. In the past 2 seasons, Wolfsburg's performance has been less than satisfactory, finishing only 11th in the league last season. However, against Bayer Leverkusen, Wolfsburg still holds a certain advantage. They have been undefeated in their last 4 encounters with 3 wins and 1 draw, making them a nemesis for the pharmaceutical factory. This summer, Bayer Leverkusen signed South Korean international Son Heung-min from Hamburg. Wolfsburg also signed midfielder Gustavo from Bayern Munich and secured a last-minute loan deal for playmaker Kevin De Bruyne from Chelsea before the transfer window closed. With the reinforcement of these 2 midfielders, Wolfsburg may have sufficient competitiveness this season to challenge for a top 4 finish. ZDF German television channel 2 is conducting a pre-match analysis in the studio. Commentator Berenberg and his guest are having an animated discussion. Meanwhile, at the Bayer Arena, Lu Xiao is astonished. Wait a minute. De Bruyne. Standing on the field for warm-ups, he spotted a familiar face and thought he must be mistaken. It wasn't until the other party smilingly approached to greet him that Lu Xiao realized it was really him. You rascal. Lu Xiao punched him on the shoulder. When they were younger, he was taller than Lu Xiao and often bullied him. Now that Lu Xiao has caught up in height, he no longer feels inferior. In terms of physicality, they are almost equal, and Kevin De Bruyne is not exactly a physically dominating midfielder. You didn't say a word about returning to the Bundesliga, eh? You haven't been following the news, have you? De Bruyne, typically reserved, maintained a tense expression, but smiled more naturally upon seeing Lu Xiao. I wanted to surprise you on the field, but I ended up not making the starting lineup. You rookie. You too. De Bruyne blushed slightly. Due to being undervalued at Chelsea, Kevin De Bruyne was nearly pushed to the fringes of the first team. After much back and forth, he finally secured a loan to Wolfsburg on September 1st. Hurrying back to Germany, he rushed through the registration process. During this time, he was unable to play, and his mentality was starting to crumble. Moreover, Lu Xiao's performance in the previous round caused a stir throughout Germany, and De Bruyne felt just as shocked as everyone else. He remembered when Lu Xiao struggled with juggling the ball as a child. While at Genk, De Bruyne often stayed back to guide him in extra training, feeling a natural sense of superiority in front of his younger brother. After years in the first team, De Bruyne is now 22 years old and still hasn't made his mark in top-flight football. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao has already made a name for himself with signs of soaring potential. While feeling happy for Lu Xiao, De Bruyne harbors a strong sense of crisis deep within. He fears for his brother's struggles, yet also worries about Lu Xiao driving a Range Rover. Seeing Lu Xiao again, De Bruyne's feelings are complex. Alright, let's see who can be the first to come off the bench today. Okay, see you on the pitch. See you on the pitch. Friends who haven't seen each other in years are suddenly rivals. Lu Xiao feels that fate has a wicked sense of humor. It's one thing if he doesn't play, but if there's an opportunity to come off the bench today, then sorry Kevin, I have to win this match. The signing of former Bayern midfielder Gustavo has elevated Wolfsburg's midfield strength to a new level. It was Gustavo's pressing that forced Bayer Leverkusen into a mistake, leading to a quick counterattack from Wolfsburg. Perisic's cross from the left was narrowly missed by Dost, and it was a rather dangerous moment. Less than 30 seconds into the game, the visiting team Wolfsburg strikes first. Many viewers may just be turning on their televisions. As the pace slows down, let's take a moment to review the starting lineups for both teams. As Bayer Leverkusen fans are left shocked in front of their televisions. Lu Xiao, sitting on the bench, frowned at his phone. He had zoned out during the last tactical analysis class and missed the coaching staff's breakdown of the opposing lineup. Luckily, he had backed up the tactical setup screenshots on his phone and quickly compared them to analyze the starting lineups. Bayer Leverkusen 442. Goalkeeper Leno. Defenders Donati Spahik Toprak Bonish. Midfielders Cruz Rolfs Lars Bender Guardado. Forwards Son Heung-min Kiesling. Substitutes Kakuta Hilbert Emre and Julian Brandt Lu Xiao. Wolfsburg 42-31. Goalkeeper Benalio. Defenders Vieirinha Nach Naldo Rodriguez. Midfielders Caligiuri Gustavo Maximilian Jan Polak Perisic. Forward Bas Dost. The visiting team Wolfsburg starts off with an aggressive assault on Bayer Leverkusen, making Lu Xiao frown. In theory, Bayer Leverkusen's three lines should not be inferior to their opponents, but the aggressive momentum of the other side is incredibly fierce. Gustavo, who debuted in Brazil, was originally an unknown player. He later followed Hoffenheim from the second division to the Bundesliga, nearly helping them topple Bayern Munich. In 2008, the rise of Hoffenheim as a promoted team introduced this small village of 3-0 people to the world. Any team that performs well in the Bundesliga inevitably attracts the attention of Bayern Munich for their key player. The backbone of the team, main midfielder Gustavo's transfer to Bayern Munich angered head coach Ralf Rangnick, leading to his abrupt departure, and the magical aura of Hoffenheim quickly faded. After 2 seasons at Bayern, Gustavo claimed 3 trophies as a key player. Having seen the world, Gustavo's transfer to Wolfsburg for the new season significantly strengthened their midfield. Bayer Leverkusen's midfield finds it difficult to compete with him, putting them in a rather passive position. No way is it another uphill battle. While Lu Xiao hopes to play, the more disadvantaged the team is, the more likely he is to have a chance to seize the opportunity. But he hopes Bayer Leverkusen can win. Fortunately, Bayer Leverkusen withstood the pressure in the first half. Son Heung-min burst down the flank, creating an opportunity with a Kuden and long-range shot that forced goalkeeper Benalio to fumble. Kiesling raced in. Stefan Kiesling. A clean and decisive poke. The home team Bayer Leverkusen takes the lead. The Bayer arena erupts with applause. The home DJ passionately announces the goal. Let's call his name with the most enthusiastic voices. Goalscorer number 9. Stefan Kiesling. What does it feel like for 3-0 people to chant your name? It feels amazing. Why does Lu Xiao know? Because during the first round of the DFB Pokal, Lu Xiao experienced it himself twice. Wolfsburg requests a substitution. Kevin De Bruyne, donning the Wolfsburg jersey, stands at the edge of the field. Hiss! Lu Xiao suddenly feels an ominous premonition. Is this guy planning to carry the team? Finally, it's my turn to make an appearance. Bayer Arena Leverkusen. Standing by the sidelines, Kevin De Bruyne felt like Shawshank. Oh no, Andy Dufresne. Ever since Mourinho returned to Chelsea, this period felt like imprisonment. Fortunately, the club released him just in time, and De Bruyne hastily returned to Germany. Through his outstanding performance in training, he caught the attention of Wolfsburg's head coach Dieter Hecking and made it onto the matchday squad just 2 weeks into his loan. Moreover, he earned the opportunity to come off the bench. Savoring the taste of freedom, De Bruyne basked in the afternoon sun at Bayer Arena, leisurely stretching his back. He felt no tension at all, his eyes filled only with the belief in victory. De Bruyne subconsciously glanced at the home team's bench where his younger teammate Lu Xiao was attentively observing the game's dynamics. Sorry, Lu. I must win this match. The fourth official raised the substitution board, signaling that number 7, Caligiuri, would be replaced. Number 14, Kevin De Bruyne, was coming on. Lu, do you know him? Julian Brandt asked, curiously noticing that Lu Xiao seemed to recognize the skinny young man with the ginger hair. Yes, we were neighbors when we were kids, both trained at the youth academy in Genk, Belgium. No wonder he's playing quite well. Oh, Lu Xiao was surprised. One of Julian Brandt's favorite sayings was, "A bunch of scrubs, they can't compare to that. Number 17 is truly useless, nowhere near my level." The last time he criticized number 17, it was about Schalke 04's star player, a winger who ranked among the top 5 in the Bundesliga and led the team to the Champions League semi-finals alongside Raoul Farfan. He's a mainstay in the Champions League Final Four, and you can't even make the starting lineup. How shameless. Lu Xiao was too tired to even respond. Unexpectedly today, Julian Brandt wore a serious expression and acknowledged De Bruyne's level. It was evident that after Kevin De Bruyne took the field, he indeed showcased an outstanding performance. In the 69th minute of the match, just 1 minute after De Bruyne's introduction, he launched a cross from the right flank at a 45-degree angle. The ball curved dramatically, almost like a remote-controlled drone, accurately finding a teammate in the penalty area. Wolfsburg's forward Bas Dost was stunned. He could send a pass over a bunch of defenders to my head. He was unprepared, and his header went just over the crossbar. OHHHH. What a thrilling attack. The home fans let out a sigh of relief. Kevin De Bruyne showing exceptional competitive form right after stepping on the field. This young midfielder on loan from Chelsea had an impressive record last season, with Werder Bremen contributing 10 goals and 9 assists. He seems to have evolved compared to last year. Commentator Schall from German TV Channel 1 chuckled while poking fun at Mourinho. It appears Chelsea has enough talent. Mourinho doesn't even appreciate such a promising player. Hiss. Leverkusen's head coach Sasha couldn't sit still, realizing they had sent a tough competitor. He seems quite threatening. Sasha quickly conferred with Coach Hippia to urgently discuss defensive tactics and formulate a strategy to contain De Bruyne. He is quick with exquisite ball control and impeccable passing. His vision and awareness are somewhat even with Leverkusen's defensive formation intact. De Bruyne could single-handedly disrupt the balance through his... While the two were still strategizing, a gasp erupted from the stands. Sasha quickly looked up, his heart nearly skipping a beat. Wolfsburg was launching an attack, continuing to seek out De Bruyne on the right flank. De Bruyne accelerated, suddenly stopping and changing direction, instantly shaking off the defender. With a mesmerizing outside off the foot through ball, he pierced through 2 defensive lines, targeting the flank directly. Leverkusen was pierced by the swordsman named De Bruyne, who struck from an angle. Bas Dost, an excellent connection. The offside trap was successfully broken in the penalty area. Wolfsburg equalized away from home. Skice. Head coach Sasha exploded in frustration, not at his defenders, but at himself. Pre-match, he had anticipated the opponent's substitutions and specifically considered Kevin De Bruyne as a pivotal threat, yet failed to devise a more detailed, tailored tactical plan. Plainly put, he had underestimated De Bruyne. Now Bayer Leverkusen would pay the price. In the 83rd minute, Leverkusen's frantic offensive surge yielded no genuine threat. Son Heung-min's shot was blocked. VfL Wolfsburg goalkeeper Benalio launched a swift counterattack with a long throw, and within seconds, 3 crisp passes, 2 quick touches, the ball surged down the right flank. De Bruyne took control. Wolfsburg's counterattack. 3 attackers versus 3 defenders in the final third. Ordinarily, defenders facing such rapid transitions need only avoid reckless challenges, maintaining disciplined lateral retreat while staying poised to strike back at the opportune moment. For advancing attackers, timing is delicate, especially when defenders hold their positions impeccably. The slightest hesitation disrupts rhythm, inviting rush decisions or interceptions by supporting defenders. Truth be told, Leverkusen's backline had performed admirably. Each defender held position with textbook precision, retreating in perfect unison like an unbreakable chain, sealing every angle of Wolfsburg's attack. At this point, Wolfsburg's best hope lay in probing the flanks and risking a speculative cross, reducing their threat level to roughly 40%. Yet what followed from De Bruyne left Leverkusen's coaching staff utterly astounded. At full sprint, he delivered a low curving pass, exquisitely arcing around both center-backs, threading perfectly toward the far post. Perisic. It's in. A world-class combination of run and pass. Wolfsburg have struck on the counter, taking the lead away at Leverkusen. The stands of the Bayer Arena were eerily silent while the green pitch became the stage for De Bruyne. His 2 passes almost disregarded Bayer Leverkusen's defensive tactics, heading straight for the goal. The fans were not angry at the team's performance, they merely felt a profound sense of helplessness. Could it be that today's match was over? Nice, Kevin. Wow, truly magnificent. After the goal, the Wolfsburg players celebrated wildly. Bayer Leverkusen was already difficult to tackle, and De Bruyne's 2 goals brought in 3 points. Having just joined the team, he quickly became the darling of his teammates. De Bruyne was also very happy, though not good at expressing it, simply smiling foolishly. What the heck? Lu Xiao realized his little buddy was a bit strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. The hard-earned 3 points turned into 0. If they lose a few more matches, next season's Champions League will be in jeopardy. I still want to play in the Champions League. Lu Xiao's desire to fight surged, and he just wanted to go on the field to help the team. The recent series of attacks had yielded nothing, and it was evident that Bayer Leverkusen's frontline lacked creativity. From a tactical perspective, his presence would surely have a miraculous effect. Coach. Lu Xiao's hopeful gaze turned towards Sasha Lewandowski, who happened to look over at the same time. Fuck it. Whatever. Sasha took a deep breath and waved to the substitutes. Lu, get ready to come on. No problem. Lu Xiao was already prepared, taking off his training suit. Template Nagi Satiar Fusion Value 54. Skills Max Level Ball Control. Skills unlockable at Fusion Value 55, Rage Value 25. Perhaps facing a disadvantage, he was called upon in a critical moment. Lu Xiao's Fusion Value surged by 2 points while his Rage Value started at 25. Kevin, you've worked hard today, but this is where it ends. Oh. When Lu Xiao replaced Guardado on the field, De Bruyne couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Has the Bayer Leverkusen coach really regarded this kid as a secret weapon? In the DFB Pokal, the 4th round of the Bundesliga, Lu Xiao came on as a substitute twice and scored twice. But he is only 16 years old, and generally to protect young players they tend to avoid letting him play too much. De Bruyne knew very well that after Lu Xiao won the MVP last round, he had been thoroughly studied by the coaching staff of various clubs. Wolfsburg's head coach Hecking gave a detailed analysis specifically targeting Lu Xiao. I want to emphasize one thing regarding the substitute players that Bayer Leverkusen might bring on. Remember this Chinese player Lu Xiao, we must take him seriously. Hecking drew 3 exclamation marks on the tactical board. It was clear that he did not underestimate him due to his young age. At 16, to win the Bundesliga MVP, do you think it's just luck? No. Just looking at his 2 ball control techniques in the front, even Messi would find it hard to handle them as perfectly as he does. As long as he utilizes his ball control advantage, he can create a terrifying threat in the confined space of the penalty area. Good news, even if such a young player is a genius, he still has a huge weakness. Can you guess what it is? In the Wolfsburg tactical meeting room, defensive midfielder Gustavo raised his hand like a schoolboy and spoke his physique. Exactly. His physical confrontation is a weakness, as he has been at a disadvantage in at least 7 physical confrontations in previous matches. So as long as he has the possibility of getting the ball, immediately body check him, shove him out of position, and force him to lose control of the ball. As long as Lu Xiao doesn't handle his first touch, well, he will lose the space to pose a dribbling threat afterwards. In situations where he does not excel in speed passing or long shots, Lu Xiao will completely lose his threat. Try to push him as far away from the penalty area as possible. If you can foul him, do it. I believe that under our special attention, this kid will receive a valuable lesson. At that moment, the Wolfsburg players were all laughing happily, but De Bruyne couldn't smile. What if the little brother gets his confidence shattered by his own teammates targeting him like this? However, since he chose the path of a professional player, failure is inevitable. I hope today's failure will allow Lu Xiao to gain some experience and help him calm down. After honing his skills for 3 years, Lu Xiao will surely become a world-class superstar. But not now. De Bruyne looked at Lu Xiao. He had decided to help the little brother quickly recognize the reality football is a cruel sport. However, Lu Xiao seemed completely unfazed upon seeing De Bruyne glance over. He even waved. Hey, I really don't want to do this. De Bruyne felt a bit cruel. There was no time for nostalgia. Looking at the time on the field, the Wolfsburg players had taken quite a while to celebrate, plus there were substitutions. Before he knew it, they were already at the 86th minute. Only 4 minutes left to equalize. Lu Xiao was just about to make a run to receive the ball, but before he could even start, he was heavily bumped from behind, nearly falling. Turning his head, he saw the dark and sturdy midfielder Gustavo with an apologetic look. Sorry, it wasn't intentional. I don't believe you. Gustavo was definitely intentional. The goal was merely to give himself a warning, indicating that he would receive special treatment from the opponent from now on. Sure enough, Bayer Leverkusen initiated an attack, while Wolfsburg defended the penalty area waiting for a counterattack. Lu Xiao took up the position of forward number 10, replacing Son Heung-min, who moved to the left flank. Rolfs made a through pass looking for Son Heung-min, who couldn't find space to break through, observed the center, and decisively passed to Lu Xiao. He had enough trust in Lu Xiao to take the ball. As the football was about to arrive, Gustavo collided again from behind, attempting to shove Lu Xiao out of position. Anger level 48. The consecutive impacts caused a surge in anger. Lu Xiao had been paying close attention to Gustavo's movements, adjusting his position and using the impact to push forward a few steps, seizing the ball first. No way. Another defensive midfielder Maximilian quickly closed in blocking Lu Xiao's path to break through together with Gustavo. Not good. Bayer Leverkusen's teammates exclaimed, thinking the ball would be intercepted, and hurriedly turned to retreat. Lu Xiao had not given up, gritting his teeth and sprinting forward for a step, touching the ball in advance. At the moment of touching the ball, his toes lifted to the extreme. The football was gently chipped, gliding like a sprite past Maximilian. What? Gustavo was slightly stunned. Lu Xiao did not let the ball land, hooking it with his ankle to chip it again. The football passed to the left of Gustavo while Lu Xiao slipped past on the right. In front of the penalty area, Lu Xiao executed a perfect stop and a series of chip passes, effortlessly breaking through the defense in a 1v2 situation. What an elegant and splendid performance from Lu. Inside the penalty area, he still hasn't let the ball touch the ground. The commentators secretly praised with anticipation. Could it be? Impossible. Wolfsburg's main center-back Naldo rushed forward to defend, blocking Lu Xiao's path. In a moment of crisis, Lu Xiao cleverly chipped the ball with the back of his right foot before it hit the ground. The football narrowly managed to pass through Naldo's legs. Lu Xiao faced 3 defenders in the attacking zone. He dribbled past 3 players. De Bruyne was astonished. Long time no see, the little brother Lu Xiao had grown to a level he couldn't comprehend. 3 consecutive perfect ball controls. It hardly seemed like he was a professional player. More like a magician's brilliant performance. Anger level 65 after passing Naldo, only the goalkeeper Benaglio remained in front of Lu Xiao. With 65 anger level, the shooting skill would at most be 65. Lu Xiao still decided to take a shot. With teammates tightly marked, when it was time for him to step up, he had to stand out. Facing the rushing goalkeeper Benaglio, Lu Xiao showed no hesitation. A powerful shot. This kick contained the sweat of day-to-day training. Unfortunately, luck was slightly against him, hitting the post. Fortunately, Kiesling was quick to follow up, scoring with a rebound. Kiesling, he scored. The young player Lu Xiao also played an indispensable role. Lu Xiao, he's been a key player for 2 consecutive rounds. Like De Bruyne, both youths from Genk have brought valuable points to their respective teams today. The series of chip dribbles just outside the penalty area was simply perfect. The score has been rewritten by Lu Xiao, and both sides are back on equal footing. In a frenzy of aggression, Lu Xiao and De Bruyne showed no signs of holding back. In an instant, under the orchestrations of both sides, Bayer Leverkusen and VfL Wolfsburg launched a fierce assault into each other's territory to engage in an attacking battle in the last 10 minutes. This is quite interesting. Anger value 82. Anger value 86. Anger value 92. Right until injury time, De Bruyne attempted to deliver a lethal threat, but unfortunately his teammates lacked the stamina to create a threatening attack. However, Lu Xiao found himself entangled in a struggle with Gustavo and Naldo. The opponents were clearly trying to outlast him, physically aiming to deplete his energy. Lu Xiao, however, remained unfazed. He was merely waiting for an opportunity. In the 9:342 mark of injury time, with 4 minutes of stoppage about to end, the referee had already raised the whistle to his lips, glancing at the time. In a final flourish, Bayer Leverkusen saw Son Heung-min carrying the ball from the left side in search of an opportunity. He feigned a rightward pass with his right foot, suddenly crossing over the ball and pushing it outward with his left foot to break through. With a fervent desire for victory, Son Heung-min shouted as he surged toward the penalty area, catching a glimpse of a figure making a rapid insertion into the center. Please, you must score this goal. Bang! A low half-high ball zipped across the penalty area. De Bruyne noticed his younger teammate making a clever run into a dangerous position. He had already assumed the posture for a volley. Thankfully, the main center-back Naldo remained vigilant, staying close beside Lu Xiao. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Naldo, disregarding the possibility of a foul leading to a penalty, charged with his upper body like a bull, knocking Lu Xiao off balance, making it impossible for him to shoot. Phew. That was close. What? De Bruyne had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief. Little did he know Lu Xiao didn't perform the volley. In the moment he lost his balance, his right foot's shooting motion unexpectedly transformed into a miraculous stop. With his ankle pinching the ball, he gently flicked it upwards. Within the blink of an eye, as he fell, he managed to execute such an impossible maneuver. Immediately after this, De Bruyne was taken aback. Everyone around him was petrified. At the moment Lu Xiao fell to his left side, he astonishingly performed a spinning move using one hand to support himself on the ground. Anger value 100. Hey! Lu Xiao's lips curled into a victorious smile. A bicycle kick. Bang! Swish! By the time the crowd regained their senses, the football had already darted into the corner, crashing into the net. The scoreboard at Bayer Arena flickered mercilessly. Countdown to a decisive kill. Lu Xiao 94. The sun had already set over the Bayer Arena in Leverkusen. With a hint of faint twilight, Kevin De Bruyne stared blankly at the scoreboard. He had clearly given it his all. Not far away, Lu Xiao was celebrating victory with his teammates. This match had been so hard-fought that the substitutes from Leverkusen couldn't help but rush onto the field to join in the jubilation at the final whistle. Lu Xiao was smiling joyfully amidst the crowd. The child who used to practice on the concrete floor falling and scraping his skin, yet continuing to train with a bleeding leg, had now become a professional player that his teammates could rely on. De Bruyne felt quite gratified. When they were young, both of them dreamed of being professional stars, and now that dream had come true. Unfortunately, they could not fight side by side, and this kid had stolen the 3 points. De Bruyne took the initiative to walk over and greet him. "Kevin, what do you say? That goal was beautiful, right?" Lu Xiao couldn't help but brag in front of his friends, boasting about his performance. De Bruyne raised his hand in a universally recognized friendly gesture. "Fuck off. Your performance was really great. I almost thought we were going to lose today." "Thank you. Next time I will win it back." "All right, give it your all. You rascal." De Bruyne shook his head with a wry smile. It was pointless to say anything after losing today. He just needed to try to defeat Lu Xiao next time. "Shall we swap jerseys?" "Sure." Lu Xiao straightforwardly took off his team jersey and exchanged it with De Bruyne's. He had wanted to suggest going out for dinner to reminisce, but thought better of it. Lu Xiao understood De Bruyne's character well. If they had won today, he would definitely have invited Lu Xiao to dinner. Given his competitive nature after losing, he would undoubtedly be in no mood for that, and would instead focus on training hard to regain his footing. The two simply bumped fists and turned to leave. The next time they meet will be at the Volkswagen Arena in Wolfsburg. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao's first shot did not go in, and the MVP of today's match was awarded to Kiesling, who scored twice. The good news was that he had once again become a super sub, helping Leverkusen turn the game around and scoring a last-minute winner. After the match, the German football media awarded Lu Xiao a top score of 1 point. Having come off the bench 3 times in a row, he had scored in each of those matches. The next day, Lu Xiao opened Twitter, and his name appeared in the trending topics again. The media even gave him the nickname Super Joker. "No way, dude. Super Clown." Lu Xiao carefully examined himself in the mirror. His nose wasn't red at all. However, he quickly realized that in the realm of German football, the term joker did not mean clown, but was a customary term for super substitute. For instance, the famous super substitute in Bundesliga history Nils Petersen, or the outstanding Thomas Müller from a few years back, who often made an impact when coming off the bench. German media liked to describe him this way: "Bewiesen ist unbleicht der Joker." Proven Thomas Müller is, and remains, the super substitute. Indeed, Thomas Müller is that super substitute. Since Joker already has the connotation of a key substitute, the German media's description of Lu Xiao as Super Joker felt particularly flattering. The ace among super substitutes. Lu Xiao was quite pleased with this, and happily checked his phone to see how the German media praised him. 16-year-old Chinese prodigy Lu Xiao's last-minute scorpion kick scores the winner. Bayer Leverkusen's biggest treasure signed this summer. Der Spiegel. Super Joker shows his power again. Bayer wins 32 against Wolfsburg. Bild. Bayer 32 Wolfsburg recap. The Hank duo shines. Lu Xiao's scissor kick selected as the best goal of the round. Munich Evening News. Even the Southern European media Gazzetta dello Sport had taken note of Lu Xiao. The 16-year-old Chinese rising star has proven himself in 3 consecutive matches, and in yesterday's Bundesliga spotlight match, Lu Xiao, who came off the bench, delivered a stunning scissor kick winner. With new talents emerging in the Bundesliga, the once little World Cup series, it seems to be experiencing a talent drought. German netizens were particularly friendly in the comment section. "Wow, what an amazing match. You can't imagine how calm a 16-year-old was in that last-minute winner. The last scissor kick really amazed me. Best goal of the Bundesliga this round. How did he do that? He was about to fall, but managed to pull off a scissor kick like a gymnast. Holy shit." To be honest, he must have studied street dance and breaking street dance. There's a term called windmill, and Lu Xiao did it quite perfectly. Netizens casually gave Lu Xiao nicknames like Karate Kid, Street Dance Boy, Super Sub, Mr. Marvelous, which made Lu Xiao unable to resist logging in with a secondary account to join in the fun. Wow, he is just such an excellent player. That's right, bro, I also think he should be a starter. Today Leverkusen won, and Lu Xiao is definitely the MVP. Seeing others praise him can be quite addictive. After a long morning training session, Lu Xiao finished with a sauna and lay leisurely on a lounge chair beside the pool, scrolling through his phone for at least half an hour, until he was interrupted by the notification sound of his phone. "Chloe Lu. Yesterday's match was simply a thumbs up emoji. Chloe, that last scissor kick was so cool. Chloe, when I saw that last-minute winner, I was going crazy. OMG. Lu Xiao focused closely on the sender. It was indeed Chloe. Why did it feel so different? The last time he met Chloe, she was the girl who crashed into him with her Porsche 911, and after a few days of casual chatting, they had become quite familiar. Lu Xiao later realized that she was actually the daughter of the board member of his high school, Theodore House High School. The Theodore House in the school's name refers to her grandfather and the current board member Oliver House, whom he often runs into at school. A thin, bespectacled, middle-aged man was her father. Chloe's full name is Chloe House. The moment Lu Xiao saw her surname, he immediately figured it out. No wonder she could afford a Porsche 911 at such a young age. Putting that aside for now, the first time he saw Chloe, she was blushing and looking down apologetically, clearly a well-mannered girl with strict upbringing. He didn't expect that during their online and text conversations, she would seem a bit wild. Every time she texted, she would get so excited and send a bunch of exclamation marks, and before Lu Xiao could finish typing, several messages would come flooding in, making her quite the chatterbox online. Lu, thank you. Did you watch the match? Chloe, of course. I'm your fan. Chloe, the most loyal fan. Chloe, your first diehard fan. Good, a diehard fan. Lu Xiao felt a bit uneasy inside. Chloe might not be that kind of crazy fan, would she? Or does she have some hidden Neanderthal traits? That would be fun in the future. Lu Xiao did not reply to her closed-eye message and suddenly thought of checking Weibo. He wanted to see if there was any news about him in China. A 16-year-old Chinese boy making a name for himself in the Bundesliga should be a topic of discussion, right? Commentator Zhang Jun remarked Lu Xiao's last-minute heroics to save his team have become a phenomenon-level script for Bayer Leverkusen's new season. Facing Wolfsburg's impenetrable midfield pressure, he executed a breathtaking sequence, dribbling past 3 defenders with audacious nutmegs, a feat of divine artistry. It revealed not only his exquisite ball control and razor-sharp composure, but also an uncanny ability to reverse fate midair with a street dance-inspired scissor kick even as balance deserted him. An extraordinary display of poise and creativity far beyond his years. Having come off the bench in 3 consecutive matches, and altering the course of each, this young talent signed at 0 transfer cost proves infinitely more valuable than Son Heung-min, whose acquisition cost 10 million. From German Cup dark horse to Bundesliga match winner, Lu Xiao has shattered entrenched stereotypes about Asian players in record time. Should he continue refining his physical resilience and tactical intelligence, he possesses genuine potential to become a cornerstone of Leverkusen's evolving system. Leverkusen's summer signing of the season. The answer is self-evident. Seeing commentator Zhang Jun's Weibo post, Lu Xiao felt pleasantly surprised. Zhang was his father Lu Yongping's favorite football commentator. Ever since childhood, Lu Xiao had watched matches alongside his father, whose beloved club was Arsenal, the most dazzling team in the English Premier League during the 2002-2004 seasons. Thus Thierry Henry became one of Lu Xiao's favorite players. When Henry narrowly missed out on the Champions League title in the summer of 2006, Lu Xiao was heartbroken for days. Still, losing to Barcelona's legendary Dream Team 2, led by peak Ronaldinho, was entirely understandable. Lu Yongping's German was rudimentary, making German-language commentary difficult to follow. He preferred ESPN's Chinese-language broadcasts instead. Lu Xiao grew up watching those same broadcasts, and thus knew Zhang Jun intimately. His fiery delivery and encyclopedic command of both on-field action and off-field context made him one of Lu Xiao's all-time favorite Chinese commentators. Being praised so highly by Zhang Jun evoked a surreal sense of connection across continents. So someone back home has noticed me after all. A Baidu Tieba forum titled Lu Xiao Bar had mysteriously appeared, though it contained few posts, mostly match-viewing threads, and attracted only a handful of fans. Lu Xiao quietly registered an anonymous Baidu account to lurk there patiently, awaiting the day the forum would flourish. His past highlights were already fading beneath the weight of daily training. Still not part of the starting 11, he had no right to rest on his laurels. He trained with unwavering diligence, striving for constant improvement. Even head coach Sasha Lewandowski found himself compelled to intervene. Lu, your body hasn't fully matured yet. You don't need to push yourself this hard. But coach, my strength remains a clear weakness. I'm consistently overpowered in the box, and my passing and shooting still fall short. Upon reflection, Lu Xiao truly had little to boast about. Much of his success stemmed from relying on the Nagi Saishiro template, a game-breaking cheat. But while that granted him maximum-level first-touch control, every other facet of his game remained at standard academy player level. Inside the box, his 100-point first touch allowed him to feint past defenders and carve out precious shooting. Yet his shooting ability barely reached 70 points at best, and under physical duress it could plummet further to just 60, making his shots easy prey for goalkeepers. His previous scissor kick goal succeeded only because accumulated physical confrontations had filled his rage gauge to 100, briefly unlocking the full power of the Nagi Saishiro S-rank template, producing an unstoppable strike. But real matches unfold in split seconds. What if his rage gauge fell short at the moment of shooting? He needed to rely on his true shooting ability. Until his next template unlocked, he had no choice but to strengthen his innate skills. He understood one fundamental truth: never treat the system as a savior. It was merely training wheels on a bicycle. Sooner or later he would have to remove them and ride solo. Only then might he ascend to become the world's undisputed greatest, its sole GOAT. The road ahead is long. I'll keep working step by step. You, while having ambition, is admirable. But you mustn't train recklessly on your own. Instead, our coaching staff will design a progressive, personalized training plan, tailored precisely to your current fitness, physical development, and technical capabilities. Followed faithfully, such a plan combined with your talent and work ethic, will surely propel you swiftly toward becoming one of the Bundesliga's brightest stars. Really? Thank you, coach. Lu Xiao was genuinely astonished. He'd assumed head coach Sasha was indifferent to him, unlike the warm-hearted coach Hypia. Unexpectedly, Sasha cared deeply. Of course, you're my player. I take every player seriously. Even if one day you pursue opportunities elsewhere, I hope your career flourishes beyond Leverkusen. In Sasha's eyes, Lu Xiao saw sincerity, revealing a tender, unexpectedly gentle side beneath the coach's stern exterior. Cough, cough. All right, no extra drills today. Go rest. Yes, sir. I'll finish this set of shots and head out. Initially, Sasha had indeed dismissed Lu Xiao. A slight 16-year-old Chinese player in the senior squad struck him as absurd. Yet Lu Xiao proved his worth through action alone. After the first round of the German Cup, Sasha Lewandowski admitted candidly, "I misjudged him." He now hoped Lu Xiao would mature rapidly into Leverkusen's sharpest forward weapon, their true ace. Yet forging emotional rapport with players remained unfamiliar territory for him. What use was sentimentality for a grown man? Better to act decisively. Rushing back to his office, assistant coach Hypia grabbed his bag to leave, only to be yanked back by Sasha. "What's up, overtime?" "Yes, regarding Lu Xiao." "What about Lu?" "Relax, your star pupil's fine. I want to discuss designing a bespoke training program for him." "Oh, finally. I've already prepared it." Hypia eagerly produced a thick stack of printed documents. Each page offered meticulous analysis of Lu Xiao's profile and targeted drills to elevate every facet of his game. This thorough. "Naturally. You said he's my star pupil." After all, Hypia had championed Lu Xiao's unconventional signing even before the contract was finalized. His instincts rarely failed. "Fine, then you brief him tomorrow." "Sasha." "Yes. Thank you." "Ah, what's with all this sentiment? I'm not some heartless tyrant." "You absolutely are. Get lost." Leverkusen's fixture schedule pressed onward. September 21st, German Cup Round 2, away against RB Leipzig. September 24th, Bundesliga Matchday 6, away against Mainz. With 2 matches in 1 week, rotation was inevitable. Yet selecting the optimal role for Lu Xiao posed a dilemma for head coach Sasha Lewandowski. Should he start in the German Cup against Leipzig, or remain on the bench for the Bundesliga clash with Mainz? Inside the Bayer Leverkusen training ground, the midday sun was scorching, and the players took the opportunity to sneak off to the shade while the head coach Sasha was away. Only Lu Xiao remained under the sun, accompanied by the coach Hypia, who held a stopwatch. "Accelerate, accelerate, faster. Go faster. Good, stop now, jog 2 laps at your own pace." Seeing Lu Xiao drenched in sweat under the sun, his teammates looked on with sympathy. "What is he doing?" "The coaching staff is conducting a comprehensive physical assessment on him." "Huh, that's so harsh. When I was 16, I was just loafing around in the youth training camp. No wonder he's still so inexperienced." Lu Xiao has already scored in 3 consecutive matches. There's no helping it, Lu is a genius. No, he is actually a hard-working player. From the first day he entered the academy, team captain Ralphus had always seen Lu Xiao as the first to arrive and the last to leave. Now they even increased his training regimen. The coaching staff hardly treated him like a human. If the coaching plan were perfectly executed, Lu Xiao's training load would surpass everyone else's. He was nearly reaching the physical limits of a 16-year-old player, even slightly exceeding them. This was a tremendous test for Lu Xiao's body and mind. If adult players couldn't withstand such a grueling plan, why should Lu Xiao bear it? After observing for a week, Ralphus already had an answer. The coaching staff truly intended to elevate this young man, treating him as a mainstay, even a core player of the first team. I really don't know if the coaching staff is being aggressive or completely insane. Lu Xiao, who was sympathized by everyone, was actually enjoying the torment, experiencing both pain and joy. It was indeed difficult for most people to stick to this training plan, but Lu Xiao was not content with merely coasting in the first team. A 16-year-old player occasionally coming off the bench for 20 minutes regardless of the outcome was not his ambition. He could also earn a weekly salary of €1,000, go to nightclubs to party and flirt with girls, and spend nights with various types of supermodels. At the end of the season, he could go on vacation enjoying sunny beaches and occasionally attend pool parties. With Lu Xiao's looks, he could easily avoid hard work and simply slack off. Even many years later, even if he still did not become a main player in Europe's top leagues, he would have surpassed many overseas Chinese players. He could easily find a mid-level team to retire in, occasionally playing a few matches and occasionally having standout performances to boost his popularity. If he had the chance to join a prestigious club like Manchester United, he could enjoy a lucrative salary. Hundreds of thousands of euros per week would allow Lu Xiao to live quite comfortably. With both fame and fortune, he wouldn't care about results or championships as long as he had the status of a big club player. He could go to Hollywood or mainland China to flirt with a female celebrity, creating some rumors to increase his exposure, grabbing various business collaborations for profit. If one female celebrity wasn't enough, he could flirt with several more, becoming a regular on trending searches. At that time, he could even start a Weibo account back home, occasionally participating in variety shows to maintain his presence. After retiring, he could transform into a football short video blogger, easily amassing millions of followers. Even live streaming could earn him a fortune. Every day filled with luxury cars and beautiful women, enjoying an upper-class lifestyle, he would completely immerse himself in a life of indulgence. What effort, what achievements, what honors. Do they matter? Without pursuit, naturally there's no pressure, and he wouldn't have to bear any burdens. Living a life of enjoyment every day is 100 times better than the pain of working hard for an entire season without any results. Right? Lu Xiao could completely choose this path, and knew he could live more freely. But Lu Xiao chose a more challenging path, one that pursued glory and the spirit of football. This path has only one goal: becoming stronger. Cup Championship, League Championship, UEFA Champions League Championship, Continental Cup Championship, World Cup Championship, Ballon d'Or. Lu Xiao wants them all. One is not enough, he wants more. Even a powerhouse like Kaka only has one UEFA Champions League title and one Ballon d'Or. After experiencing glory, he was tormented by the pain of injuries. Only by being as strong as Messi or Ronaldo, or even surpassing them, could Lu Xiao realize his ultimate dream. But with billions of people in the world, 300 million registered players, and only 2 being professionals, there is only one Messi and one Ronaldo. The road to becoming or surpassing them is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Even if Lu Xiao had a system to assist him, he might not necessarily gain enough honors. How many championships has someone as strong as Harry Kane won in his long career? Therefore Lu Xiao must challenge his limits. With the motivation to become stronger, Lu Xiao did not take a break while jogging on the track. Instead, he maintained a sprint, crazily completing 2 laps. Coach Hapia was dumbfounded at the scene. This kid, after panting heavily and finishing a day of training, Lu Xiao didn't even have time for the club's physiotherapist to massage and relax his muscles. He merely soaked briefly in a cold water pool, and after relieving his muscle fatigue in a hyperbaric oxygen chamber, he hurried to gather his things and prepare to go to school for makeup classes, followed by a mountain of homework and lab topics waiting for him. Although Lu Xiao didn't have many entertainment activities, his extracurricular life was still quite fulfilling. Wait a moment. Coach. Before leaving, just as he got on his bike, Lu Xiao was suddenly called by Sasha. Did you see today's roster? What roster? Sorry, I didn't pay attention to it. Earlier his teammates had indeed gathered to discuss the roster for the next 2 matches. Lu Xiao was just anxious to attend his makeup class, quickly diving into the hyperbaric oxygen chamber, and didn't manage to participate in the discussion. Now he was unclear about his specific match arrangements. Oh, it's fine, you can check it in your email. I just wanted you to be mentally prepared. You'll be starting in the next cup match. Okay, thank you, coach. Wait, starting. Surprise finally appeared in Lu Xiao's eyes. Originally head coach Sasha Lewandowski felt a bit disappointed. The starting position he had carefully prepared for Lu Xiao, and this kid didn't feel it at all. Seeing Lu Xiao's reaction, Sasha rarely smiled. That's more like it. This is the reaction a young player should have. Many times Sasha thought Lu Xiao was a seasoned player in his 30s. Yes, I've seen the recent reports from the fitness coach. Your stamina is now sufficient to support a 90-minute match. Though for 120 minutes of extra time, you might struggle. I can do 120 minutes too. Don't overestimate yourself. Sasha waved his hand helplessly to stop him. If Lu Xiao were to play for a full 120 minutes, the kid's willpower wouldn't be an issue. He would just be dragging his cramping legs. That would easily lead to injuries. In any case, the match the day after tomorrow won't be easy, and the mentality of a starter is different from that of a substitute. I just wanted to give you a precaution to avoid you getting nervous. Coach, when have you ever seen me nervous? Ordinary people would indeed get nervous, but with the passive aura that the Nagiseo Shiro template carries, Lu Xiao could always maintain calm and rationality. Every time he felt excited or nervous, a mysterious white-haired figure would float in his mind. Who exactly was this character from an anime? Lu Xiao searched through anime from the 80s to the recent July releases like Danganronpa, Blood Blockade, Battlefront, Silver Spoon, and Free. There was simply no character named Nagiseo Shiro, nor had he seen a similar white-haired character. This was truly odd. Good as long as you're not nervous. RB Leipzig, although a regional league team, I've watched their matches, they are not to be underestimated. We must go all out. RB Leipzig. Lu Xiao was slightly taken aback. That name sounded familiar. A team that was about to rise to the Bundesliga and create a storm there. This was not Lu Xiao's first away match. Previously he had traveled with the team to away games, only to sit on the bench for 90 minutes. This time, however, from Leverkusen in western Germany to Leipzig in the east, Lu Xiao already knew he would start. Good news, his teammate Julian Brandt was also starting. Bad news, Julian Brandt was starting. All the way there the man wouldn't stop chattering beside Lu Xiao. No way, you're really starting. Didn't the coach say it multiple times yesterday? I know, but I'm still stunned. You're actually starting. Sigh. Lu Xiao simply put on his headphones, too weary to listen. What was so astonishing about a starting spot? But I didn't start until I was 17, in a cup match. How dare you do it at 16? Why don't you try scoring in 3 consecutive matches? Alright, I'll admit it. That part I truly can't match you. Julian Brandt wilted, his earlier envy evaporated entirely. From the day Lu Xiao joined the club, Julian Brandt had assumed the role of elder brother, exuding condescension and superiority whenever he spoke to him. Everyone on the team could tease him, yet the only person he dared belittle was Lu Xiao, younger and less experienced than himself. Yet in just 3 matches, Lu Xiao, standing within the squad, surged dramatically. This young Chinese player had even surpassed most of the reserve squad. He had reached the pinnacle of the substitutes, on the very cusp of becoming a starter. Julian Brandt, meanwhile, remained stuck in the rotation of bench players, waiting endlessly for his chance. Guilherme Guardado, Sun Heung-min, and Sidney Sam all played as left wingers for the team. Julian Brandt ranked 4th, appearing only in inconsequential fixtures. Lu Xiao, by contrast, possessed irreplaceable tactical value. His performances across 3 substitute appearances had already proven his uncanny ability to convert chances in the final third. Today's German Cup start would test how he performed over a full 90-minute match. If his performance proved exceptional, Julian Brandt didn't even doubt he might soon start in the Bundesliga. A sharp involuntary breath escaped him, truly terrifying. It was as absurd as a college senior intern being promoted to department manager and becoming a core team member within a single month. Red Bull Arena, one of the few stadiums in the German league directly branded by a sponsor. The world-renowned energy drink conglomerate Red Bull Group has invested heavily in extreme sports and athletics. In football alone, it owns 2 renowned clubs, FC Red Bull Salzburg and RB Leipzig. Acquired in 2009, the club achieved an unprecedented 3-tier leap by 2013, rising seamlessly from amateur division straight into the 3. Liga. To preserve the relative purity of German football and shield it from external capital influence, the league steadfastly upholds the 501 rule private. To preserve the relative purity of German football and shield it from external capital influence, the league steadfastly upholds the 501 rule: private corporations or investors may never hold more than 50% of a club's voting rights. Only Bayer Leverkusen and VfL Wolfsburg are exceptions, long operated by Bayer AG and Volkswagen AG respectively. German football has tacitly accepted their existence after decades of stewardship. RB Leipzig, however, emerged as a challenger to this established order, and since its inception has faced open resistance from the German football establishment. Thus the clash between Bayer Leverkusen and RB Leipzig is often dubbed by German media as the corporate employees' derby. Regardless of external discourse surrounding the club, the Leverkusen players felt no particular sentiment toward RB Leipzig. They were simply opponents, nothing more, nothing less. Round 2 of the DFB Pokal, single elimination. Lose, and you're out. Leverkusen's rotated lineup stood ready, eager, restless, poised to dismantle their rivals. For Lu Xiao, this marked his first time standing in the tunnel awaiting his entrance onto the pitch. Indeed, it was the first time in his life he'd held a ball boy's hand. To his right stood a little girl, 6 or 7 years old, with doll-like wide blue eyes that blinked ceaselessly fixed upon him. Their gazes met, then she shyly lowered her head. Only once he looked away did she lift her eyes again, gazing back at him. Sir. Yes. Are you a foreigner? Yes, you're very perceptive. Hee, you're really handsome. A soft chuckle escaped him. Her adorable lilting voice dissolved every trace of pre-match nervousness. No one had ever told him he was handsome, until now. What's your name? Kasia, she whispered softly. A beautiful name, Kasia. Thank you, sir. Will you score today? Of course. Do you like watching goals? Yes. Only when I see a goal does my father. He's hardly ever home. He rarely plays with me. Lu Xiao fell silent. Behind her innocent question lay a story of her own. Yet he was about to step onto the pitch, and unlikely ever to return to this stadium. Once the line dispersed, he would almost certainly never see little Kasia again. Still he knelt down, bringing his eyes level with her bright azure gaze. Kasia, I believe your father loves you deeply, but he doesn't always know how to show it. And he works hard to provide for your family. So hold on to that truth, stay joyful each day, and remember both your parents love you unconditionally. Really? Thank you, sir, I understand now. Lu Xiao wasn't speaking idly. The girl was plump-cheeked and well-groomed, her speech refined, and bore no signs of injury or neglect. He'd even feared gripping her hand too tightly. Such a delicate, cherished child must be tenderly cared for. Her family, he reasoned, likely loved her dearly, and he hoped she'd carry that certainty unburdened into her days. Hey ladies, we're running short on time. Let's go. Ahead, the head referee checked his watch and led the officiating crew, and both teams, onto the pitch in procession. Emerging from the dim tunnel into blinding light nearly blinded Lu Xiao. Once his eyes adjusted, a deafening tide of cheers and clamor crashed over him like a storm surge. Starting truly felt superior to coming off the bench. The sole disappointment. The roaring ovation came exclusively for the home side, while the visitors received only jeers. After completing pre-match formalities, Lu Xiao lined up with his teammates to shake hands with the opposing squad. As he passed a lean, youthful player, he felt an unexpected surge of pressure in the handshake. Was the boy nervous, or deliberately testing him? His grip was painfully tight. Lu Xiao tightened his own grip in response. They locked in silent tension for half a second before releasing, and locking eyes simultaneously. "Fine, lad. I'll remember you." Battle instinct flared, intense electric. Yet somehow Lu Xiao felt certain he'd seen this face before. Only after the ceremony concluded, and both squads retreated to their respective halves for kickoff, did Lu Xiao finally glimpse the opponent's number and name. Number 32, Kimmich. Joshua Kimmich. Well, now that was unexpected. A 3. League aside, fielding an SS retired talent. Lu Xiao smiled. He'd assumed round 2 of the DFB Pokal would be dull. Now, it had just become. Welcome to this crucial second-round DFB Pokal clash. RB Leipzig hosting Bayer Leverkusen. RB Leipzig competing in the 3. Liga fielded their strongest available lineup. Having stormed to 5 consecutive victories at the start of the season, they now stand as serious contenders for the 3. Liga title and promotion to the 2. Bundesliga. Their opponents, Bundesliga powerhouse Bayer Leverkusen, face a congested fixture schedule, playing twice within a week, and thus deployed a heavily rotated squad composed primarily of reserve players. The match was broadcast live by Sport 1 Germany, with commentators Mehmet Scholl and Oliver Kahn providing expert analysis from the commentary booth. The duo had previously witnessed the sensational debut of a 16-year-old Chinese prodigy, Lu Xiao, and remained deeply intrigued by his rapid ascent. Today they would watch him make his first-ever senior team start, and Scholl in particular eagerly anticipated his performance. We see that the highly promising young talent Lu Xiao has been named in the starting 11 for the first time, trusted by the coaching staff despite his mere 16 years of age. He has already scored decisive goals in each of his last 3 substitute appearances, leading his team to dramatic comebacks and last-minute victories. Most notably in Leverkusen's recent Bundesliga encounter against VfL Wolfsburg, Lu Xiao stunned spectators with an acrobatic bicycle kick that secured the win, earning him Goal of the Week honors and placing him in contention for the 2013 Puskas Award. That's correct. Oliver Kahn, the legendary German goalkeeper and former national team captain, also holds the young player in high regard. There remains a considerable distinction between starting and substitute roles. Starting demands exceptional physical stamina and unwavering mental fortitude. At just 16, breaking into the senior squad presents inherent challenges in both physical conditioning and competitive resilience. Yet Lu Xiao consistently compensates with extraordinary ball control, exhibiting agility, intelligence, and improvisational brilliance on the pitch. His performance today warrants close attention. Let us now examine the starting lineups for both sides. RB Leipzig, 442 goalkeeper, Fabio Caltorti defenders, Horn Heidlinger Wallers, Anthony Jung midfielders, Joshua Kimmich Dem, Ernst Kaiser forwards, Franz Josef Poulsen. Bayer Leverkusen, 4,231 goalkeeper, Bernd Leno defenders, Hilbert Wohlscheid Kukataluis Stafilidis midfielders, Emre Can Lars Bender Julian Brandt Castro Cruz forward, Lu Xiao. 2 RB Leipzig players merit special attention: defensive midfielder Joshua Kimmich and forward Josef Poulsen. Kimmich, aged 18, has delivered commanding performances over the past 2 seasons, scoring 6 goals in 28 appearances last term while averaging 4.1 key interceptions per match. Poulsen, 19, is reportedly under consideration for the Danish national team and appears poised to earn his first senior cap. Last season he started 32 matches and netted 15 goals, making him RB Leipzig's top scorer. Rumors suggest Bayern Munich scouts have already begun evaluating both players. Oliver, what's your take? Scholl playfully inserted a well-known inside joke. Within German football circles, any emerging talent at a domestic club inevitably draws Bayern's scrutiny. Kahn, a Bayern Munich legend and former captain, smiled wryly in acknowledgement. Bayern doesn't scout just anyone, but your rumor, I'll admit, holds merit. Kimmich may indeed be on Bayern's radar. With continued growth, he possesses the potential to become a Bundesliga mainstay. The match began quietly with neither side imposing early dominance. After several minutes of commentary, Leverkusen launched their first threatening attack. Excellent tackle by Lars Bender, right in midfield. They launched the counter immediately. Left flank, Julian Brandt, attempting to break through. Clean pass. The lightning-fast blonde winger Julian Brandt surged down the left flank, executing a blistering outside overlap maneuver before bursting into the final third and unleashing a low, flat, and fiercely driven cross into the box. With first-choice strikers Stefan Kiesling and Son Heung-min rested and Aaron Derdiak nursing a minor injury, Lu Xiao assumed the lone striker role, entrusted with a pivotal tactical responsibility by head coach Sasha Lewandowski. In a 42-31 formation, the lone striker serves not only as a goal threat, but also as the central offensive pivot, required to receive and hold possession reliably in the penalty area. Without such stability, even the most incisive wing play becomes futile. If no one can retain the ball inside the box, all effort dissipates into thin air. Fortunately, Lu Xiao proved more than dependable. Brandt wasted no hesitation, launching an immediate left-footed cross. Prioritizing velocity over arc, the pass skimmed low and fast across the penalty area. Though blisteringly quick, it arrived as a half volley. Too high for a header, too low and tight for clean first-time control. By the time Lu Xiao could cushion it off his chest, defenders would already have swarmed him. The window to act. Less than 1 second. Nearly impossible for most. Mine. Sorry. Brandt grimaced apologetically. He'd rushed the cross, failing to lift it sufficiently and inadvertently complicating Lu Xiao's task. Two center backs converged tightly from either side. Lu Xiao appeared almost certain to lose possession. His Leverkusen teammates braced instinctively for defensive recovery. But Lu Xiao would not let this chance slip. Masterful first touch. Instead of facing the ball, he turned his back to it. Arms braced firmly against the charging defender's momentum. The next instant, my God, what exquisite technique. Scholl erupted in awe. Calm poised, Lu Xiao absorbed the cross with his back. Slightly crouching, he allowed the ball to rebound softly off his upper spine, then lifted it delicately over the defender's head. The towering center back's sluggish turn betrayed his vulnerability. Lu Xiao had just turned him into comic relief. By the time the defender spun around to react, Lu Xiao had already darted past him and met the falling ball with a thunderous first-time volley. Rage meter 32 clang. The shot struck the crossbar and ricocheted out for a goal kick. A 16-year-old Chinese debutant had just delivered a stunning shock to the home crowd, mere minutes into his first senior start. Spectators in the stands wiped sweat from their brows 5 minutes in, and they were already trembling. Wasn't Leverkusen's reserve squad supposed to be weak? This kid was formidable. Joshua Kimmich, stationed just outside the box, stared in disbelief. Lu Xiao's audacious back-to-ball control had redefined his understanding of possibility. What? That's actually legal. Even world-class forwards like Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi couldn't guarantee perfection on such a difficult first-time strike. The attempt galvanized Leverkusen's morale, forcing Leipzig into deeply reactive defending. Yet Lu Xiao, unsatisfied, lingered briefly on the spot, visibly disappointed at having missed. Bad news, his shooting technique still requires refinement. Rage meter remains below 100. Good news, today's starting debut pushed his fusion rate above 55. Template Shiro Natsukawa's fusion rate 56. Skill masterful first touch. Skill unyielding strike. Rage meter 38. New skill unlocked unyielding strike. Today's debut directly increased Lu Xiao's fusion value by 2 points. Since he was fully focused on the match right after his entry, he had no time to study the new skill. What exactly is going on? As his shot went out of bounds, Lu Xiao took the opportunity to quickly read the instructions while the opponent was preparing for a goal kick. Hardcore shot. When a player completes a shot within 1 second of a high-difficulty ball stop, there is a chance to trigger a shot critical hit, with a goal probability of 75/100. Note the critical hit probability is positively correlated with the difficulty coefficient of the ball stop. In simple terms, the more exaggerated and hardcore the ball stop and dribbling action, the easier it is to trigger a shot critical hit. Even if his shooting level is average, he can still score impossible goals. Lu Xiao was very clear about what this so-called 100 guaranteed goal concept meant. It does not mean 100 accuracy within the goal frame, but rather guaranteed to score. Once a critical hit is triggered, even if the goal is blocked by a wall, the football will find its way into the net through a series of bizarre means, ignoring all obstacles. This has already surpassed the normal rules of football and belongs to the realm of conceptual deities, purely a causal law weapon. Hiss, is it really that insane? Don't make it so that my combat power collapses and I roll through everything to become the GOAT. That would be so boring. Lu Xiao silently marveled. Of course, he quickly calmed down. This matter was not easy. He had already showcased his skills by stopping the ball with his back and bypassing the opponent, finishing with a volley. It was definitely a dazzling move on a professional stage, something only Brazilian superstars like Neymar and Ronaldinho could pull off. Not triggering the 100 probability indicates that the conditions are still quite harsh. No wonder it's called hardcore shot. The match continued with RB Leipzig employing a defensive strategy against a stronger opponent. 3 words: park the bus. 2 forwards are looking for opportunities up front, while the 8 players behind maintain a solid defense. Joshua Kimmich utilizes his interception skills to remain active in the backfield, repeatedly cutting off Bayer Leverkusen's attacks. This leaves Lu Xiao with few chances to receive the ball, as passes from his own midfield are consistently disrupted by the opponent. However, Lu Xiao remains calm, slowly looking for opportunities in the attacking third. The RB Leipzig team plays very tenaciously, repeatedly thwarting Bayer Leverkusen's offensive efforts. Another Bayer Leverkusen attack, Gonzalo Castro. A through ball from Kimmich finds the forward Youssef Poulsen. Unknown shot, Youssef Poulsen. A brilliant attempt. Unfortunately, goalkeeper Leno makes a timely intervention to help Leverkusen clear the danger. In the moment Kimmich passed the ball, Lu Xiao felt a jolt in his heart. This kid is something else. With one pass, he pierced through the defense. Yusuf Poulsen is also very fast, just a little short of scoring. Fortunately, the goalkeeper is doing well. Kimmich happens to pass by Lu Xiao, both having had a standout performance in the first half. They exchange a glance, seemingly saying well done. You're not bad either. Lu Xiao realizes he needs to be serious. It's hard to find chances right in front of the goal, so he decides to pull out of the penalty area to find space. No matter how far he is from the goal, the priority is to get the ball first. This way Lu Xiao inevitably ends up in an unknown matchup with Kimmich. The game has been stalled by RB Leipzig. They are showing incredible resilience. Though Lu Xiao had 2 chances, the opponent was deliberately targeting him, preventing any goals. His performance is still active and visually striking. Before the end of the first half, if Bayer Leverkusen cannot score again, the advantage will gradually shift to RB Leverkusen's attacking phase is advancing to the halfway line. Lars Bender is unsure whom to pass. Lu Xiao drops back to the midfield circle to receive the ball, but Kimmich is right behind him. On the field, Lu Xiao finally shakes off the defender, but just as he is about to receive the ball, Kimmich closes in on him. What the hell? So instinctive. Lu Xiao thought he could receive the ball calmly, in turn then find a way to pass it out, moving forward to receive a teammate's pass for a shot. This would increase the chances of success. Otherwise, pulling away from the penalty area as a lone forward without an advantage in body or speed makes it difficult to break through the opponent's iron defense. The Nagi Masashi template has a drawback. Its impact is relatively weak. Compared to players like Ronaldo and Kaká with strong impact, Nagi Masashi plays in a more elegant style akin to Berbatov or Bergkamp. He can maneuver gracefully and use technique to evade, but he would never brute force his way through with physicality and speed. Kimmich seizes this opportunity, pretending not to care about Lu Xiao, and at the moment of passing suddenly pressures forward to intercept. Lu Xiao is forced to step back a few paces to receive the ball first, but Kimmich is already on his back, the powerful force continuously pushing against him, making Lu Xiao a bit unsteady. If you think him weak, Kimmich boasts. He may look a bit thin, but his muscles are solid, and he is not intimidated in the confrontation, otherwise he wouldn't be playing as a defensive midfielder. Kimmich is about to disrupt Lu Xiao's balance and seize possession, but just before falling, Lu Xiao, relying on the ball sense and calmness of the Nagi Masashi template, catches the opportunity at the last moment. In the moment of leaning left and forward, he lightly taps the incoming ball with the outer edge of his right foot, stopping it in midair, then suddenly flicks it towards the opponent's right side with a scorpion kick. At the same time, using the leftward momentum, he supports himself with his left hand on the ground to spin leftward. This extreme reaction within a second leaves Joshua Kimmich's brain in a freeze, unsure whether to look left or right. Oich, an elegant nutmeg. The commentator sure clapped his hands until they were sore, unable to express the shock he felt inside with words. Lu Xiao's style of nutmegging is simply filled with artistry. He is not just playing football, he is performing. As Kimmich turns around, he reaches out in vain, unable to grasp Lu Xiao's jersey. The black jersey swaying in the wind with 39. Lu Xiao emblazoned on it deeply shocks the young Kimmich. Years later, when Kimmich wears the Bayern Munich jersey and stands on the Champions League stage, he will still remember that afternoon in the DFB Pokal match, where the 18-year-old him was mercilessly played by the 16-year-old Lu Xiao. Now, Lu Xiao doesn't care about anything else, nutmegging Kimmich and finding himself 26 meters from the goal, to the left, to the right. None of his teammates have made a run. A back pass or a sideways pass would slow down the tempo. Taking advantage of the moment with no one to intercept, why not take a shot? The football just clears Kimmich and bounces on the ground. Suddenly a spark of inspiration ignites in Lu Xiao's mind, a powerful warmth surging from the crown of his head down to the Yongquan point of his foot. He feels invincible at this moment. Even if his rage meter isn't full, Lu Xiao still takes a shot. A volley. Bang. The football, amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, arcs like a cannonball heading towards the goal. It descends rapidly. Hardcore shot difficulty level 92. Shot success rate 92. Good enough. A faint smile already rises at the corner of Lu Xiao's mouth. The opposing goalkeeper stares at the incoming ball, but he is in the sunlit area, blinded by the glaring sunlight, suddenly losing sight of the ball. In that instant, the football cruelly grazes the lower edge of the crossbar and falls into the net. Goal. A world-class shot from the young Lu Xiao. Right before the end of the first half, the 16-year-old Chinese boy scores the first goal. Magnificent. Lu, you're my idol. Lu Xiao's world-class strike, stunning the entire stadium, sent thunderous applause echoing through Red Bull Arena, even drawing cheers from the opposing fans. His Bayer Leverkusen teammates erupted in disbelief. They'd assumed the ball would be difficult to control, not a promising attacking opportunity at all. Yet Lu Xiao had scored anyway. Casual observers knew he was extraordinary. Professional players saw him as transcendent. Lu Xiao had intended a stylish backflip celebration. only to be immediately tackled from behind by Julian Brandt, who leapt onto his back in unrestrained jubilation. Mate. It was easy to forget who'd actually scored. The celebration was so fervent. Lu Xiao had long grown accustomed to teammates behaving like exuberant Labrador retrievers. He simply let them revel. The two stood roaring before the away supporters' stand while the rest of the squad rushed over hugging and shouting in unison. Truth be told, the substitutes were quietly anxious. Facing a third-division German side, the gap in strength wasn't overwhelming, making the contest at least a 64 proposition, perhaps even evenly matched. Yet public opinion paid no heed to nuance. For a Bundesliga team, defeating a third-division opponent was expected. Any draw forcing extra time, or worse a loss, would unleash a torrent of fan fury. From head coach to outfield players, all bore immense pressure. In a single elimination format, courage and relentless drive were paramount. As RB Leipzig surged forward under the orchestration of midfield maestro Joshua Kimmich, their repeated attacks threatened the goal, and Leverkusen's players began visibly faltering under the strain. Just moments earlier, Gonzalo Castro's pass to Lu Xiao had been poorly weighted, leaving Lu Xiao tightly marked by Kimmich. Everyone braced for disaster. Yet Lu Xiao held firm. With a deft heel flick turn and a split-second separation of man and ball, he launched an acrobatic airborne strike, a world-class volley that ripped through the net. Leipzig's famed impenetrable defense crumbled instantly, and more importantly, the suffocating pressure lifted, replaced by collective palpable relief. With a one-goal lead secured, Leverkusen now settled into disciplined counterattacking mode, shifting the burden squarely onto Leipzig's shoulders. You'd opted for a defensive counter system, 8 defensively minded players, only 2 forwards, hardly built for grinding out goals in sustained positional play. Now the question arose, would you dare push forward? If you did, we'd exploit the space behind you. If you hesitated to commit numbers, Leverkusen could bide its time indefinitely. The television director kept replaying the sequence in slow motion, highlighting Lu Xiao's uncanny dribble past defenders and his spectacular long-range strike. Absolutely breathtaking. He handles every first touch with imagination beyond his opponent's grasp. Watching Lu Xiao perform is pure delight, commentator Sauer enthused. Suddenly the broadcast cut sharply back to live action. RB Leipzig launched a dangerous attack, threatening the penalty area. The first half entered stoppage time. Just 1 minute remained. Leipzig's squad, an energetic youth brigade averaging under 24 years old, possessed raw power and fiery temperament. Trailing on the scoreboard, they abandoned composure entirely, opting instead for sheer, unrefined aggression. They had to equalize before halftime. Midfield linchpin Kimmich surged deep into Leverkusen's penalty area. Having just witnessed Lu Xiao's near-miraculous goal, his confidence wavered, fueling a desperate need to prove himself. Unable to break through down the flanks, a teammate fed the ball centrally to Kimmich. He could have safely recycled possession with a backward pass to the center back, but chose instead to take a risk. Go for it. Kimmich, central through ball. Yusuf Poulsen. As the Polish striker prepared to receive and shoot, Leverkusen's defender intervened heroically. Calm under pressure, Leverkusen's defense held firm. Lars Bender locked onto his marker, while the center back arrived just in time to intercept, executing a vital clearance. Now, the center back launched a precise through ball. Emre Can, spotting Lu Xiao streaking forward, trusted him implicitly, receiving the ball without breaking stride and instantly delivering a diagonal pass toward him. Oh no! Kimmich had pushed too high, forgetting the ever-dangerous Lu Xiao lurking behind him, leaving Lu Xiao ample time to cushion the ball delicately with his toe, combining control and feint in a single audacious nutmeg. Brilliant. Lu. After bursting past his marker, Lu Xiao didn't hesitate. He released a crisp, incisive pass to the left flank, Julian Brandt. Hurry. Lu Xiao deliberately played the ball early, forcing Brandt to maximize his pace. And Brandt responded perfectly. Receiving the pass, he exploded forward with blistering acceleration. He blew past the right back and charged toward the edge of the box. Yet the opposing center back, alert and resolute, slid across to block his path at the critical moment. Brandt hesitated, unwilling to attempt a risky change of direction or force a breakthrough. Instead, he turned, shielded the ball, and retreated. Like most wingers in such tight situations, opting for safety over audacity. Brandt too succumbed to doubt, questioning whether he truly possessed the ability to break through, and choosing instead to abandon the chance altogether. Just as opponents closed in, Brandt spotted Lu Xiao's furious late run into the penalty area. Brother. Without assessing Lu Xiao's positioning, he fired a low-driven cross, skimming the outer edge of the large penalty area, and the ball bounced unpredictably off the turf, making it even harder to control. Rushed. Even the commentator winced. Clearly visible were Leipzig's defensive midfielder Dem and center-back Willers converging on Lu Xiao. With no passing options nearby, Lu Xiao found himself isolated. Kimmich Everlert had already tracked back and cut off every potential pass to Leverkusen's midfielders. A flicker of smug satisfaction crossed Kimmich's face. Even Ronaldinho, or Cristiano Ronaldo would struggle to resolve this predicament. How then will you respond? Before his smile could fully form, it froze, then shattered. As Lu Xiao, confronting this seemingly impossible knife-edge situation, defied expectation, without controlling the ball, he lifted his left foot and struck it midair. That's reckless. Kimmich stood stunned. Lu shooting now. The commentator was speechless. The decisiveness of Lu Xiao's motion even deceived the camera operator, who instinctively panned wildly toward the goal. Center-back Willers lunged desperately, legs splayed to block the shot, traumatized by Lu Xiao's world-class strike just minutes earlier. In the next heartbeat, the anticipated shot never came. Instead, Lu Xiao performed the unthinkable, arresting the ball with the extreme outer edge of his left ankle, his instep seeming to magnetically grip and hold the sphere in place. Then fluidly dragging it down and around the center-back with a nutmeg, he surged into the penalty area. Hard-hitting shot, difficulty rating 85, success rate 85, more than sufficient. He gambled. Bursting into the box, Lu Xiao unleashed an immediate curling right-footed shot, betting the goalkeeper wasn't Buffon or Neuer, lacking their otherworldly shot-stopping reflexes at the line. The goalkeeper nearly wept. "Sir, I'm merely a third-division journeyman." Paralyzed, he watched helplessly as the ball slammed against the inside of the post and ricocheted into the net. Once again, a double strike. Lu Xiao miraculously scored 2 goals in 1 minute. OMG. He is on fire. In this match, Lu Xiao has been unstoppable, despite only being halftime. Commentator Xiao Er has already concluded that RB Leipzig has no hope of a comeback. They simply cannot handle Lu Xiao's presence. When trailing 0-1, RB Leipzig still had the spirit to equalize. RB Leipzig grew increasingly desperate as a team in the German third division. They sought to seize any opportunity to land a heavy blow and knock out their opponent. Continuous attacks were thwarted, and the opponent landed a spectacular quick jab to the face, causing immediate dizziness. The opponent relentlessly pursued, delivering a charged right hook that decisively ended the fight. RB Leipzig collapsed in the ring. Even with awareness, their bodies could not support them to stand up, and they could only wait helplessly for the referee to count to 10, declaring Bayer Leverkusen the victor. After 60 minutes, RB Leipzig began to feel lightheaded, with frantic attacks from the front line and defenders shrinking back in fear, causing a disconnect among the three lines. Lu Xiao initially planned to seize the opportunity for another goal, aiming for his first career hat-trick. Unfortunately, his energy consumption was too great. After playing for 70 minutes as a starter, running had become quite difficult. The only option was to leverage the advantages of the template of Nagi Masashi, learning Berbatov's style of conserving energy while playing. Seeing this, head coach Sasha noted that Lu Xiao's contribution to the defensive system was zero, unable to help the team cover defensive areas. Considering that the young man was truly exhausted, he was substituted for the veteran Dirtiak, who would also benefit from some practical warm-up to regain his form. Seeing the substitution board, Lu Xiao felt a bit regretful. However, he could only turn and run toward the sidelines. To waste some time, Lu Xiao intentionally slowed his pace, clapping to thank the visiting fans. This is a basic operation in professional football, reasonably utilizing the rules. It's not disgraceful to do whatever it takes to win. As long as it's not a malicious lying down tactic, deliberately wasting time is quite normal. Watching the spirited Lu Xiao, commentator Xiao grew increasingly appreciative. This young man is truly Bayer Leverkusen's most delightful discovery. His performance in the starting lineup today is nothing short of perfect. Originally, Bayer Leverkusen was in a disadvantageous position away, but it was Lu Xiao's 2 world-class ball stops that secured the victory with 2 goals. Otherwise, the result today could have been quite different. Well done. I look forward to him having more opportunities to gain experience in the Bundesliga. This talented young player truly enjoys the game. Lu Xiao arrived at the sidelines, and after exchanging words with his teammates, he was similarly encouraged by head coach Sasha with a pat on the shoulder. Well done, Lu. Don't get me wrong, I'm just trying to prevent injury due to your excessive fatigue in the front line. Thank you, coach, I understand. Sitting on the bench, Lu Xiao watched his teammate Gonzalo Castro score with a long-range shot from outside the box. Bayer Leverkusen completely concluded the battle. After the match, Lu Xiao stepped onto the field to celebrate with his teammates, but was intercepted by a young player. What do you want? Lu Xiao looked at Joshua Kimmich, puzzled. Kimmich hesitated for a long time before finally making a request. Can I swap jerseys? You played exceptionally well today, and I respect your performance. You were also impressive. You will have the chance to join a major club in the future. Really? Thank you. The two exchanged jerseys, and Kimmich took it lightly. He thought Lu Xiao was merely engaging in commercial flattery, unaware that Lu Xiao was speaking the truth. This guy would indeed join Bayern Munich in the future. How exactly he joined is unclear, but Lu Xiao knew he would become a key midfielder for Bayern Munich later on. After they parted ways, Lu Xiao participated in the usual interview and received the official MVP trophy for the DFB Pokal match. It was time to buy a display case for his honors. Otherwise, with an increasing number of trophies plus rare jerseys in his collection and potential future championship medals, there would be no place to put them. While good news arrived, bad news also followed. In the DFB Pokal with a rotated squad, Lu Xiao's team easily won 30 against their opponent, advancing to the next round. However, the coaching staff deliberately retained the main players, and the Bundesliga match turned into a disaster despite their full effort. In the sixth round of the Bundesliga, their opponent Mainz had 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss in the first 5 rounds, temporarily accumulating 10 points, just 2 points behind Bayer Leverkusen, currently sitting in 5th place. Bayer Leverkusen had 4 wins and 1 loss with 12 points, temporarily tied for 2nd place. This season Mainz was on a strong trajectory, likely to become Leverkusen's competitor for the top 4, making this match a 6-point battle. However, the starting lineup was all lackluster. Son Heung-min was invisible in the front line, and the main left-winger Guardado repeatedly made mistakes that led to counterattacks from Mainz, who took a temporary 10 lead over Leverkusen. Leverkusen had 7 shots, but none on target, while Mainz had only 2 attacks in the first half, one of which found the net, showcasing remarkable efficiency. In the second half, Guardado made another mistake, leading to a goal conceded in the backline. Mainz executed a fast counterattack with high efficiency, resulting in a cross that created a shot. In the second half, head coach Tsubasa was left with no choice but to substitute the underperforming Guardado, opting not for a direct replacement, but instead shifting Son Heung-min to the left flank. Son Heung-min thrived on the left, finally breaking through with the ball before the match concluded, helping Bayer Leverkusen score a long-range shot to pull one back. Unfortunately, they still lost. In the 6th round of the Bundesliga, Mainz defeated Bayer Leverkusen. On the following day after the match, the players were in the gym lifting weights, while the coaching staff held an urgent meeting in the conference room to discuss the tactical strategies moving forward. The previous game had clearly exposed the current issues facing Bayer Leverkusen. The midfield trio of Rolf Lars Bender and Jens Hegeler provided a steady presence, easily creating a midfield advantage. The critical issue lay in the forward line, where Bayer Leverkusen lacked a pivotal player capable of holding the ball and drawing the opponent's attention. Stefan Kiesling, once considered one of the top strikers in the Bundesliga a few years back, has unfortunately seen a significant decline in form over the past 2 seasons and is no longer among the elite forwards. Another option is Dirdiak, a towering figure at 190 centimeters, skilled in heading, but also quite agile on his feet. However, he struggles to receive and maneuver the ball in tight spaces, often facing tight marking from opponents, forcing him to head the ball back to teammates. Especially in tough matches, Dirdiak's performance has been subpar. Additionally, forward Son Heung-min has shown that he is better suited for playing on the left wing, thriving when attacking opponents during counterattacks. Positioning himself near the penalty area to receive the ball and seek opportunities is not where Son Heung-min excels. Overall, there is a need for someone who can hold the ball near the penalty area and look for chances to shoot, taking on the responsibility of scoring. I do have a candidate in mind. Lu Xiao. I know. The suggestion from Hypaya was instantly guessed by head. Everyone can see Lu Xiao's potential, but his age has always made it difficult to fully appreciate his strength. Recently, he has consistently scored goals and proven himself in tough matches. The 16-year-old Lu Xiao must become one of the regular starters in the league. This would mean a shift in Lu Xiao, not as a hopeful star, but as a core starter. The entire coaching staff was invigorated as Lu Xiao's performance truly represented the optimal solution for Bayer Leverkusen in tough matches. Next up, in the 7th round of the Bundesliga, Bayer Leverkusen will face Hannover 96, followed by a clash against their toughest opponent, the Bundesliga powerhouse, Bayern Munich. That may indeed be the real test. In the next round, let's start Lu Xiao and see how it goes. While Lu Xiao was fully immersed in preparations for the Bundesliga season, news of a Chinese youngster making waves in Germany had already begun to ripple across the vast expanse of the Eastern superpower. The Bayern Munich Tsubasa, a fan community on Baidu with over 2.7 million followers, was abuzz late into the night as supporters posted fervent analyses of recent match outcomes. This was the golden era of Baidu Tsubasa, long before platforms like Donquidi and Hupu rose to prominence. Football fans naturally gravitated toward Tsubasa as their primary arena for discourse. Bayern Munich had just delivered a commanding 40-away victory, and beneath the match thread, jubilant celebrations and exuberant praise filled the comments, soon evolving into spirited speculation about upcoming opponents. At the start of the season, Bayern faced an arduous stretch of fixtures. Beginning with Matchday 6, they would confront every team ranked 3rd through 7th in the league table. Matchday 6 against FC Schalke 04 had just concluded with a resounding 4-goal triumph. Matchday 7 pitted them against VfL Wolfsburg, Matchday 8 against Bayer Leverkusen, Matchday 9 against 1. FSV Mainz 05. Should Bayern emerge undefeated from this gauntlet, they would seize firm control of the league standings, with only Borussia Dortmund remaining as a credible challenger. For Bayern Munich supporters, this season promised unadulterated joy. Having just secured a historic quintuple, the club welcomed Pep Guardiola, the architect of 6 domestic titles, as their new head coach. Armed with Europe's most advanced possession-based philosophy, Guardiola appeared poised to forge Bayern into an invincible force. They now stood on the cusp of becoming the first club in the post-reform Champions League era to successfully defend their European crown. Should they consecutively claim the treble for 2 seasons, and even dare to pursue a sextuple, would not Bayern have truly inaugurated a dynasty? It was exhilarating beyond measure, so much so that rival Bundesliga clubs seemed all but invisible to Bayern fans. What others called a hellish fixture list was in truth merely a procession of sacrificial lambs before the Bavarian colossus. By the way, I've noticed a Chinese youngster at Bayer Leverkusen. He's been phenomenal lately. Yes, I've seen it too. For goals in as many matches. His goal in the DFB Pokal was dazzling. Absolutely stunning. Each strike is laced with audacious flair, almost bordering on arrogance. Who are you even talking about? Lu Xiao, you haven't heard of him? No, I only follow my Bayern. Then you'll meet him soon enough. Our next clash with Leverkusen is 2 rounds away, and he may well feature. Which Chinese club did he transfer from? He's not from China. He's a Belgian-Chinese player. Is he mixed race? No. Both his parents are ethnically Chinese. He was simply born in Belgium. So he's a banana then. He doesn't quite fit that label. Still, most netizens knew little about Lu Xiao as mainstream Chinese media coverage remained exceedingly scarce. Fans gleaned fragments of information only from commentators like Zhang Jun or sporadic posts by Titan Sports weekly and football marketing accounts. To date, no authoritative outlet had published a comprehensive profile of Lu Xiao. Not a single televised feature had aired. Yet here stood a 16-year-old Chinese player earning minutes in Leverkusen's first team, still unknown beyond niche circles. Had he pursued a path of overseas development from within China's domestic system, he likely would have attracted swift attention from major media. His sudden emergence abroad left Chinese fans lagging behind in awareness. Much like Jeremy Lin's early NBA years, 2 seasons passed without breaking through, until his explosive run with the New York Knicks finally ignited nationwide recognition of this exceptional Chinese-American talent. Yet once the spotlight intensified, Lin's performances lost some of their earlier magic. Lu Xiao likewise would need either sustained excellence or a standout performance against elite opposition to capture the attention of China's mainstream media. In Germany, however, Lu Xiao's renown far surpassed his visibility back home. German press outlets hailed him as Leverkusen's hidden gem, a rising star whose brilliance could no longer be ignored. Where can we watch his matches? CCTV rarely broadcasts Leverkusen games, but occasionally Cine Sports carries them. I'll just wait for Bayern vs. Leverkusen on TV. Indeed, CCTV 5 would certainly air Bayern Munich vs. Bayer Leverkusen live, guaranteeing Lu Xiao's appearance on national television. Should he step onto the pitch and deliver a compelling performance, his impact across China would surge exponentially. After hours of discussion, fans on Tieba found themselves stymied by the paucity of verified information about Lu Xiao, leaving the conversation unresolved. Only a handful ventured to join the Lu Xiao bar, a tight-knit enclave of fiercely loyal supporters who dreamed of seeing a Chinese player shine on Europe's grandest stages. Lu Xiao himself paid scant attention to developments back home. His entire focus remained fixed on the training ground and the matches ahead. Less than a week after the DFB Pokal matchday 7 of the Bundesliga loomed Bayer Leverkusen vs. Hannover 96. And on the eve of the match, the dressing room erupted. Players clustered around the official lineup sheet, disbelief etched upon their faces. Lu Xiao had just emerged from the gym, still processing the moment, when Julian Brandt came sprinting over like an exuberant golden retriever. Lu, what? You're in the lineup. Being named to the squad isn't unusual, is it? Lu Xiao replied unfazed. Of late, his outstanding performances had secured him a stable place on the bench, a feat remarkable in itself given his mere 16 years. To command consistent substitution opportunities at such an age placed him ahead of 99% of his peers. A starting berth remained beyond immediate reach, not due to lack of ambition, but because selection hinged on tactical cohesion and the coaching staff's evolving system. A head coach does not appoint starters capriciously. So long as results flow, there is no rationale for disrupting the established 11. Yet this time, amidst an unbroken winning streak, the starting lineup shifted dramatically. Veteran left winger Andres Guardado was unexpectedly demoted to the substitutes bench. Striker Sun Heung-min was repositioned to left wing, and then, an unforeseen name appeared: Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao had actually earned a starting spot in a Bundesliga match. No way, seriously. Coach Sasha Lewandowski truly dared to trust him. Even Lu Xiao himself was stunned. The coach must be insane, or he wrote down the wrong name. Julian Brandt wore an expression of anguished disbelief. I was clearly the obvious choice. Why did the coach pick you to start? Why? His protest was met with a swift, unflinching retort: because I'm better than you. Want to settle it on the pitch? Teammates offered warm congratulations. Lu Xiao's dedication was plain for all to see, and his promotion sparked no dissent within the squad. Except perhaps from Guardado, who stared blank. Teammates offered warm congratulations. Lu Xiao's dedication was plain for all to see, and his promotion sparked no dissent within the squad, except perhaps from Guardado, who stared blankly into space. He understood precisely why the coaching staff had withdrawn his starting role. Recent lapses in discipline, late-night outings, diminished training intensity, had eroded his commanding presence on the pitch. Training discipline may seem intangible, yet its essence lies in unwavering consistency, repeating each movement with precision. Such rigor yields extraordinary dividends in match situations. Lu Xiao observed Guardado's desolation, and recognized that his own ascent coupled with Guardado's fading form had directly paved his path into the starting 11. Lu Xiao felt no psychological burden toward Guardado. This was pure unvarnished competition, where merit alone determined one's place. Matchday arrived swiftly. Within a week of his DFB Pokal debut, Lu Xiao stepped onto the pitch once more as a starter. Bayer Leverkusen vs. Hannover 96. Hannover, the capital of Lower Saxony, Germany, a small city with a population of 510,000, has become a hub for exhibitions and tourism. Hannover 96 has experienced ups and downs in the German league, yet has shown remarkable performance in recent seasons. Since the 2008-2009 season, they have consistently impressed every year, occasionally defeating Bayern Munich and causing an uproar in Germany, or climbing to the top of the standings in the 2010-2011 season, temporarily suppressing Bayern. Last season, Hannover 96 ultimately finished ninth, belonging to the type of team with some strength, but not much. They can achieve a resounding 40 victory over Wolfsburg and a 32 win against Bayer Leverkusen, yet can also be swept by Bayern Munich with an aggregate score of 111 over 2 matches. So as Bayer Leverkusen faces the challenge of Hannover 96, head coach Sascha Lewandowski is feeling a bit tense. Before the match, he once again emphasized in the locker room, "Today our Lu starts, don't think I'm underestimating this match. On the contrary, I take it very seriously. The 3 points from Hannover 96 are essential to our plan. If you want to play in the Champions League next season, you must take this seriously. Otherwise, if we lose these 3 points, where will we find the missing score?" Bayern Munich. Sascha is known for his explosive temper, often blowing off steam in the locker room. The Bayer Leverkusen players have gotten used to it, and everyone dares not be negligent, bringing a serious attitude to the game. In a great Eastern power. In the Cena Sports live broadcast room, Jean Jun, who has been busy commenting on the Premier League, actually took the initiative to request a shift to commentate on today's Bayer Leverkusen match. "Teacher Jean, can you handle 3 games this weekend? There are also programs to record." "No problem, I can manage." "Alright, just make sure to take care of your health and don't overdo it." Jean Jun is the ace commentator of the Cena Sports live broadcast room, and many fans come specifically for him. He took the initiative to commentate on the Bundesliga just to personally cover Lu Xiao's matches and witness Lu Xiao's brilliant plays firsthand. As one of the first media personalities in the country to notice Lu Xiao, Jean Jun feels it is necessary for more people to recognize this young Chinese talent. "Oh, we see that Lu Xiao is in the starting lineup today." Bayer Leverkusen 442 goalkeeper Bernd Leno, defenders Donati Spahik, Toprak Bonish, midfielders Rolfs Lars Binder, Sydney Sam Sun Hungman, forwards Dirtiak Lu Xiao. Hannover 96 42-31 goalkeeper Zieler, defenders Sakai Hiroki, Schultz Salif Sane Pander, midfielders Andreasen Edgar Prib, Zlatan Huskovic Bittencourt, Yakonen, forward Stindl. Coach Slomka's team is currently ranked 8th in the Bundesliga standings, not far behind Bayer Leverkusen. They have been able to achieve good results with minimal investment over the past 2 seasons. Hannover 96 is more adept at counterattacking with the center-back combination of Schultz and Sane, along with a tactical setup of 3 defensive midfielders, making it not easy for Bayer Leverkusen to break through. It is worth mentioning that including the opponent Sakai Hiroki, Bayer Leverkusen's Sun Hungman and Lu Xiao are all Asian players, forming an Asian derby of China, Japan, and Korea. After Jean Jun briefly introduced the well-prepared player information, the match has begun. Hannover 96 kicked off first, playing relatively cautiously, giving complete control of the ball to Bayer Leverkusen after a simple attack. Allowing Bayer Leverkusen to press forward, they could comfortably defend and counterattack. Bayer Leverkusen's attack, Hannover's 3 defensive midfielders form a solid iron wall. They are well aware that Lu Xiao is a strong point, with both defensive midfielders surrounding him ready to double team at any moment. The passing routes through the center are blocked, and Bayer Leverkusen can only attempt crosses from the flanks. Sun Hungman. A sudden surge down the wing. Jean Jun's eyes lit up. This Korean player's performance is impressive. After Park Ji-sung, another star has emerged in Sun Hungman. The Japanese players are also emerging one after another, with Hisabi Makoto, Sakai Hiroki, Uchida Atsudo, and Dortmund's core player Kagawa Shinji. It's tantalizing to watch. The only consolation prize is that this season Lu Xiao has been discovered. Although he is Belgian, one might as well say he is of Chinese descent. Sun Hungman breaks to the byline and pulls back across with his right foot. Sun Heung-min attempts a cross to the back post. Dirty Ox header sets it up. Lu Xiao. Inside the penalty area, Dirty Ox header comes down to the penalty spot. Lu Xiao with his right foot nips past the defender and turns to volley. Bang! The ball strikes the post and goes wide. The players of Hannover 96 collectively break into a cold sweat. That was a remarkably high-quality shot. Just a bit unlucky. This is Lu Xiao, who possesses an exceptional ability to seize opportunities in the box. He excels at creating shooting space with high-quality touches. The previous chip over the defender was simply akin to a master no less than Zidane. Anyone who watches just 2 of Lu Xiao's matches would find it hard not to become a fan of his. Meanwhile, in the background of the Sina Sports live broadcast room, editor-in-chief Chen Tong is monitoring real-time data. Generally, non-Bayern Bundesliga matches do not attract high viewership. If the viewership is in the tens of thousands, advertisers will gradually withdraw their sponsorship as there will be no audience, and the conversion rate for advertisements will be negligible. At that time, losing sponsorship will lead Sina Sports to consider canceling most Bundesliga matches and focus on broadcasting Premier League games. The Premier League's Big Six teams have their own fans, and their market size is significantly larger than that of the Bundesliga. This season, thanks to Lu Xiao, Bayer Leverkusen's matches have increased, and the live broadcast room's viewership has stabilized around 5,000 up from just over 1,000 initially. Hey! Suddenly, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room surged dramatically. 5,000, 8,000, 1,000. Still increasing. It was nearing the viewership of Premier League matches, even approaching the level of Champions League group matches. What's going on? It seems there are some influencers promoting it. Indeed, upon closer inspection, it turns out that popular football influencers like Huang Jinxiang, Zhang Lu Hiwei, and Xiaomi Hui have all shared Zhang Jun's Weibo post. One person's influence may be limited, but when several prominent figures in the football community share it together, they cover enough fans. Perfectly timed, the Bundesliga match was earlier and many fans bored, while waiting for the La Liga and Premier League clashes, clicked in to take a look. They happened to witness Lu Xiao's mesmerizing shot in the box. Fans began to spread the word, attracting many friends over. Especially university student fans who, upon a little urging, gathered the entire dormitory to watch. Whoa, is this player Chinese? Impressive skills. Wait, I'm going to buy some beer, let's watch together. When did Bayer Leverkusen get a Chinese player? Suddenly, Sina Sports editor-in-chief Chen Tong realized, it seems Lu Xiao is really about to break through to a wider audience. To deal with this Asian player, we must fight hard. Give him a good beating. Let him experience the brutality of the Bundesliga. Let him understand that young kids shouldn't come to the Bundesliga too early. As Lu Xiao's powerful shot struck the goalpost, the crisp sound startled the players of Hannover 96. At just 16 years old, how could Leverkusen dare to let him start in the Bundesliga? Since that's the case, it's time for you to witness the might of the Bundesliga. Hannover 96's center-back, the muscular black man from the French flag Salif, Sane, glared fiercely at Lu Xiao's back. The coach's repeated reminders echoed in his mind before the match. Tackle him. Bump into him. Use your body and strength to bully him. Otherwise, how could a young Asian kid defecate on his head? As a Bundesliga defender, do I still have any dignity? Lu Xiao suddenly realized that the Hannover players were looking at him with ill intentions. The pressure in the front line was increasing. Whenever Lu Xiao had the chance to receive the ball, he would immediately be fiercely fouled by the opposing defenders and midfielders, with the referee's whistle continuously sounding. However, the Hannover players were quite cunning, avoiding any obvious fouls, and the fouls occurred far from the penalty area, which meant they would at most receive a few warnings without any cards. Hannover temporarily restricted Leverkusen's attacking rhythm with this physical play. By freezing Lu Xiao as a threat, Leverkusen's offensive potency was greatly diminished. In the 29th minute of the first half, just as Lu Xiao was about to control the ball at the edge of the penalty area, a sudden force from behind caused him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Beep! The referee's shrill whistle sounded, pointing to the foul location. One warning. No unnecessary movements with your hands. Referee, that was purely accidental. I was just trying to get into position. Who knew he was so light? This. Be careful next time. Otherwise, be prepared to receive a card. The main referee still wanted to protect a technical player like Lu Xiao. It was already disadvantageous for him to start in the Bundesliga, and if the officiating standards were any looser, then players like him, who were slender, could simply forget about playing. A few years ago, the Bundesliga was similar to the Premier League, emphasizing physicality and strength. With the rise of the Barcelona dynasty, technical football became popular across Europe, and with Guardiola taking charge of Bayern Munich, the Bundesliga began to emphasize technical football, focusing on possession and tactics, thus diminishing the emphasis on physicality and strength. Lu Xiao was hit hard, with the black player behind him playing dirty, deliberately elbowing him as he charged in. At a young age, Lu Xiao had to experience what kidney pain felt like. Are you okay, Lu? Captain Rolfs quickly checked on Lu Xiao, relieved that there was no foul play, just an injury from a tough challenge. It's nothing, that guy. Forget it. Lu Xiao initially wanted to ask the captain to report the opponent's dirty tactics to the referee. However, he felt it was meaningless. The referee's decision had already been made, and such sneaky actions wouldn't result in any cards. Often players facing dirty tactics had to endure in silence. Young players with a fiery temper might confront their opponents directly or retaliate with a foul. While showing spirit is commendable, it doesn't help the game at all. Lu Xiao just hoped to win this crucial match, smoothly aiming for 3 points to solidify his position in the team. Nothing is a better form of revenge than scoring goals and achieving victory. Template Nagi Siru's Fusion Value 58. Skill Max Level Ball Control. Skill Hardcore Shot. Anger Value 85. Originally the anger value was only 26, but after being continuously fouled it skyrocketed. Instead, Lu Xiao smiled, clenched his fists, and moved into the penalty area preparing for the upcoming free kick attack. The only designated free kick taker in the team at the moment was Sun Heung-min. The somewhat inexperienced Korean lad placed the ball on the ground, took a few steps back and frowned. It was only about 22 meters too close to the goal. The arc flew over the wall, leaving no time for it to drop. If he shot in another direction, it would be very difficult to get past the goalkeeper. To ensure attacking efficiency, Sun Heung-min had no choice but to attempt a pass to a teammate scanning for options. He spotted Lu Xiao in the box. His position was excellent with only one center back defending. Let's just give him a shot. Beep. Sun Heung-min, this young South Korean international, takes the free kick. He runs up and shoots. He didn't shoot, and instead chose a short pass into the box. Lu Xiao? Lu Xiao was currently jostling for position with the French defender Salif Sane, who had just played dirty. Typically free kicks are either lofted into the box or shot directly landing near the small penalty area. Lu Xiao's position was closer to the penalty area line, while Salif Sane was desperately trying to keep him out. Seeing Sun Heung-min unexpectedly choose to pass, Salif Sane planned to use his body to shoulder barge Lu Xiao. In the box, players rarely dared to commit obvious fouls. Such little actions were almost never penalized. Here we go. Salif Sane felt like he had collided with cotton. The opponent had unexpectedly retreated to receive the ball, absorbing most of the force. Lu Xiao was instead pushed forward by the momentum. Anger value 95. At the moment of receiving the ball, Lu Xiao flicked it up with his toes using the technique he practiced for juggling, relaxing his ankle while juggling and stepping back. This. Lu Xiao is actively seeking to confront the defender. With so many people in the box, Lu Xiao didn't choose to hurriedly shoot after creating an angle, nor did he pass to a teammate and delay the opportunity. Without a reasonable passing route, Lu Xiao indeed had no good options. But what is going on here? Zhang Jun watched Lu Xiao's movements, which resembled a back-to-the-basket play in basketball. Did he actually want to actively engage his opponent physically? Bring it on. Salif Sane's expression brightened, his black face flashing white teeth as he tugged at Lu Xiao's jersey, intending to use his strength to push him out of the box. However, just as he collided with the opponent, the Asian player skillfully used his strength to complete a turn, like a slippery ball escaping past him. Oh no. Even Salif Sane, no matter how foolish, knew he had been fooled. Looking down, he realized the ball had already vanished from beneath his feet. From the spectator's perspective, it was clearer. Zhang Jun watched in disbelief as Lu Xiao performed 2 quick juggles unexpectedly, using his heel to flick the ball through Salif Sane's legs, completing the turn using the momentum. At the edge of the penalty area, he separated the ball from the man. Is this even possible? He made it through. Anger value 100. Lu Xiao, having just turned, didn't even look up at the goal, decisively taking a curling shot. Activating the Slevel template's ultimate ability for a brief moment, his shooting technique reached its peak. The arc Lu Xiao curled perfectly bypassed the defenders in front, grazing the junction of the post and crossbar, piercing the net. Hanover's goalkeeper Zeller had no reaction, staring blankly at the perfect curling shot. What a goal! Lu Xiao? 30 minutes into the first half, the young Chinese player has opened the scoring. The miraculous young man has scored in 5 consecutive matches. He is unstoppable. Leverkusen leads 10. The more he looked at Lu Xiao, the more he admired him. Generally, young and talented players are often full of vigor. They possess speed, excellent skills, and outstanding awareness of positioning and seizing opportunities. However, they also have shortcomings. They can be easily emotional, prone to individual heroism, and often lack. If an ordinary player is frequently fouled and bullied by the opposing defenders, they would certainly seek a fight or lose their cool and shoot recklessly. Lu Xiao was different. His mindset was not at all like that of a 16-year-old. He resembled a seasoned veteran, demonstrating an exceptionally keen understanding of the game and situational judgment. Facing Salif Sane's physical advantages, Lu Xiao had indeed suffered a few times. But Lu Xiao quickly grasped his opponent's characteristics, calmly juggling the ball in front of the penalty area to lure the opponent into a collision, and with a miraculous heel flick he managed to turn using the opponent's momentum. The subsequent curling shot was even more composed. In the midst of a crowded area, he executed a beautifully curved shot into the corner. Let's watch the slow-motion replay again. Lu Xiao remained unfazed while receiving the ball, calmly executing the shot in an incredibly short span of time. He truly is a clutch player. Zhang Jun felt a surge of anxiety for Lu Xiao as he watched. At the moment he turned in the penalty area, he was surrounded by a throng of players. The Hanover defenders were rushing in to block the shot. Even a world-class striker might struggle to shoot within 0.5 seconds in such a situation. Lu Xiao had already prepared to shoot the instant he completed his turn, finding the only route to the goal amid the crowd. In one word, he was incredibly strong. The impact was almost palpable, shaking every fan in the live broadcast room. Wow. God, Lu. How amazing. Huh. He actually scored this. The comment section exploded with thousands of messages. Fans who had casually tuned in, or were brought by friends to watch the match, were completely ecstatic. The chat was on fire. This time Lu Xiao was experienced. Immediately after scoring, he ran to the Bayer Leverkusen's fan section, performing a handstand flip while waiting for his teammates, and after showing off, he landed with his back to the camera, thumbs pointing towards his back number and name. Let me introduce myself to the world again. Remember my name. Lu Xiao. Number 39, Lu Xiao. Any fan watching this goal on TV would definitely remember this name. In the stands, a bearded man looked serious as he quickly took out his phone. Surrounding him were overly excited Bayer Leverkusen fans waving their black and red scarves and singing fervently. The ecstatic fans, regardless of whether they were strangers, embraced each other in celebration. The bearded, middle-aged man finally squeezed out of the crowd, reaching a relatively quiet area in the venue to make a phone call. We're in trouble. They'll update a new report shortly. Our previous research on him wasn't sufficient. Relying solely on physicality, it will be challenging to contain him. I know we'll continue to observe. If he really plays in the next round, he might become a variable. Bayern Munich head coach's office. As darkness fell, Guardiola was still at work. After finishing up, he leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. The email notification chimed, and the bald coach immediately straightened up upon glancing at it. He hurriedly turned on the television to watch the clash between Leverkusen and Hannover 96. He had intended to wait for the recording to analyze the match frame by frame with the coaching staff. Now Guardiola just wanted to get a quick understanding of the opponent, especially the rising star, the Eastern Wonder. I want to see what this is all about. In the next round, Bayern versus Leverkusen. Aspiring to build a Bayern dynasty, Guardiola, who has already captured a treble this season, certainly didn't want to stumble here. In the 66th minute of the second half, Leverkusen still leads 10. The young Chinese talent Lu Xiao's stunning goal in the first half helped the team open the scoring. Now facing Hannover's ironclad defense, Leverkusen currently lacks effective solutions. Look at this play. Lu Xiao. The referee blew the whistle. Lu Xiao has now been fouled for the 7th time in the match. Hannover is really targeting him today. Zhang Jun worried for Lu Xiao. Hannover's actions became increasingly rough as ordinary physical confrontations were easily evaded by Lu. In a fit of rage, the defensive player went in for a tackle. Regardless of how skilled Lu Xiao was at controlling the ball or dribbling, he had to leave either the ball or his body behind. Are you okay? Lu, are you alright? You filthy pigs. Team captain Rolfs and Sun Heung-min rushed over to check on Lu Xiao. Defensive midfielder Lars Bender stepped in, arguing with the opponent's midfielder. The team doctor hurriedly entered the field to assess the situation, causing head coach Sasha to rise nervously from his seat. Don't worry, he's fine. This kid is quite clever. No need to panic. I think you're the one who's panicking. Sasha shot a helpless glance at his partner. Coach Hypia was so flustered that he couldn't even unscrew the cap of a water bottle. Lu is still so young, we mustn't. Many young prodigies in football have fallen victim to nightclub excess and lack of discipline. The majority of others have been plagued by injuries, ultimately falling like shooting stars. Injuries are undoubtedly a mountain that stands before professional players. Lu Xiao lay on the grass momentarily dazed. He had jumped to evade the tackle, but was hit midair and fell. The team doctor nervously examined him for a moment before finally sighing in relief. Fortunately, he's fine. Just scraped his shin guards. Lu, can you hear me? Yes, I'm fine. Lu Xiao gradually regained his composure. The team doctor helped him up as he attempted to move his ankle, and it seemed to be alright. Seeing this scene, fans in front of the television finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the face of the opponent's fierce tackle, slender players are too susceptible to injury. If it were anyone else, the opponents might not have been so excessive. It was simply that Lu Xiao posed such a significant threat that Hannover had no choice but to resort to such tactics. Otherwise, no one would be able to contain him. They simply couldn't handle it. Lu Xiao's rise made the entire Leverkusen fan section stand up, erupting into applause. Even Sun Heung-min couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at such a spectacle. Why wasn't anyone concerned when I was tackled? As fellow East Asian players, Lu Xiao's status is soaring. Through his perfect performance, he has become a darling in the eyes of fans, the pet of the home crowd. Sai Ae Gu. Sun Heung-min sighed deeply. If Lu Xiao continues to play a few more matches, he will undoubtedly become the most popular star due to his outstanding looks and miraculous performances. His popularity has already surpassed many within the team. Sun Heung-min felt inadequate. However, looking at it from another angle, having such a strong teammate might make Bayer Leverkusen more competitive this season. Everything hinges on the next round against Bayern Munich, a tough battle. To protect Lu Xiao, Sasha decided to substitute him out. Ultimately, with his only goal of the match, Bayer Leverkusen triumphed 10 at home against Hanover, achieving 4 consecutive victories across all competitions. Lu Xiao performed brilliantly in his starting debut today. We may continue to see Lu Xiao's presence in the spotlight match against Bayern Munich in round 8 of the Bundesliga. Please stay tuned to Sina Sports live broadcast. Jean Jun will accompany you to watch the Bundesliga. Although Jean Jun said this, he was well aware. Sina Sports online platform will undoubtedly lose a significant amount of traffic. The next round of the Bundesliga, Bayer Leverkusen versus Bayern Munich, will be broadcasted on CCTV5. The young Chinese talent Lu Xiao is about to make his debut on national television, allowing more people to witness this miraculous youth. After the Bundesliga match against Hanover 96, the previously quiet Lu Xiao bar became quite live. Bayern fans come to watch, Dortmund fans come to watch. Just finished watching the match. Lu is amazing. It's rare to see such a talented Chinese player. True genius must be nurtured abroad. Can't talent be nurtured domestically? What are you thinking? In the domestic league, regardless of talent, you first have to learn to give gifts and toast. And you have to guard against teammates' dirty plays. In the domestic league. Without money, forget about playing football. Hope he's not the next Lu Xiao. No, Lu definitely won't be his talent. Comparing to the NBA, he's like Curry of the Warriors, or Klay Thompson, or Durant of the Thunder. Isn't that exaggerated? Is Lu Xiao really that impressive in the Bundesliga? Just wait and see. In the next match against Bayern, Lu will dominate. The fans in the forum couldn't tell if this person was a Lu Xiao fan or a troll. A 16-year-old boy dominating the 5-time champion Bayern. Whether he can even play is still uncertain. If the Bayer Leverkusen coach is conservative and chooses veterans for such a tough match, won't that be a disaster? Regardless, as each match passes, Lu Xiao, with his average of over 1 goal per game, has gradually won over. With the retweets and recommendations from influencers on Weibo, his popularity in China has been steadily rising, gradually catching up to that of German fans. It's not an exaggeration to call Lu Xiao the hottest rising star. Compared to the gradually heating up of the domestic internet, Lu Xiao's popularity in Leverkusen has also surged. He regularly rides his bike to the training facility, and when he stops at a red light, people often roll down their windows to greet him. Lu. Hey Lu. You performed wonderfully in yesterday's match. I'm your fan. Lu. You're amazing. Leverkusen thanks you. Keep it up in the next match. Can I get your autograph? Lu Xiao was even surrounded by fans at the intersection, signing autographs and taking photos. As a motorcycle with flashing lights approached, dispersing a crowd of onlookers, Lu Xiao thought he would be penalized. To his surprise, the local traffic police handed him a small notebook, which was not a ticket. Lu, I'm also your fan, and my child really likes you. Can you sign? Of course. Even the traffic police were eager to take photos with Lu Xiao, leaving him feeling helpless. For the first time, he felt the troubles of becoming a star. Should I buy a car? Lu Xiao suddenly had this thought. When he just joined the team, his weekly salary was only €5,000, not much different from an apprentice contract. Originally, his contract would automatically convert to that of a formal player after he played 10 matches. However, due to his outstanding performance in recent games, and having saved Bayer Leverkusen multiple times from crisis, the club has already increased his weekly salary to €15,000. After deducting 45 in taxes and some insurance, his net income is about €4,500. With that amount, one could buy an Audi A4, BMW 3 Series, or Mercedes-Benz E-Class in Germany in a month. In 2 months, a Porsche Cayenne or Mercedes-Benz S-Class. In 3 months, a Bentley Flying Spur. And in half a year, a Ferrari 458 or a Mercedes G65 AMG. This is just at the €15,000 weekly salary level. If he waits until next year's contract renewal, Lu Xiao might even be able to afford an entry-level sports car like the Porsche 911 within a month. Lu Xiao plans to wait until after the match against Bayern Munich. If they win, he will reward himself with a car. If they lose, he will consider it savings, provided he gets the chance to play. Upon arriving at the training facility, he coincidentally ran into head coach Sasha. The other players kept their distance, not daring to dine with the coaching staff. Lu Xiao didn't care about that. After getting his meal, he proactively sat across from Sasha, leaving the head coach, Sasha Lewandowski, momentarily taken aback. Lu, do you need something from me? I wanted to inquire about the upcoming match against Bayern Munich. Huffed. Hi, couldn't help but laugh first. You're too eager, Lu. You really want to play that badly? Sasha looked at Lu Xiao with an amused expression. Of course, if it were other opponents, I would follow the coach's arrangements. But next up is Bayern Munich. The expectation glimmered in Lu Xiao's serious eyes. If I miss this chance, I might have to wait until next year. If we don't count cup matches, there are only 2 opportunities to face Bayern in a year. Compared to other teams, Lu has the strongest desire to fight against Bayern. Not to mention, he came from Bayern's training academy and is familiar with the first-team players. Just the fact that Bald Ten Hag dismissed him, Lu Xiao wants to prove him wrong in front of him. Sasha and Hypatia exchanged glances as they were somewhat aware of Lu Xiao's grievances with Bayern. Don't worry, Lu. You will definitely be in the squad. I guarantee you'll have a chance to play. That's enough, thank you, coach. Lu Xiao carried his tray and prepared to leave. Aren't you curious how many minutes I'll— Sasha was a bit surprised. He thought Lu Xiao was hoping to secure a starting position. No matter how many minutes, I will definitely make an impact. Wow, what a bold claim. Sasha and Hypatia were stunned. Does Lu Xiao really think he can break through Bayern Munich's defense in just 5 minutes? Come on. But thinking it over, Bayer Leverkusen indeed needs a rookie like Lu Xiao who isn't afraid of anything, full of youthful spirit. Watching Lu Xiao's figure fade away, Hypatia felt pleased. I have a feeling we have a chance in this match. But that's Bayern, the 5-time champions. For almost a week, head coach Sasha Lewandowski had been carrying a heavy burden in his heart. Bayern Munich is undoubtedly a mountain in front of any Bundesliga team. Whoever encounters this Bundesliga powerhouse must be prepared to be crushed. Moreover, the next match is an away game heading to Allianz Arena to face Bayern, making the difficulty exponentially greater. Sasha had already resigned himself to losing these 3 points. The goal for the match is merely to secure 1 point and fight for 3. Coming back from away with 1 point would already be a good result. You, this guy, have more confidence than a 16-year-old kid. Who are you talking about? Facing Hypatia's mockery, Sasha felt a bit unconvinced. However, his response was somewhat guilty. Technically, Lu Xiao indeed has more confidence than he does. On the training ground, the entire Bayer Leverkusen team witnessed a more diligent, even somewhat crazy Lu Xiao. While others were jogging to warm up, Lu Xiao had already rushed to the front of the line. While others took the opportunity to slack off during training, when the coach wasn't watching, Lu Xiao insisted on perfecting every detail, even if he was drenched in sweat. Lu, is it really necessary? Even Julian Brandt, who often slacks off, couldn't stand it. Lu Xiao was too intense, leaving him no choice but to keep up. Julian, do you want to become Cristiano Ronaldo? Of course. Cristiano Ronaldo is Julian Brandt's. Besides Ronaldo, there's also Reyes. Then just think about it, with your training attitude, it's probably hard to match Ronaldo. Who are you looking down on? It's just training. Julian Brandt also quickened his running pace, his chest heaving like a bellows. Lu Xiao shook his head. His good brother was indeed easy to fool. Thinking about the upcoming match against Bayern Munich in 3 days, Lu Xiao also quickened his pace. Next, there would be shooting, passing, coordination, and physical training. He couldn't always rely on external aids or his anger meter. He must become stronger on his own. Only by becoming stronger could he fully utilize the system's capabilities. He hopes that one day, even without the system, he can become its level player. Bayern Munich training base. Hurry up. Pass it over. Here. A sharp whistle rang out, causing the Bayern Munich players to shiver involuntarily. The thought of being scolded mercilessly by the baldy Guardiola made the expressions of these world-class stars on the training ground resemble that of elementary students about to be called upon in class. Tints all over their faces, filled with panic. In front of the media, Guardiola was a refined technical coach. Yet in the locker room, he was a tyrant. Indeed, Guardiola stormed into the training ground, fury written all over his face, and went straight to the tall striker Mandzukic. Mario, what were you doing just now? I wasn't doing anything. Mandzukic was confused. Look me in the eyes and answer me, what were you doing just now? Guardiola was relentless, almost pressing his nose against Mandzukic's face. I just thought the opportunity was good and wanted to take a shot. Is that so? Just a feeling, huh? Guardiola sneered, turning to look at the other players. Anyone who made eye contact with Guardiola couldn't help but lower their heads to avoid his gaze. What do you all think? Was the shooting opportunity good? Speak up. And not very good. It was the captain Lam who took the initiative to speak out. Just now, Mandzukic had forced a left-footed shot against the defender Van Buiten's challenge. The shot was decent, but slightly off target. If we were trailing in the Champions League final with only 1 minute left, needing just 1 goal to equalize, would your choice this time have cost us the goal? No. What you lost was the championship. Do you understand? The championship. After being on the receiving end of Guardiola's tirade, Mandzukic felt a bit embarrassed. He was somewhat of a well-known star himself. Even the old coach Hanks never yelled at him like this. Trying is not a mistake, Mandzukic muttered quietly. What did you say? Guardiola's gaze grew even more terrifying. He directly confronted him in Spanish. Shooting attempts are definitely better than wasting time passing the ball around. Mandzukic decided to push back. As a forward in the penalty area, finding a shooting angle, why wouldn't you shoot? Alright, is that your understanding of... Guardiola's eyes were sharp as he pointed at Thomas Muller on the right. When you shoot, do you pay attention to your teammates? Did you observe before shooting? Just now Mandzukic had simply acted on impulse and shot without looking back. Muller was in a better position and could have received a pass. But, still want to argue? Guardiola scanned all the Bayern players. Remember, before making decisions, always observe in advance. Observe in advance. Always observe in advance. Pay attention to your teammates' positions. The speed of a pass is always faster than running. A better positioned teammate can accomplish so much more. We are a team, a championship team, not just random players on a street court. Guardiola shouted loudly in his Catalan-accented English with the word fucking appearing more than once in just a few sentences rich in intensity. Again, continue the drills for another 45 minutes. The Bayern Munich players were dumb. The next opponent isn't Dortmund, nor is it Barcelona, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, or Chelsea. The next opponent is just Bayer Leverkusen, a team they could easily defeat with their eyes closed. In recent years, defeating Bayer Leverkusen had become a routine for Bayern players. They had gotten used to it, and Guardiola seemed overly cautious. Only Guardiola knew that Leverkusen wasn't easy to deal with. Especially after watching their recent matches, he had a foreboding feeling. It wasn't that he feared the 16-year-old Chinese prodigy, a world-class coach like Guardiola had no need to be afraid. He only worried that if the team underestimated their opponents, if their lead wasn't sufficiently large, they might truly be reversed. This season, Guardiola had joined Bayern bearing the halo of being a six-time champion. Bayern had already achieved the treble, which was already a great success. He had to make it even more successful. He had to lead them to defend their treble and once again claim the six-time champion title. In multi-line combat, Bayern couldn't expend too much energy in the league, needing to focus on defending their title in the Champions League. In the league, they needed to maintain a significant lead in points. The only result against Leverkusen in the next round must be 3 points. At home, 3 points, Bayern would not allow any other outcome. The players on the field had yet to understand his possession philosophy, and no one comprehended his pressure. Guardiola felt the weight of responsibility. When he left Barcelona for Bayern, it was to prove that he could build a dynasty outside of the Barcelona system. Could he really achieve this with these Bayern players? Guardiola did not know the answer. Munich. On the bus to Munich, the Bayer Leverkusen players were a bit excited. Every professional player enjoys facing strong teams. Even if they get thrashed and lose heavily to Bayern, it doesn't matter. As long as they can showcase their talents in the match, their market value will increase. If by chance they lead the team to victory over Bayern, they could demand a big contract from their agent for next season. They wouldn't fear the club's offers. Who would dare be stingy? If they become the star player who led the team to defeat Bayern, they wouldn't worry about not having a team. They might even be poached by Bayern, just like Mario Götze and subsequently Lewandowski. Lu Xiao, who usually liked to joke around with everyone, was much quieter today. He simply watched the bus as it traveled along the same road he had taken before. Back then he had sat in a scout's Volkswagen coming to Leverkusen along this very highway. Little did he know he would return so soon. As an opponent, will you stay for a day after the match? He'll ask the coach. If we win, there'll be a holiday. If we lose, we have to Alright, that's fine, we can find time to come and watch you too. On WeChat, Lu Xiao's father was very happy to learn that his son had returned to Munich. Their Chinese restaurant in downtown Munich was thriving, and they were so busy every day that they couldn't spare time to watch their son play in Leverkusen. Only during Leverkusen's matches would they broadcast them on television. It puzzled the local diners in Munich, wondering why they were watching Leverkusen matches every day. This time the two of them found it difficult to cheer for him in person. They could only watch Lu Xiao's match in the restaurant. Go for it, you can definitely win. Hopefully. Lu Xiao wasn't quite sure himself. He was confident he could create some chances using the system once he was on the field, but it was tough for one person's strength to change a significant power disparity. If the team's overall strength in the midfield and defense was lacking, he might not even get the ball up front, leaving him with no chance to shoot. He would have to assess the situation once on the field. The good news was that the team had already established the starting lineup before departing. Lu Xiao was starting once again in such an important match. German television, Channel 1, Sport 1. Commentators Mehmet Scholl and guest Oliver Kahn are quite happy because today they are about to commentate on a key match in the 8th round of the Bundesliga. The recently formidable Bayer Leverkusen against the Bundesliga powerhouse, the 7-time consecutive champions, Bayern Munich. Both commentators are legends from Bayern Munich, and they are leaning more towards Bayern Munich's victory. Today is undoubtedly the most important match of the 8th round, with Bayern Munich hosting Bayer Leverkusen at the Allianz Arena. I believe our viewers at home can hardly wait. Oliver, what are your thoughts? The Lion King Oliver Kahn chuckled heartily. Considering the recent form of both teams, they can deliver an exciting match, and some individual players have been outstanding. In terms of squad strength alone, Bayern Munich undoubtedly holds a significant advantage. Whether it's the experience of the head coach or the value of the players, there are insurmountable gaps. Kahn truly cannot fathom how Bayern Munich could lose. Although he really likes Bayer Leverkusen and admires their talented young player Lu Xiao. The reason why the Giants dominate matches and why Bayern reigns supreme in the Bundesliga. The advantage in squad depth is too apparent, sometimes surpassing morale and fighting spirit. Inexpensive players may not always be effective, but expensive players only have one disadvantage. They're expensive. With half an hour left until the match, the two have already discussed many tactical details for this game in today's pre-match special. Alright, let's pause our discussion here for now and see what our reporter on site has to say. Important matches inevitably feature some interviews on site to create an atmosphere for the big battle. Sport 1 is no exception. The stunning blonde anchor Casey Fisher stands in front of the camera. Behind her is a giant rubber boat. Currently, Casey Fisher is in a passionate relationship with Dortmund star Mats Hummels, radiating happiness. As you can see, I have arrived at the Allianz Arena in Munich. Now, let's see how the fans of both teams view the show. Bayern fans are undoubtedly the happier ones. They have just clinched the quintuple, exuding an aura of it. Dressed in Bayern jerseys, wrapped in Bayern Munich scarves, groups of fans are joyfully heading to the stadium, but are stopped by the female reporter. Excuse me, from the perspective of Bayern Munich fans, how do you view today's match? Several rosy-cheeked Bayern fans stand tall, speaking without hesitation. 30. One fan raises 3 fingers with one hand while the other is clenched into a fist, his eyes filled with determination. You're being too conservative against Leverkusen. It should be at least 50. I feel we should win by at least 2 goals. Of our attacking power is very strong with many offensive options, while Leverkusen's frontline strength is relatively weak. Rational predictions should be 31. Leverkusen is quite strong. We must not underestimate them. I think a narrow victory by 1 goal will suffice. There's an older Bayern fan with gray hair who seems cautious. Soon a drunken fan stumbles in front of the camera. 30. It seems Bayern fans are very optimistic about today's match. Let's check on the situation with Leverkusen fans. The beautiful reporter, along with her cameraman, circles around to the entrance of the visiting team's fans. Typically, away matches are organized by fan associations, which makes the away section relatively quieter compared to the chaotic home team entrance. Many fans wearing black Leverkusen jerseys holding flags and banners are preparing to enter when the female anchor stops them. Excuse me, may I interview you? How do you view today's match from the perspective of Leverkusen fans? The young Leverkusen fan being interviewed looks troubled. Bayern is the treble champion and the dominant force in the Bundesliga. Today we are primarily in a challenger role. Can you predict the score? I think if the team performs well, it should be 11. Of course, as long as the team plays with their style, showing the same fighting spirit as in recent matches, that will be enough. The fans are quite satisfied with Leverkusen's recent performance. Lu Xiao has made several key saves, earning the team at least 5 or 6 more points. Even if they lose to Bayern today, Leverkusen still has the capital to compete for 4th place. For Leverkusen fans, being able to compete for 4th place is already quite a blessing. Otherwise, competing for the title against Bayern, laughable, it's something they wouldn't even dare to dream. After briefly interviewing several Leverkusen fans, they appear more cautious compared to the wildly enthusiastic Bayern fans expressing some concerns about the match. That's the situation at the Allianz Arena. Shaw, now back to you. Alright, thank you, Ms. Fisher. With some time still left before the match, Shaw and Kahn continue to analyze the starting. Lu Xiao has previously entered Bayern's home locker room, but this is his first time entering as a visiting player. Compared to the luxury of the home locker room, the away locker room is relatively simple in both decor and facilities. Is Bayern's treatment really that poor? Looking at the shower heads in the bathroom, Julian Brandt couldn't help but complain. He was soon mocked by Guardado. Well, you're not going to play anyway, so you won't need to shower. You bastard, neither will you. Now it's Guardado's turn to be embarrassed. The Mexican has been in poor form lately, and coach Tsubasa has temporarily benched him. Son Heung-min is pulled to the left to play as a winger, which happens to benefit Lu Xiao. And he is starting again today, facing none other than Bayern Munich. Lu, are you nervous about playing against Bayern? Captain Rolfs is quite concerned about this young player. He has realized that if Lu Xiao performs well, Leverkusen usually manages to produce many eye-catching attacks. The most remarkable aspect of Lu Xiao is his unorthodox ball handling near the penalty area. He can often unexpectedly disrupt the opponent's defensive tactics, creating goal-scoring opportunities. If we were to follow a conventional attack rhythm, breaking Bayern's defense would be extremely difficult. But we have variables. We have the ace Lu Xiao. Not nervous. It's normal for young players to be nervous, after all Bayern is. You're not nervous at all. Seeing Lu Xiao's trembling hand, Rolfs thought the young man was panicking. I'm just a bit excited. Finally, I get to face a worthy opponent today. Rolfs was left speechless. Typically, one would rather crush weaker opponents to boost their stats, yet Lu Xiao has no interest in bullying weak teams. He only finds joy in taking on strong teams. Could he possibly be a masochist? That's the spirit. Alright, team. Coach Sasha and assistant coach Hypatia enter the locker room. They have long since mastered the pre-match tactical deployment, having practiced it thoroughly for a week. With just a few minutes left before taking the field, there's no need to emphasize too many details. It's more about rallying the troops. I know none of you are into betting, but I took a quick look, and guess what? The odds for a home win are 1.78, while for an away win they're 7.25. Almost no one is betting on us, especially at the Allianz Arena, where they have home advantage, and you guys. I see in your eyes that you refuse to back down, right? Who says Bayern is invincible? Today in the opponent's home ground in front of their fans, prove yourselves. Prove that Leverkusen fears no one. Hey Bayer ho! Every player from Leverkusen raises their arms and cheer. Indeed, Bayern invincible. Don't be ridiculous. Today let's break Bayern's undefeated aura. Hey, Lu. In the players' tunnel, the Bayern players greeted Lu Xiao warmly. After being dismissed from Bayern's youth training, Lu Xiao spent 3 days at the training base, sharing meals and training with them. Everyone really liked this sunny young man from the East, especially Thomas Muller. You've been performing great lately. Did you fool me on purpose before? Suddenly exploding after switching teams. No, I just recently figured things out. Good, keep it up. Thomas Muller understood. Some players may perform mediocrely in one environment, yet unleash tremendous energy and deliver phenomenal performances when in a different setting. Such examples are common in football, and Lu Xiao probably fits this mold. Erwa was happy that his little brother could establish himself in the Bundesliga, yet he felt it was a pity for the club to let go of such a good talent so easily, as they would now have to turn their guns against him. Since that's the case, we won't take it easy on you. Sorry, but today's 3 points are ours for the taking, Thomas Muller teased, though he was serious. Lu Xiao certainly understood. Erwa liked to joke around in the locker room, and was the team's source of joy. However, on the pitch he was undoubtedly one of the most competitive players. I will do my best too. Great, let's go for it. The two fist bumped before returning to their respective teams. Thomas, I feel like Lu is growing so fast. It's only been a few days, and he's so much more confident now. Behind Thomas Muller, Bayern's captain Lahm looked thoughtfully at Lu Xiao's back. Yes, his growth rate is simply astounding. At just 16 he can start in the Bundesliga. Tony Kroos also found it incredible. They could feel Lu Xiao's changes quite clearly. No matter what, let's give our all to defeat them. At worst, we'll treat him to a beer after the match. Thomas Muller took a deep breath, ready for battle. With the referee's signal, both teams emerged from the players. Over 7,000 fans at Allianz Arena cheered wildly, and with the live DJ's excited shouts every time a Bayern player's name was called, it was met with thunderous applause. In contrast, the visiting team Bayer Leverkusen was met with a barrage of boos and insults. Number 39, Lu Xiao. Bo. The deafening boos almost felt like tangible waves crashing down. Ralphs behind Lu Xiao worried for the young player. Any player with a slightly weaker mental fortitude would surely crumble under the jeers of over 7,000 people. However, Lu Xiao's expression seemed unaffected. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted into a slight curve. Was he actually enjoying the boos? Ralphs shook his head, thinking this Chinese kid was truly a monster. Allianz Arena is a professional stadium, so Lu Xiao could clearly hear the insults from the fans in the front row. Go back to Asia. FKCK. Want a banana? I've got a big one here. The increasingly outrageous remarks, which severely involved discriminatory language, infuriated Sun Heung-min, who felt like clenching his fists and charging into the stands. Son, they're going too far. Assholes. Calm down, they're just a bunch of fleas. While the players lined up for a photo, Lu Xiao tried to persuade Sun Heung-min to stay calm. The actions of Bayern's extreme fans were also directed at the two of them. Aren't you angry? Sun Heung-min's eyes were already red. Fighting back with fists and feet will do no good, though it will only please them. If one let these fans' words and actions provoke them, and ended up losing control on the pitch, that would be what the opposing fans would love to see. Growing up in Belgium, Lu Xiao had faced countless cold words and bullying. As a child, he was much more explosive than he is now, charging at those strong white kids. Even if it meant getting a nosebleed, Lu Xiao would fight for his life. Eventually, those kids stopped daring to provoke this madman to his face. They only isolated Lu Xiao. Thus, during his 10 years in Genk, he only had one friend, De Bruyne. He had long witnessed the arrogance of these self-important white people and knew exactly what they feared. On the pitch, what they truly feared was him scoring. A guy with black hair and yellow skin bringing an underestimated Leverkusen to tear apart their invincible Bayern Munich. The best retaliation is to score. If one goal won't silence them, then score another until they have nothing to say. This, Sun Heung-min. It seemed as if black flames were burning on Lu Xiao, giving Sun Heung-min a chilling feeling. Luckily, they were teammates, who otherwise Sun Heung-min would really be afraid of provoking this guy. Alright then, let's go for a goal. Bayer Leverkusen's captain guessed wrong on the coin toss, only gaining the choice of side. Since it was an evening match, the entire field was illuminated without the shaded areas that could be exploited in the afternoon. Ralphs casually picked a side, and the home team Bayern Munich prepared to kick off from the center circle. Before the battle was about to begin, the one most anxious was not Bayer's head coach Sasha, but a bald man on Bayern Munich's coaching staff, the bald Ten Hag. After several confirmations on site, Ten Hag finally recognized the opponent. No way, buddy. Isn't this the Asian kid he kicked out? In the youth training camp, this unremarkable, talentless, frail child was unceremoniously shown the door by Ten Hag when his contract expired. He was even prepared to have Bayern's management praise him. Recently, Lu Xiao's impressive performances in the Bundesliga and DFB Pokal were hard for Ten Hag to believe. Today he was genuinely in Bayer's starting lineup. If Lu Xiao performed well today, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Damn. Alright, let's first take a look at Bayern's starting lineup as Guardiola sets up his favored 433 formation. Goalkeeper Neuer, defenders Lam Boateng, Dante Alaba, midfielders Xabi Alonso, Schweinsteiger, Toni Kroos, forwards Götze, Mandzukic, Thomas Muller. Due to varying degrees of injuries to Ribery and Robben, the two have temporarily not made the squad. With Bayern's current starting configuration, they still have a considerable advantage over Leverkusen. Now looking at the visiting team Bayer Leverkusen, they have adopted a 442 formation that has been more effective in recent matches. Goalkeeper Leno, defenders Donati, Spahak, Toprak, Bonish, midfielders Robbie Cruz, Lars Bender, Relfs, Sun Heung-min, forwards Stefan Kiesling, and the recently impressive Chinese young talent Lu Xiao. Beep. The match has begun. Bayern kicks off from the center circle. Commentator Scholl planned to chat with Kahn about the starting lineup, but his words were suddenly interrupted before he could finish. Wait, let's take a look at this ball. Toni Kroos pass. Beautiful, penetrating the gap. Mario Götze. Yes, they scored. My God. Just 23 seconds into the match, Bayern Munich opens the scoring. A dream start. The former Dortmund genius joins Bayern and fully showcases his talent. A stunning blow. Conceding a goal just 23 seconds into the match. Götze's miraculous performance left the Bayer Leverkusen players in shock. Each one felt a jolt except for Lu Xiao. This is interesting. He truly lived up to the title of Super Mario who scored the winning goal against Argentina in the World Cup final a year later. Lu Xiao was worried that Bayern without Robben and Ribery might not be strong enough. Since they were in such great form, defeating Bayern would be even more rewarding. Brother Xian, why are you in such a hurry? Commentary. Traffic on the East 4th Ring was terrible. I almost couldn't get here. Wow, it's pouring outside. Thank you for braving the rain. It's nothing. Missing today's match would be a disaster. Is the Champions League on today? The newly completed underwear tower finished a year ago had already begun to house CCTV's operations as the broadcaster relocated from its Yuantan headquarters to the new Guanghua Road office building. Commentator Duan Xian burst into the lobby, nearly colliding with CCTV 13 News anchor Zhu Guangquan. They fell into a few casual words while waiting for the elevator. Zhu Guangquan was puzzled. He rarely saw Duan Xian so flustered. By rights, the only matches that would make him act this way were the World Cup or the Champions League. Isn't the Champions League next week? Bundesliga, Bayern against Leverkusen. Oh wait, Leverkusen. Zhu finally understood. A certain name had been appearing on Weibo again and again, echoing the sudden fame of Lin Xiao in his day. 16-year-old Chinese prospect Lu Xiao had been dazzling for Leverkusen, a new star rising on the European stage. After the national team's 15 loss to Thailand, public esteem for Chinese football sank to its nadir. Many fans had nearly surrendered hope, convinced that Chinese players would never break through in the sport. Yet from that darkness came a faint spark in Europe. Lu Xiao's emergence stirred quiet expectation at home. Perhaps leaving the domestic quagmire could produce a genuine football superstar. The Bayern vs Leverkusen fixture would be Lu Xiao's first true trial under the brightest lights. No wonder Duan Xian was so desperate to make it. Ding! The elevator announced the CCTV 5th floor. Zhu Guangquan held the door, urging Brother Xian go on quickly. Thanks. Duan Xian dashed to the makeup room and began to prepare. Some while later he appeared in the studio ready to call this Bundesliga highlight alongside guest Su Yang. It was a pity that his former partner Coach Tao was no longer around. If he could see a Chinese player rising in the Bundesliga now, Coach Tao would have been overjoyed. China Central Television. Viewers, what you are about to see is a marquee clash from matchday 8 of the 2013-14 Bundesliga season. Defending champions Bayern Munich host Bayer Leverkusen at the Allianz Arena. Bayern in their traditional red attack from left to right, Leverkusen in white attack from right to left. Because Bayern's primary color is red and Leverkusen also had a red away kit, Leverkusen had to don their third white strip for this match. At kickoff, Duan Xian and Su Yang discussed the starting lineups and what role Lu Xiao might have in before they could finish speaking. Bayern struck after just 23 seconds, leaving Duan Xian momentarily speechless. That goal. He was stunned, unsure how to continue. Fortunately, Su Yang stepped in. Götze. That shot was crisp and decisive. Bayern opened the scoring right from the start, astonishingly quick. Indeed, Duan Xian recovered. A goal in the 23rd second. This is the fastest goal in the Bundesliga this season. A finish from Mario Götze. The former Dortmund talent who moved to Bayern this summer has been a bright presence. Götze was only 21, full of promise. Of course, Leverkusen also fielded the 16-year-old Lu Xiao. With Götze shining, Duan Xian hoped Lu Xiao might unleash something equally eye-catching. But Bayern's goal only intensified their dominance. They displayed the Guardiola brand of possession football, pressing and controlling Leverkusen for large stretches. Leverkusen's players were stunned by the early strike and struggled to muster a response, shrinking back and absorbing pressure in their own box. No matter how gifted Lu Xiao was, if he could not get on the ball, his ability meant little. He had to wait for his chance. Guardiola arrived at Bayern this season and injected his footballing philosophy into the German giants. Du Xian remarked. He recalled Bayern's former, more rugged identity. They had once relied on sturdy defense, relentless midfield tackling, and wing-driven counterattacks, the kind of uncompromising matches that wore opponents down. At least that had been the case when Robben and Ribery were both fit and running the flanks. Now Robben was injured and Ribery sidelined with a muscle strain. On the left Götze, on the right Thomas Müller, up front Mandzukic. The midfield still featured Schweinsteiger, Toni Kroos, and Xabi Alonso, their passing combinations effortless. They recycled the ball patiently, not rushing forward, but methodically sapping Leverkusen's energy from outside. Du Xian was nearly transfixed. One might have thought they were watching Barcelona. Even Barca's Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi. Du Xian was nearly transfixed. One might have thought they were watching Barcelona. Even Barca's Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi sometimes increased the tempo. Yet Bayern's roster, Kroos and Schweinsteiger among them, were not players who typically relied on sudden bursts of speed. Müller and Götze were similarly cautious. After 20 minutes, Bayern dominated possession as if they were Barcelona. On possession stats, Bayern Munich have reached 79, while Dortmund hold less than 21. In terms of attempts, Bayern have 4 shots and 1 goal. Leverkusen so far have none. Lu Xiao's touches were pitiably few. Lu Xiao, he's moving energetically, helping his teammates defend. But from the match context, it looks very hard for Leverkusen to pierce Bayern's possession. Du Xian grew anxious on Lu Xiao's behalf. In the Allianz Arena, at that moment, Lu Xiao himself remained composed. As a forward, he knew rushing bred mistakes. The more arduous the situation, the more he must stay calm. Though his team was under siege, Lu Xiao refused to be a mere bystander. He drifted close to Schweinsteiger and Xabi Alonso to disrupt their distribution. He was not the strongest in physical duels, but he read the game, intercepting passing lanes. Under his interference, Schweinsteiger found it difficult to play comfortably. Off the ball, he couldn't help but remark to Thomas Müller, "This Lu kid has changed a lot." Yes, he's beginning to resemble a professional star, Müller admitted. Kroos delivered a corner, the team's 6th of the match. The tall center-backs Boateng and Dante surged into the box. Every player crowded the penalty area. Lu Xiao sneaked a glance, only Lahm and Alaba remained guarding the back. Schweinsteiger and Xabi Alonso were stationed outside the box for second ball chances. This was Bayern's most vulnerable moment. This is an opportunity. Lu Xiao signaled quickly to Son Heung-min, asking him to time his run into the box. Son blinked in surprise. "Me. Come on, can it work?" He lacked confidence, shaken by Bayern's dominance, and doubtful Lu Xiao could snatch a ball from between 2 world-class defensive midfielders. Beep. There was no time to deliberate. Toni Kroos swung the corner. The ball dipped into the penalty area with heavy spin, and Boateng rose mightily, poised ahead. Goalkeeper Bernd Leno lunged forward, and like a superhero punched the ball clear with a solitary blow. Though Leno's line instincts did not match Neuer's, his specialty was dealing with aerial danger. Leverkusen's box. This is my volley. Beautiful. The chance had arrived. Lu Xiao sprinted outward, eyeing the drop. Not good. Xabi Alonso and Schweinsteiger raced to block him. Bayern fans in the Allianz were not worried. A 16-year-old boy could not possibly slip between 2 world-class holding midfielders. Can Chinese players play football well? Lu Xiao focused entirely on the incoming ball, as if the world had dissolved. In that narrowing darkness, there was nothing but the sphere at his feet. Schweinsteiger intended to let him control the ball on his instep, then close him down from behind to prevent a turn, coordinating with Alonso for a double team. But Lu Xiao, without receiving the ball, spun away at once. He locked eyes with Schweinsteiger. What? Schweinsteiger barely registered, and then a blur. Lu Xiao had already turning again. The boy became a gust of wind and beat Xabi Alonso as well. 1 against 2, he burst free in an instant and played a deadly through ball. A blade drawn, he sliced into Bayern's flank. Lu Xiao, what a pass! Right through to Son. That pass is onside. No flag. Du Xian felt his blood race and his heart pound. Lu Xiao's through ball sent Son Heung-min in through on goal. Bayern's backline had been ripped open as if over a vast plain. Son Heung-min, unknown with Neuer at the edge of the box. A curling right-footed shot. In that instant, Bayern fans felt their heart stop. The next second, the ball curled into the top corner. Goal. Leverkusen had actually scored. The ball goes in. Son Heung-min. A perfect connection between 2 Asian players. Bayer Leverkusen executes a brilliant counterattack in adversity. This was Bayer Leverkusen's only shot on goal in the first half, successfully resulting in a goal. They equalized the score. 11. Both teams are back to square one. Du Xian raised his arms in excitement. He was absolutely thrilled. Commentating on the match of a Chinese player for the first time, he witnessed such a thrilling attack. Who would have thought before the match that the 16-year-old rookie Lu Xiao would once again become the key player? Even against last season's quintuple champions, the Bundesliga powerhouse Bayern Munich, he remained calm and collected. Fearless. That was truly beautiful. Lu Xiao's pass was so reasonable, directly penetrating Bayern's defense. Su Yang also praised him endlessly. From a technical perspective, finding opportunities to score in front of the goal is indeed spectacular. However, possessing such a clear tactical mind that avoids holding onto the ball when it's time to pass. This is the rarest quality that makes one a top-tier player in the world. After scoring, Son Heung-min was incredibly excited, sprinting 50 meters back to find Lu Xiao. If it were said that when Lu Xiao first joined the team, Son Heung-min had some slight underestimation, thinking that the Chinese player couldn't play football. But now he is completely in awe of Lu Xiao. In recent matches, this 16-year-old Chinese player's performance is something Son Heung-min could not replicate. Nice. Hiba. Lu, what does that mean? Son Heung-min excitedly burst out in Korean, but Lu Xiao did not understand. Awesome. You are awesome. Son Heung-min's pronunciation of Chinese was very accurate, showing that he has learned Chinese quite a bit from Lu Xiao. Great job, you guys. So cool. Breaking through Bayern's goal lightened the pressure on the entire Bayer Leverkusen team. The earlier pressure from Bayern's possession was like a dark cloud suffocating. The goal scored by Lu Xiao and Son Heung-min is like a holy light dispelling the dark clouds. With the away score at 11, Bayer Leverkusen has essentially completed their task. As long as they hold on to the draw, they can sit back and play defensively. It is the home team Bayern that should be worried. Beautiful. Sasha and Haipaya joyfully high-fived. The two coaches also breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, after conceding a goal just 23 seconds into the game, they felt the sky was falling. Now it seems they somewhat underestimated their players, especially Lu Xiao. The decision to start Lu seems to be a good. I always said he has great potential. Haipaya has always supported Lu Xiao. Absolutely. Sasha couldn't help but marvel, they really struck gold. Let's take a look at the slow-motion replay from just now. Duan Xian was also puzzled about how Lu Xiao managed to get past two Bayern midfielders. Lu Xiao's handling of the ball was absolutely crucial. Otherwise, Bayer Leverkusen would not have been able to penetrate Bayern's defense so easily. Had he delayed, even for a second, he would have undoubtedly been intercepted by Bayern Munich's relentless pressure. The Bundesliga broadcaster was quite clever. Instead of immediately cutting to Son Heung-min's shot, they focused on Lu Xiao's initial handling. They showed him about to receive the ball, suddenly turning confidently without receiving it. This was clearly an unconventional move. How can one receive a ball without looking at it? When the ball was punched out by the goalkeeper and fell outside the penalty area, Lu Xiao surprisingly flicked the ball upwards with his heel, the ball arcing over the heads of two players. Schweinsteiger was distracted by Lu Xiao's turn and failed to notice the ball. This move of seamlessly passing and dribbling was simply elegant. Wow, what an artwork. Duan Xian was stunned. After getting past Schweinsteiger, Xabi Alonso rushed in with a face full of terror, ready to commit a foul, even if it meant pulling Lu Xiao down to commit a tactical foul. The ball landed in front of Lu Xiao as he didn't wait for it to drop, flicking it to the right to deceive Xabi Alonso's movement. At the critical moment, Lu Xiao skillfully nudged the ball with his right foot, completing a nutmeg. His body leaned to the right as a feint, but in reality, he quickly changed direction to the left, leaving Xabi Alonso behind. By the time Dragon Brother realized he had been tricked and turned back, Lu Xiao had already created space with the ball. Lam couldn't help but rush forward just as he was about to intercept Lu Xiao. He was surprised to see Lu Xiao deliver a mesmerizing through ball, threading it behind Lam. Son Heung-min also trusted Lu Xiao enough to start his sprint early, perfectly timing his run to avoid an offside, racing past Lam to receive the ball. Alaba on the other side was already too late. Son Heung-min's physical attributes and speed were impressive. With a diagonal dribble, he used his body to shield Alaba, driving the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Neuer rushed in to intercept, but failed, and Son Heung-min decisively curled the ball towards the far corner. It was a perfect strike. The two Asian players executed a world-class combination. Both sides showcased their respective strengths. Duan Xian watched in admiration. The two Asian players teamed up to take down this group of arrogant white players on the European stage. Son Heung-min excels at utilizing his physical prowess and explosive power to create impact. His shooting technique is relatively stable, with the edge of the penalty area being his comfort zone. Lu Xiao, on the other hand, is more adept at small space ball control and intricate plays. Each of his maneuvers is imaginative, leaving opponents astonished and perplexed. Duan Xian seemed to see the shadow of Ronaldinho in Lu Xiao. The camera zoomed in on Guardiola at the sidelines. Even Guardiola was stunned by Lu Xiao's play, widening his eyes and scratching his bald head. Is this even possible? His defensive tactics were flawless, and the players executed them without a hitch. It was purely Lu Xiao's individual ability that shattered the expectations of Bayern's players. Remember to collect more footage of this kid later. Okay, Guardiola had already placed significant emphasis on Lu Xiao before the match, yet he was still outwitted. However, Bayern's home advantage still holds. Bayer Leverkusen was temporarily unable to launch an attack, and Bayern Munich still controlled the game. Guardiola wasn't worried about losing today. The gap in strength between the two sides was too wide for the brilliance of one or two players to make up for it. Indeed, Bayern Munich continued to control the midfield without haste. No matter how hard Bayer Leverkusen tried in their defense, it was difficult to achieve effective interceptions. They could only be pulled apart by Bayern's passing and possession. Schweinsteiger Alonso Schweinsteiger Thomas Muller drops back. Then to Mandzukic Schweinsteiger Toni Kroos Gotze. Again to Kroos. Smooth. Though Bayern's attacks posed little threat, their passing in front of the penalty area was effortless and slick. Passing back and forth, Bayer Leverkusen truly had no answer to them. Even when occasionally disrupting passes, Bayern's immediate counterpressing still maintained possession. Even Lu Xiao returned near the penalty area to participate in defense. As long as we hold on through the first half, we might really win today. Lu Xiao was confident, maintaining an 11 score in the first half. He planned to seize an opportunity for another goal in the second half. But Bayern is still the Southern King, if it remains the same as ever. Before the end of the first half at the 42nd minute, Toni Kroos suddenly accelerated. Originally engaged in constant lateral and backward passes, Toni Kroos spotted an opportunity and unexpectedly sent a lofted pass. Mandzukic. Inside the penalty area, the tall striker Mandzukic suddenly leaped, showcasing his aerial dominance. Damn. Lu Xiao's heart tightened, was nobody marking him. Indeed, Mandzukic's powerful header once again broke through Bayer Leverkusen's goal. Bayern takes the lead once more. This is not over yet. Taking advantage of Bayer Leverkusen's momentary lapse and focus, Toni Kroos showcases his world-class midfield potential once again. Kroos. A direct pass to the flank. Thomas Muller. A shot from a tight angle. Wow. Bayern scores twice before the end of the first half. 31. This is going to be bad for Leverkusen. They didn't have time to celebrate as Bayern Munich ended the first half with a 31 lead. Lu Xiao looked around, noticing his teammates were somewhat dejected. Only he clenched his fists, a surge of anger brewing within him. If that's the case, then let the stage be mine. Allianz Arena is my backdrop. In a match, especially when a weaker team faces a stronger one, the greatest blow to the morale of the weaker team is not conceding an early goal. Conceding one goal only means they can try to equalize. The most crushing setback is when, after exhausting all efforts to create an opportunity and execute a perfect combination, the opponent swiftly knocks you down with two punches, smiling down with a taunting remark, just teasing you. From a tactical perspective, Guardiola's possession football currently has no apparent flaws. Even if Bayern doesn't score, the constant passing outside the penalty area is enough to drain Bayer Leverkusen's focus. When the defensive line is tormented to the brink of despair, suddenly speeding up to deliver a threatening pass truly challenges Bayer Leverkusen. So how do we break the deadlock? How would I know? You're the head coach, don't you know? The head coach isn't omnipotent. Wait, you're also a head coach. No, I'm just a joint coach, a joint one. Joint my foot. Lu Xiao was still in the locker room, while his Bayer Leverkusen teammates were all downcast temporarily, no one stepping up to speak. He overheard two coaches arguing like elementary school students, and Lu Xiao's face darkened. Can't you two be a bit more mature? Combined, your mental ages aren't even greater than mine. To prevent their childish behavior from affecting the team's mentality, Lu Xiao quickly opened the door and stepped out. Coach. Lu, what's up? In the second half, please give me more opportunities to hold the ball. Oh, I will attempt to break the deadlock. This. Lu Xiao's proactive suggestion truly caught the attention of Sasha and Hypatia. At 16, showing such responsibility is much better than being a player who dares not shoulder any burden, even if he ultimately doesn't make an impact. What is a big heart? This is a big heart. The problem is we can't break through the halfway line. If we can't get close to the penalty area, the team will also struggle to create space for you to handle the ball. According to Sasha's understanding, the closer Lu Xiao gets to the penalty area, the more he can unleash his threat with close control. In the middle and backfield, even if Lu Xiao manages to dribble past one player, he is quickly overwhelmed by those around him. The current opponent is not some RB Leipzig, but Bayern Munich. Competing physically and with area defense, Lu Xiao cannot gain much advantage in the middle and backfield. Just like in the first half, as long as someone dares to make a forward run, I can create space. Oh. Sasha and Hypatia immediately understood Lu Xiao's intention. He can play as a withdrawn attacking midfielder in the number 10 position, or even in a playmaking deep-lying role, supplying firepower to his teammates. Ordinarily, a typical 16-year-old forward would only know to charge forward recklessly, yet Lu Xiao is already considering the whole team's tactics. Hiss. This kid is destined for greatness. In fact, we think the same way. Hypatia smiled with a look of this child can be taught, his gaze filled with admiration. The goal in the first half was one of our few opportunities. We can play like this in the second half as well. If you just play as a forward, the media will only criticize you for being invisible, they won't be too harsh. If we really play like this, you alone will face the siege of all Bayern's defenders. If you get robbed and a goal is conceded, the blame will fall on you. Do you have the courage to face the media and fans' criticism? Sasha deliberately exaggerated the situation to scare the young boy. In reality, the coach bears more blame for a loss. I can. Lu Xiao did not utter many impassioned words. Just one word, along with the determination in his eyes, was enough to prove his courage. As long as the anger value accumulates to 100, there will at least be a chance to fight back. In the second half, we must patiently wait for opportunities. Perhaps there is indeed hope to equalize, or even to take the lead. Very good. I knew I did not misjudge you. Let's go in together, we don't have much time left. Tapia patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder, and the three of them walked into the changing room together. The oppressive atmosphere inside made the air feel several degrees cooler. Why the long faces? If that's the case, let's admit defeat directly. I'll go find Guardiola right now and surrender in person, how about that? Seeing these guys looking so cowardly, Sasha couldn't help but laugh in anger. A group of men in their 20s, yet not one of them has the resolve of a 16-year-old Chinese. Is this even right? Coach, Captain Ralph stood up first to explain, but Sasha raised his hand to stop him. Ladies, what do you say? Should I go surrender? No. We still have a chance. Yes. Bayern is not invincible. We just need to exert ourselves in the second half. Actually, the pressure on the goal isn't that great. We can score as long as we seize the counterattack opportunities. In an instant, Lars Bender Kiesling and goalkeeper Leno all stood up to boost morale. Judging by their expressions, it was clear they were unwilling to give up just like that. Some teams can still collapse even with a 30 lead. Bayer Leverkusen is now the challenger, facing off against the formidable Bayern Munich. Losing is no shame, a draw is a small gain, and a win is a huge profit. That's more like it. Hell yeah. Sasha finally saw the fighting spirit in everyone, indicating that the match still has potential. Otherwise, if he didn't have the chance to deploy new tactics, and the players surrendered first, there would truly be nothing left to play for. Everyone gather around. In the second half, let's not rush. We'll continue to defend steadily and look for opportunities. Sasha pulled up the tactical board, scribbling and drawing constantly, using hasty notes and arcs to indicate everyone's positioning, ball handling strategies, and several tactical combinations. As everyone watched, they realized that Lu Xiao played a crucial role in midfield. In the 4-4-2 formation, with the double defensive midfielders responsible for defense and the wingers breaking through the flanks, there was temporarily no one organizing play in the center. Lu Xiao naturally shifted from the number 10 position slightly back to become a number 8 or 6. This is undeniably one of the most core positions in a team. Liverpool's Gerrard, Bayern's Toni Kroos, Real Madrid's Ozil, Manchester City's David Silva. Is it really okay to let a 16-year-old forward take on such a heavy responsibility? What expressions are you all making? Don't believe in Lu. No, we believe. The Bayer Leverkusen players, intimidated by the coach's authority, dared not voice any objections. But upon reflection, wasn't that how Lu Xiao's goal in the first half came about? A beautiful series of dribbles in the center, followed by a mesmerizing through ball that assisted Son Heung-min in scoring. Everyone was certainly not worried about his ball handling and shielding skills. Since that's the case, why worry at all? Alright, in the second half, let's show Bayern Leverkusen's resilience. Roar! The Bayer Leverkusen players, regaining some confidence, yelled as they charged out of the locker room. At halftime, the score stands at 31, with the home team Bayern Munich in the lead. Bayer Leverkusen has not made any personnel changes. Coach Su, what do you think about Bayer Leverkusen's strategy moving forward? Well, Bayern's possession play and high pressing have prevented Bayer Leverkusen from crossing the halfway line, making it difficult for Lu Xiao to demonstrate his power. They may need to make substitutions to introduce an organizing player, allowing the ball to flow smoothly through the... In Su Yang's view, Lu Xiao still seems a bit too young, and as a forward, he cannot serve as the core organizer. They need to bring on players like Emre Can or Castro, who possess strong creativity, to have a chance to break Bayern's tight defense. Yes, it seems Bayer Leverkusen has no plans to change formations for now. Let's first. Oh, this ball. As the second half kicked off, Bayer Leverkusen's positional play failed. Bayern pressed forward, and Toni Kroos' passing intention was too obvious, intercepted by Rolfs in midfield. Normally this wouldn't be a big deal. Bayern Munich's high pressing would force Bayer Leverkusen to keep passing back, and possession would surely return to Bayern's feet. Unexpectedly, Rolfs, in a very unconventional manner, directly flicked the ball to an open space ahead. Schweinsteiger, Xabi Alonso, and Toni Kroos were all preparing to rush forward for the ball, when suddenly a white figure like a knight in shining armor descended from the sky. Lu Xiao, come back to receive the ball, beautiful. Lu Xiao faced the lobbed pass and astonishingly performed a flick with his heel in the center circle to deceive Toni Kroos, followed by a V-shaped touch to evade Xabi Alonso's challenge, accelerating past with a step, and then a Marseille turn to get around Schweinsteiger, simultaneously bypassing three players. Facing the Bayern defenders. Holy crap! A curse instinctively escaped from Duan Xian's lips as the 16-year-old Chinese youth toyed with three world-class midfielders. Perhaps Lu Xiao's breakthrough surprised all the Bayer Leverkusen players. Son Heung-min and right winger Robbie Cruz did not expect this kid to actually break through the triple mark. At that moment, they did not timely join in, causing Lu Xiao to face the Bayern defense alone. At other times, Lu Xiao might have struggled to handle this, but now, Anger level 100 Nagi Siru S-Class template fully activated. In 10 seconds, I am an otherworldly superhero. Amidst the astonished gazes of over 7,000 fans at Allianz Arena, Lu Xiao accelerated and charged towards the Bayern penalty area. Boateng stepped forward to intercept, but Lu Xiao effortlessly toyed with him using a rainbow flick. Lu Xiao rainbow flick. Dante, he's been bypassed again. After Lu Xiao's rainbow flick, he took advantage of the ball not touching the ground to execute a masterful stop in midair, performing a tail whip motion. Dante was effortlessly deceived. In front of the goal, only one Guardian Neuer rushed out of the penalty area desperately trying to intercept. The farce is over. Lu Xiao merely cast a cold glance at the goal, his eyes reflecting an imperious indifference. With a slight flick of his ankle, he lobbed the ball over Neuer's head. Without looking back, he pointed one hand toward the sky. Lu Xiao. A lob shot from outside the box. The football drew an elegant parabolic arc in the air over the penalty area. It plunged into the net. Hiss, a true man never looks back at his goal. The scene before them caused time and space at Allianz Arena to almost come to a standstill. Terrifying indeed. At the Allianz Arena, tens of thousands of Bayern fans had just witnessed Bayern Munich lift the Champions League trophy a few months ago. Triple champions, 5-time champions. It can be said that they are currently the strongest team in the world. Under Guardiola's leadership, Bayern Munich fans hope to usher in an invincible dynasty. Every fan had no doubt about this, sharing the same dream. In contrast, the away fans from Bayer Leverkusen seemed to be shrinking back. Even after scoring in the first half, they dared not cheer loudly, as the Bayern fans across the aisle were too wild, mocking them from afar. From 11, they conceded 2 goals in quick succession, making it 31. The Bayern fans were as arrogant as they could be, while the Leverkusen away fans could only lament, praying to the gods for a miracle today. What if it ends in a draw? But neither the gods nor the deities responded, as Bayern Munich continued to press Leverkusen, and the Bayer fans had already come to terms with it. On the German kicker football community and Twitter, many Bayer fans surrendered and admitted defeat. Oh dear. Losing today is quite normal. The gap in strength is too great. Anyway, as long as we fight for the top for this season, why bother competing with Bayern? As long as we can beat Schalke and Wolfsburg this season, we are already satisfied. Everyone says that, but in reality they just don't know how the team will win or how the current lineup can break the deadlock. They can only hold on to a glimmer of hope and continue watching the second half. However, just as the second half began, the fans' prayers to the gods went unanswered for the deity on the field. With a deft touch in the midfield, he elegantly dribbled past 3 players. Charging into the Lions' den, he effortlessly bypassed Boateng and Dante and faced Neuer's goal, executing a masterful maneuver. The moment Lu Xiao shot, it inevitably reminded one of Zinedine Zidane's Panenka penalty in the 2006 World Cup final. The effortless demeanor of a football maestro. With a graceful and stylish shot from outside the penalty area, at the moment the ball accurately descended into the net, the Allianz Arena fell silent for half a second before erupting into a deafening roar. Tens of thousands of home fans were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief, while the away Bayer Leverkusen fans had their frustrations washed away. This goal by Lu Xiao was simply divine. It was worthy of selection for the 2013 Puskas Award. Just look at the commentators from various countries to understand what it means to explode. Lu Xiao, an unbelievable goal. He is simply unstoppable. He single-handedly dribbled past 5 players, ultimately transforming into the most graceful knight before delivering a fatal blow. This is one of the most wonderful and artistic goals I have ever seen. Lu Xiao. Goal. The 16-year-old prodigy contributed 1 assist and 1 goal today. Regardless of the outcome, he is the only star of the Allianz Arena. Oh my. Lu Xiao. This goal counts. Ha ha ha. Simply brilliant. He is like a superhero rescuing the team from peril. Facing the Bundesliga giants Bayern, Lu Xiao has never shied away. He is a player born for the grand stage. If He Wei were present, he might have recited a poem praising Lu Xiao's divine stroke with the grandiose verses of Li Bai. If it were Zhang Jun commentating, he would perhaps convey the passionate excitement of the fans for this goal. Unfortunately, the person at the commentary desk was Xian Gu, who in his panic couldn't think of any words and could only laugh foolishly. The director also focused on Lu Xiao's celebration. As the ball was still in the air, he confidently pointed to the sky, with one hand already certain that he would score. The photographer at the Allianz Arena timely pressed the shutter, capturing this classic scene. 32. Leverkusen has pulled one back, thanks to Lu Xiao. Unexpectedly, this team has such tenacious resilience. Lu Xiao has also scored his 5th goal. Having played only 4 league matches, he has already netted 5 goals. If you count the 4 goals he scored in the DFB Pokal, that's 10 goals in 6 matches. Lu Xiao's goal-scoring efficiency is simply astonishing. The German television commentator Scholl was dumbfounded. A goal per match appears insignificant, but in football it is an extremely terrifying existence. Even during the seasons when Cristiano Ronaldo scored freely at Manchester United and Real Madrid, he couldn't guarantee an average of over 1 goal per match. Lu Xiao, however, managed 10 goals in 6 matches and even scored such a brilliant goal against the formidable Bayern. This Chinese youth is simply chilling to contemplate. Next it will be Bayern's turn to worry. There is only a 1-goal difference between the two teams, and the suspense of the match has been restored. Guardiola was again rubbing his bald head on the sidelines. He realized that he seemed truly unable to deal with Lu Xiao's presence. During halftime, he had already devised a defensive strategy. As long as Lu Xiao dared to take the ball, they would physically challenge and foul him. The Bayern midfield and defense had already worked hard enough, yet Boateng and Dante had not even touched Lu Xiao. Before any physical contact could occur, he had easily evaded them. Is he even human? If Lu Xiao maintains this explosive state, Bayern should just kneel and admit defeat. Fortunately, the match returned to normal afterwards. Lu Xiao handled the ball with finesse and skill. However, he still fell when knocked down, and in a scramble against 3 defenders, he couldn't withstand the physicality, leading to a hasty pass to his teammate. Phew. Finally, he was acting like a normal person. Occasional explosive performances from professional players are normal. Even the worst players can have their moments of brilliance. As long as Lu Xiao doesn't go overboard, Bayern can still control the situation. However, Bayern Munich had already lost their cool due to Lu Xiao, and their play had lost the calmness of the first half, showing signs of impatience in their passing and combinations. It can only be said that any championship team would feel a sense of shame after being penetrated by a 16-year-old child, and as the match progressed, Bayern Munich began to make mistakes. Xabi Alonso, Kroos, Thomas Müller-Kroos. Mandzukic. This ball. Originally, Kroos had a good idea. He suddenly made a through ball to the flank, and Mandzukic could step in with a diagonal run to break into the penalty area. However, Mandzukic stood still like a wooden stake, lacking any awareness to cooperate, causing Tonis' pass to go directly to the opposing team. Counterattack. Opportunity. The Bayer Leverkusen players, seeing this, began to move according to Sasha's instructions during halftime. This time, they did not want to delay their chances any longer. In an instant, all the Bayer Leverkusen players surged forward, creating a scene reminiscent of a stampede full of momentum. Lu, center-back Toprak, disregarded everything and sent a long pass to find Lu Xiao ahead. The coach and the team all chose to believe in this young player, and he was willing to believe too. Stop him. Xabi Alonso and Schweinsteiger became panicked, rushing towards Lu Xiao's position, one on the left and one on the right. Even if they couldn't steal the ball, they had to knock him down. A tactical foul that earns a yellow card would be worth it. Oh no. Sasha felt his heart in his throat. Lu Xiao was the team's focal point. If he couldn't hold onto the ball, it would all be in vain, leading to gaps in the back. All eyes in the Allianz Arena were on Lu Xiao as he bore the gaze of hundreds of thousands of viewers in front of their screens. At this moment, Lu Xiao remained calm. Facing the 2-man pressure, he executed a scorpion kick maneuver, seemingly preparing to pass to the fullback. Not a chance. Xabi Alonso deliberately circled around to block Lu Xiao's passing lane. Naive. However, when Xabi Alonso saw the look in Lu Xiao's eyes, he was instantly filled with dread. In his calm eyes, there was only the mockery of a plan coming to fruition. Lu Xiao, with his back to the defenders, used his heel to stabilize the ball. As Schweinsteiger charged forward, Lu Xiao had already completed his turn, casually using his heel to nudge the ball between the defender's legs. Too slow. Schweinsteiger was halfway through his motion and couldn't stop in time, only able to watch helplessly as the young Chinese player slipped past him. Guardiola could no longer hold back and stood up from his seat. Impossible. Lu Xiao once again toyed with Bayern's world-class double pivot and then accelerated forward. I made a sudden dash. Ram gritted his teeth and charged to intercept Lu Xiao, fearing that this kid would pull off another dazzling dribble past 5 players like just before. But this time Lu Xiao was not that foolish. Bingo. He was betting on Ram's overwhelming sense of responsibility. Just as Ram reached halfway, Lu Xiao swung his right foot, making a delightful diagonal pass behind. The youth turned back with a sword, once again piercing through Bayern Munich's defense. Shit. Ram cursed as he turned back, while Son Heung-min had already rushed forward, receiving the ball and slicing into the penalty area. Son Heung-min, crossing to the center. Kiesling. This ball goes in. Incredible. Leverkusen has equalized with 2 goals in adversity. Leverkusen has fought back valiantly to draw a level with Bayern at 33. If before the match, anyone had told the German fans that Bayer Leverkusen would equalize at 33 after trailing at Allianz Arena, neither Bayern nor Leverkusen fans, nor even the neutral spectators, would have believed it. Just by looking at the confident demeanor of Bayern fans before the match, it was clear that Bayer Leverkusen had no chance whatsoever in this game. So when Kiesling's goal brought the score to 33, the once noisy Allianz Arena fell silent, resembling a library with the stands engulfed in complete stillness. In a close-up shot, there was even a fan rubbing his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong. The camera then focused on a few bald fans who had been interviewed outside the stadium before the game. Compared to their previously flushed faces and shining eyes brimming with confidence, they now looked dazed, jaws almost hitting the ground, their expressions filled with confusion. The same expression was mirrored on the faces of Guardiola and the Bayern Munich players. Judging by Guardiola's appearance, it seemed he had not fully woken up today and was likely still dreaming. How could this happen? On the field, Kiesling, after scoring, excitedly pointed at Son Heung-min, who assisted him, while Son pointed back at Lu Xiao, who delivered the crucial pass. The trio in the front line embraced in celebration. Awesome. Nyo bai. More and more teammates joined in exuberantly shouting the praise. How could this happen? On the field, Kiesling, after scoring, excitedly pointed at Son Heung-min, who assisted him, while Son pointed back at Lu Xiao, who delivered the crucial pass. The trio in the celebration was all that mattered. Lu Xiao instinctively glanced at the stadium's big screen. Bay 33, B046524. The match had only lasted 65 minutes. If they put in some effort, could they not have a chance to take 3 points at Allianz Arena? People are inherently greedy. They were satisfied with 1 point before the match. But now that they had actually equalized, Lu Xiao began to envision 3 points. If they could win, why settle for a draw? Why couldn't they defeat Bayern Munich at Allianz Arena? It made no sense. After the game resumed, Bayern Munich conceded 2 quick goals, clearly suffering a significant blow to their morale. Their previously lax passing coordination became riddled with errors. They stopped being calm, growing increasingly anxious. The young Mario Götze kept trying to play the hero, dribbling down the left, which led to repeated interceptions of Bayern Munich's attacks. Fortunately, seasoned midfielders Xabi Alonso and Bastian Schweinsteiger gradually stabilized the situation on the field. Huff huff. Xabi Alonso panted heavily, feeling the reality of aging. Back when he was at Liverpool and Real Madrid during his prime, he would never have allowed a 16-year-old Asian kid to behave so arrogantly. Now continuously toyed with by Lu Xiao, Alonso suddenly felt a sense of decline, as if his strength was... He was supposed to stay at Real Madrid this season, but just before the summer transfer window, Alonso received a personal call from Guardiola, who needed an experienced championship-caliber midfielder. Xabi, I know you are still world-class. Come with me to Munich. I am confident we can win the title together. How about we seize a grand slam? Alonso was tempted. Under Mourinho's management, Real Madrid had not been able to play with a promising future for years. Alonso was already exhausted in the complicated Madrid dressing room. Once Mourinho left and Ancelotti took over, Alonso thought that the nice guy Ancelotti might not be able to control the egos in the dressing room. If factional struggles broke out, Real Madrid might falter again. It would be safer to follow Guardiola. After much hesitation, Alonso finally signed with Bayern Munich just before the transfer window closed. He had no idea he had already altered the timeline. Until now, facing Lu Xiao, Xabi Alonso couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Would it have been better to stay at Real Madrid? The flaws in Bayern Munich began to show. Even Bayer Leverkusen was playing them so tough, let alone defending their Champions League title. 20 minutes had quickly passed, and Bayern struggled to break through from outside the penalty area. Bayer Leverkusen's players were fighting with high spirits, united against wave after wave of Bayern attacks. Götze. A shot. Oh no, it's wide. Just a bit of bad luck. Thomas Müller. A backheel pass. Mandzukic couldn't get to the ball. Mandzukic. A header. Oh, so close. The Bayern attack continued, and in the last 10 minutes the pressure was so intense that Bayer Leverkusen was struggling to breathe. Not just Bayer Leverkusen, but almost everyone was feeling a bit breathless. Bayern Munich had 80 possession, relentlessly attacking. The Bayern fans in the stands had their hearts in their throats each attack, making their hearts leap like a roller coaster. The Bayer Leverkusen fans felt the same, watching anxiously. Bayern seemed on the verge of scoring, but each time, they missed narrowly. The anxious mindset made these champion players' actions increasingly distorted. I have to say, Bayer Leverkusen is indeed tenacious today. Not only did they show resilience in equalizing from behind, but in the last 10 minutes, they managed to hold their ground under Bayern's frenzied attacks, not letting their opponents succeed. German TV commentator Schall couldn't help but praise them. Bayern legend Oliver Kahn hoped Bayern would win, but Bayer Leverkusen's resilience had already won him over. Especially the 16-year-old Lu Xiao, even under such passive circumstances, was still trying to orchestrate attacks. Was he really thinking about attacking? Clearly he was almost out of steam, yet he still thought about attacking. Indeed, Lu Xiao's visible physical stamina was declining. When he wasn't on the ball, he was leaning on his knee, trying to recover as much strength as possible. When needed, he still gritted his teeth and sprinted for the ball. Damn, I'm going to die. Lu Xiao felt like his lungs were about to explode. This was his first time nearly playing the full match, having exceeded the physical limits of a 16-year-old. Yet Lu Xiao was fighting through it with formidable willpower. Should we take him off? Heidfeld was somewhat worried about Lu Xiao. At this point, a conservative move would have been to substitute Emre Can for Lu Xiao to bolster the midfield and give the young player a rest. But Sasha Lewandowski had a glint of madness in his eyes. He was like a gambler blinded by greed. He saw a possibility in Lu Xiao. An unimaginable possibility. What if? Lu, hold on. We're counting on you. Bayer Leverkusen had already exhausted their substitution quota, having replaced Kiesling, Robbie Cruz, and Donati. Surprisingly, they did not substitute Lu Xiao, who appeared to be out of gas, but remained on the field. Duan Xian was stunned at how much trust did the coach have in him. What use was a young man who couldn't run and had mediocre defense on the field? Others were also curious. This substitution seems a bit too bold. German commentator Schall suddenly had a... Could it be that Bayer Leverkusen was not satisfied with merely drawing away at Bayern? They wanted more. As the match time entered stoppage time, there were 3 minutes of added time. 9:145. Time was running out for Bayern Munich. Almost all Bayern players surged forward with fullbacks Alaba and Lahm barely transformed into wingers remaining near the penalty area to cross. This was also the moment of maximum pressure for Bayer Leverkusen. Lu Xiao glanced at the system. Anger value 100. There was enough time in the match for him to fill his anger twice for the first time in the same game. With 5 minutes left for his ultimate skill, would there be a chance? 9227. The referee raised his wrist to check the time. They had entered the countdown phase. Commentators began analyzing the implications of a draw in the Bundesliga. Today Bayer Leverkusen has showcased their fighting spirit to all of Germany. They will surely be satisfied with leaving the away match unscathed. On the other hand, Bayern's failure to seize such a great opportunity seems a bit unjustified. As a championship team, they should have performed better. Götze took another hasty shot which was saved by goalkeeper Leno. The ball flew straight out of the penalty area. Here it comes. A chance. Lu Xiao had been waiting for a long time, having strolled outside the penalty area to recover his stamina, and finally the moment arrived. Lahm and Schweinsteiger rushed forward to contest, but Lu Xiao used his knee to jostle the ball, lightly tapping it around Lahm. Without the ball touching the ground, he juggled it with his left foot, shifting to the right to break past Schweinsteiger. His extraordinary ball sense was fully on display at this moment. Lu Xiao stood up in the critical moment to become the hero. Lu Xiao, Bayer Leverkusen's counterattack. He nimbly evaded 2 defenders and decisively sent the ball into the open space on the right. Bayern's defense opened up in the center. Substitute winger Sidney Sam sprinted with the ball, igniting the away fans with speed and passion. However, Bayern fans were not worried. Boateng was firmly glued to his mark, using his experience to block the inside. Sidney Sam couldn't match the physicality of his opponent and was forced to carry the ball to the right, squeezed into a narrow space. Oh no, that ball. Commentator Schall felt it was a pity wasting such a brilliant pass from Lu Xiao. Bayern players quickly rushed back defensively, and Sidney Sam was instantly trapped on the sideline by Alaba and Alonso. Other Bayer Leverkusen players could hardly keep up. Only one white figure was still pushing forward in the penalty area. No matter who you are, it's up to you. Sidney Sam blindly kicked the ball along the ground. As the football glided, time seemed to shift. 9253, 9254, 9255. Bayer Leverkusen's last chance. If this shot fails, the score will be locked at 33. In this tense moment, everyone in the stadium and in front of the TV held their breath. Lu Xiao, Duan Xian exclaimed. The one contesting with Dante in the penalty area was actually Lu Xiao. He could still appear in the most critical position. However, Sidney Sam's pass was not good. It bounced on the grass, making it very difficult to shoot directly. If he had just taken one more second to control the ball, Boateng would have already arrived, and a double team would have surely completed an interception. Anger value 100 was in full form, but there was not enough time left, just 1 second remaining. He had just unleashed his ultimate skill to charge into the penalty area, nearly exhausting all his strength. But I don't care about that. Lu Xiao emptied himself completely, leaning against Dante with his back to the goal, and with a skillful flick of his left foot. The football miraculously sailed over the heads of 2 defenders to the other side. What? In a moment of panic, Dante could not react in time, and could only instinctively block Lu Xiao's favored shot with his right foot. But Lu Xiao had already completed his turn. With his left foot drawn back like a bow, it's over. The strike pierced through the stars and curled around Neuer's fingertips, into the bottom corner. A stunning Lu Xiao. The ball is in. It's in. A last-minute goal. Duan Xian was so flushed that he almost couldn't catch his breath. Anyone who witnessed that moment would feel a sudden jolt in their hearts. As the clock ticked to 9300, the referee had already put the whistle in his mouth, ready to blow it. While everyone thought the score would be fixed at 33, it was shaking hands in a draw. However, Lu Xiao took action to tell the world, no, a draw is not enough. Facing the bouncing ball on the grass, Lu Xiao calmly stopped it with his left foot and made an angle. A shot with his weaker foot. At the edge of the penalty area, a shot resembling the peach blossom shadow falling divine sword. A fatal blow that ended the match. 43. Lu Xiao did it. He scored twice against the powerful treble winners Bayern Munich, delivering a last-minute goal. The miraculous 16-year-old Chinese prodigy is still performing his miracles. Bayer Leverkusen has left the Allianz Arena in stunned silence today. As Duan Xian shouted passionately, Lu Xiao in the frame was equally ecstatic, rushing towards the corner area of the opposing team, dominatingly, taking the corner flag in his hand. Like the Soviet army storming the Reichstag during World War II, charging forward with a banner raised. A spirited and handsome young man leaped lightly onto the advertising board, holding the flag high. With Bayer Leverkusen's frenzied fans in the guest stands, he raised his arms and shouted, "Hooray! Hooray!" German commentator Scholl couldn't help but be moved upon seeing this. No one expected Bayer Leverkusen before the match. They seemed like a group of grassroots players lacking star names and any market-shaking transfers. Yet these young men displayed what resilience means today, what football spirit truly is. The score of 43 says it all. Under the leadership of young Lu Xiao, they did it. Allianz Arena. Today it has been conquered. Woohoo! At the moment of the last-minute goal, everyone on Bayer Leverkusen's bench went wild. Players and staff in white jerseys rushed onto the pitch. Accompanied by commentator Scholl's voice, it truly felt as if the Allianz Arena had been captured by the small town of Bayer Leverkusen. Yes. Head coach Sasha and Hepio were extremely excited, both rushing onto the field to celebrate with the players. Those who didn't know might think Bayer Leverkusen had won the championship. But in reality, they were just exploding with emotions that had been suppressed for too long. With only 20 possession, they were suppressed by Bayern Munich in their half. Facing adversity, they rose to counterattack time, and again breaking through their limits. This group of young men from Bayer Leverkusen deserves to go wild. In contrast, Bayern Munich. At the moment the match ended, they could only fall helplessly to the ground. Didn't Bayern put in effort? They worked hard enough, maintaining the oppressive presence of a treble-winning team throughout, with all statistics showing Bayern leading by a large margin. Only the score remains 34. The home team ahead, the away team behind. Bayer Leverkusen had only 6 shots with 4 on target, resulting in 4 goals. Goalkeeper Neuer sat on the goal line blankly looking at everything before him. He didn't know what was wrong with Bayern. He only knew that Bayer Leverkusen truly deserved the victory. Especially that young man, the 16-year-old with black hair and yellow skin. Guardiola had repeatedly emphasized, shut down his right foot and try to defend as much as possible on the right side. All of Lu Xiao's goals were scored with his right foot, as long as they blocked that they could stop the shot. Dante indeed did so, blocking Lu Xiao's right foot. Who knew this guy could still flick the ball to his left foot and shoot with his weaker foot? Neuer jumped up to save it the moment it was shot, yet the ball managed to slip into the corner between the crossbar and the post. Damn it! In his fury, Neuer vented his frustrations on the nearby grass. Among the players on the field, only the resilient Lahm remained calm. Despite his shorter stature, he contained immense energy within. Lahm maintained a straight back. After the match, he shook hands amicably with Bayer Leverkusen's captain Rolfs. "Congratulations, you played beautifully. You guys are strong too, almost didn't make it past us." Rolfs couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Next time it won't be so easy. The next encounter will have to wait until next year, when both teams return to Bayer Arena for a showdown. In the second half of the season, Bayern Munich usually unleashes terrifying power, and Bayer Leverkusen will surely face an even more severe test. I'm looking forward to it. Rolfs felt a lingering fear, but had to hold up his facade. To be honest, winning this match was definitely not as easy as it seemed. He once thought they would lose. But in the end, it was the miraculous Asian boy who stood up repeatedly to save the team. At the end of the match, Rolfs saw him almost unable to run, and yet he managed to endure until the last second. How did he sprint into the penalty area at the end? Lu Xiao was still in the backfield when he passed the ball, waiting for his teammate's cross, and he was already positioned at the edge of the penalty area. A monster, truly a monster. With a sunny smile on his face, Lu Xiao reminded one of the old Beckham. But from the opponent's perspective, his smile was nothing short of a nightmare. Rolfs was relieved that this monster was on his team. Could you share your thoughts after receiving a 1-point rating in the Bundesliga and winning the MVP trophy? Holding the Bundesliga MVP trophy, Lu Xiao was already familiar with this process. The trophies in his hands could easily form a 2-star trophy. I'm very happy, thanks to my teammates' support we left with 3 points. The pressure at Allianz Arena is truly immense, but we did it. So how would you evaluate Bayer Leverkusen this season? What are your expectations after defeating Bayern? The reporter knew very well that young people like Lu Xiao were prone to spouting news in the heat of the moment. Last time, Lu Xiao's championship declaration caused a stir on Twitter. Sure enough, Lu Xiao was well aware that the reporter was trying to set him up, yet he didn't care at all. The answer remains the same. Championship. I said before, Bayer Leverkusen is a team capable of competing for the title. The reporters present all laughed. Lu Xiao truly is a spirited young man. Last time Lu Xiao's talk about winning was about the League Cup, and this time, since he can boldly face the Bundesliga's big boss. Lu Xiao genuinely believes Bayer Leverkusen has a chance to win the championship. However, once the words were spoken, Lu Xiao felt quite pressured. He suddenly recalled the prophetic dream in which Bayern Munich won the championship with 90 points in the 2013-2014 season, clinching its 7 rounds early, and leaving second-placed Dortmund 20 points behind. Setting aside how embarrassing Guardiola's Bayern was in the Champions League, they were dominantly powerful in the Bundesliga. Goodness. I'm being too bold in my words. Lu Xiao secretly clicked his tongue. However, this only stimulated his desire for challenge. Rather than a game where he could run rampant, he preferred something like Dark Souls. The more challenging, the more thrilling it was. This season, he simply set a small goal for himself. Challenge Bayern Munich's invincible 90 points in the league. Compete for the title with the big boss. At 16 years old, the Chinese magician Lu Xiao destroys the Allianz Fortress. With 2 goals and 1 assist, he toys with Bayern, the 5-time champions, as Bayer Leverkusen completes an epic 43 comeback. Lu Xiao's sensational volley shocks Munich. This 16-year-old genius humiliates a world-class defense twice. What has happened to Bayern? Bayer Leverkusen's strongest new star in 68 years is born. Lu Xiao single-handedly replicates Maradona's magic, leading Bayer to a historic comeback. It exploded. The German football scene is in uproar. The next day's headlines across major newspapers are completely dominated by Lu Xiao. In the words of the German media, the Chinese dominated the Allianz Arena. Bayer Leverkusen's stunning comeback and the last-minute winner against the formidable Bayern Munich, with Lu Xiao contributing 2 goals, 1 assist, and 1 indirect assist, directly involved in 4 goals, capped off by a phenomenal bicycle kick winner. There's no more famous way to do it. If Lu Xiao was previously considered a hotshot in Germany without attracting much attention in European football, his battle against Bayern has propelled him to global recognition. The entire European football world has taken note of Lu Xiao. Spain's Marca and AS Italy's Gazzetta dello Sport and England's Daily Mail are all reporting on last night's epic comeback. Real Madrid scouts are urgently dispatched. The Chinese genius bicycle kick winner against Bayern. He has left Guardiola in despair. Lu Xiao's performance at Allianz has surpassed Pogba's at the same age, marking the rise of an Asian star. The Belgian Football Association may urgently summon the Asian genius to join the U19 team as multiple national associations discuss recruiting him. German football legend Lothar Matthäus, who enjoys writing post-match columns, comments on Lu Xiao once again. I once thought the next star of the Bundesliga would be Götze or Havertz, but the 16-year-old at the Allianz last night completely changed my mind. Lu Xiao not only tore through Bayern's defense with 2 goals, including that artistic left-footed volley, but also reconstructed Bayer Leverkusen's tactical framework with masterful game intelligence. He has proven that his value extends far beyond being a spiritual forward. He is capable of being the leader that carries the entire team. Guardiola's possession system has never been dismantled by such a young player. The continuous ringing sounds awake. It wasn't the system notification. His system wasn't that active, almost non-existent when he didn't pay attention. The noise was primarily from his phone ringing. After yesterday's winner against Bayern, Lu Xiao had already received dozens of congratulatory messages from friends, including his parents, teachers from high school, the beautiful Chloe, former teammates from Bayern's youth academy, and friends like Thomas Müller, Philipp Lahm, and Toni Kroos. Thomas Müller remembered, next time at Bayer's stadium, I will seek revenge. By the way, you performed wonderfully yesterday, congratulations. Philipp Lahm, GD game. We'll come back for the second leg. Toni Kroos, you little rascal. Aya. Lu Xiao stared at the messages for a long time, unsure of what Toni meant. Lu Xiao. Toni Kroos freaking out. Emoji, forget it, I can't be bothered. He glanced at the time and was nearly shocked out of bed. 9:16. He was late for training. Wait, what? Lu Xiao suddenly remembered that after defeating Bayern, the team had a day off today and did not need to train. Originally, the team was supposed to stay one night in Munich and return to Leverkusen the next day. Teammates from South America, including Guardado and Castro, had already made plans to party at a nightclub in Munich. Lu Xiao had high school classes in the afternoon, so to avoid delaying his studies, the club arranged a special car to take him directly back to Leverkusen. Lu Xiao sighed in relief. Probably exhausted from yesterday's match, he slept until 9 for the first time. If it weren't for the text message ringtone, he could have slept longer. Having given it his all yesterday, he didn't see the need to get up early for training. Lu Xiao decided to relax a bit, lying in bed and playing on his phone, logging into his account on the Kicker forum to see how German netizens praised him. Sure enough, the forum exploded with everyone discussing the miraculous comeback from yesterday. I told you Lu is the savior. He is a god. Yesterday's match was exhilarating. I've never seen Bayern suffer like this. Huh, we won. After Bayern led 31 in the first half, I turned off the TV and went to sleep. You missed out. The second half was simply spectacular. We sounded the horn for the counterattack. Lu's bicycle kick was simply divine. He has scored several miraculous goals this season. As Lu's fan, you know how to enjoy it. Every goal he scores is a work of art. Exactly. So elegant. He really. Lu Xiao felt a bit embarrassed from the compliments by netizens. Looking at the Bayern section, Bayern Munich fans were in a heated discussion, some blaming Schweinsteiger for aging and being unable to stop Lu Xiao, while others criticized Mandzukic for wasting opportunities. If he had been reliable, Bayern would have won 51. There were even criticisms directed at Lahm, the captain, who had done nothing wrong, just because he was outmaneuvered by Lu Xiao. Lahm couldn't escape the judgment. In short, Bayern Munich fans were in an uproar, with no one blaming Lu Xiao. Some even suggested, shall we buy Lu next season? He already trained with Bayern, it's your fault for letting this genius slip away. Don't blame the management, and don't blame Guardiola. If anyone is to blame, it's the second team's coach Ten Hag. Oh, damn Ten Hag. Bayern fans redirected their anger at Ten Hag, the one who had dismissed Lu Xiao. The previously obscure Bayern Munich second team's coach was suddenly thrust into the media spotlight. German tabloids also uncovered the inside story. Ten Hag had initially dismissed Lu Xiao, which ultimately led to this loss. If Ten Hag had been reliable, Lu Xiao could have joined Bayern's first team. Bayern fans even created memes of Ten Hag looking lost on the sidelines, caption, "Yes, I am a Bayern mole." As the situation escalated overnight, reporters found their way to Bayern's training base the next day, shoving microphones in Ten Hag's face. "Mr. Eric Ten Hag, why did you consider expelling Lu Xiao at the time? Why didn't you let him stay on the team?" Ten Hag's expression was visibly bland, but he had to force a professional smile to address the matter. Indeed, Lu's performance yesterday was outstanding, the best on the field. However, the strengths and weaknesses of this player are very clear. His physique and talent are currently insufficient to support the intensity of a professional player. I simply did what I had to do to help the team reduce its burden and eliminate redundancies as the contract expired. Time will prove that I was right and Bayern did nothing wrong. So how will you prove it? The reporter pressed. Ten Hag could only twitch his lips, forcing an awkward smile. In the second leg, Bayern will face Leverkusen again, and we will definitely win. I assure Bayern fans that Guardiola is the most suitable coach for the team, and under his leadership Bayern will march towards a dynasty. This season's championship is definitely ours. A mere 16-year-old player cannot stop us. Ten Hag, still stubborn, didn't forget to sing Guardiola's praises, perhaps a reflection of mutual admiration between bald heads. Lu Xiao was scrolling through when he suddenly saw German netizens discussing something. Do you think Bayern can advance from the Champions League group stage? Right. The Champions League. Lu Xiao suddenly remembered that there was less than a week until the first leg of the Champions League group stage. The entire team had been preparing for Bayern, so the Champions League had temporarily dropped in priority. Now that they had defeated Bayern Munich, the Champions League group stage would become the focus going forward. Lu Xiao's heart began to flutter with anticipation. He no longer felt like lounging in bed. With a swift movement, he got up and hurried to wash up. Since there was still time in the morning, Lu Xiao planned to head to the team's gym. He hoped to make an appearance on the Champions League stage.